Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Confessing in Public. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of you. Quest time limit: 3 months. 7 days have passed. Successfully completing the quest will result in you formally opening the hedonist sovereign system and gaining 3 lottery chances. Failing will reduce the host's lifespan by 3 years. Oh, go screw yourself. Qin Feng was lying on his desk and happily playing on his phone when a cold electronic voice sounded out in his mind. He was so shocked that his mouth furiously tweed and he jumped up from his seat, cursing out loud. He was currently in his art class at the lecture hall, and all the other students were engaged in the lesson. Their gazes were all attracted by his sudden outburst and they looked at him in curiosity. The incredibly quiet and constrained atmosphere of the lecture hall immediately burst into noise. The lecturer for this art class was the Acropolis University's publicly acknowledged #1 beautiful teacher, Yun Xiao. She was 25 years old and was at the peak of her beauty. She wasn't much older than the rest of her university students, so she found it difficult to contain problem students during her classes. She had finally managed to control the atmosphere when it had been disrupted once again by Qin Feng. Yun Xiao glared at him furiously and wished that she could bite him to death. Soon her perfect face calmed down, though her eyes were still filled with iciness. She stood up straight with her slim and beautiful legs, her large chest heaving as she did her best to control her emotions. Phew! Finally Yun Xiao let out a long breath, but didn't explode into anger. After all, who was Qin Feng? A young master hedonist who was famous throughout the entire Acropolis University. He had an extraordinary background and was a lady killer. His father, Qin Huang, was the richest man in Acropolis City and invested money every year to expand the university. As the honorary principal's son, she couldn't do anything about him, no matter how unbridled his actions were. Qin Feng, please obey the class rules. Alright, everyone calm down. Let's continue. Yun Xiao glowered at Qin Feng, but she was at her wits' end with this young master hedonist. She suppressed the discontent within her and continued to lecture. Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to Yun Xiao's words and paid even less attention to the strange stares that people were shooting him. After mumbling to himself angrily, he sat back on his seat as if nothing had happened. However, his eyebrows remained frowned. Fudge! The hell is this? Could this young master really have been possessed by a spirit? It was the 7th day. It was the 7th day since Qin Feng had started hearing that voice in his head. He would hear that cold electronic voice in his head every day and the content was the same every time. It would always tell him to make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of him. Qin Feng inwardly laughed. Rubbish. This was a complete truckload of rubbish. After all, who was Zhao Lingxian? Zhao Lingxian was the most beautiful girl in the Acropolis University's arts department and had a remarkable background. She was a Miss Perfect, who was fair-skinned, rich and beautiful. She was a goddess who was out of everyone's reach and someone who almost every guy at the Acropolis University dreamed of. However, this was completely different with Qin Feng. A week ago, he had publicly announced at the Acropolis University campus that he was canceling the marriage between Zhao Lingxian and himself. Marriage? How could a young master hedonist like Qin Feng agree to such a thing? Who cares if you're a goddess or a succubus? Marriage was simply a prison. Qin Feng absolutely didn't want to get married and ruin the rest of his romantic life. Sleeping around and enjoying the pleasures of life was what this young master Qin Feng wanted. As such, telling him to make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of him was simply ridiculous. He had dumped her in public, so he was absolutely certain that she would rather get together with a gorilla than have a favorable impression of him. In fact, she probably wanted to kill Qin Feng. Ahahaha. Looks like my kidney deficiency has been making me have delusions. I'll have to do some proper recovering when I get back. Qin Feng evilly smiled and shook his head, clearing his mind of all the messy thoughts. He then looked to Lin Bei sitting next to him and his smile grew wider. An absolute angelic beauty. Amen. Lin Bei, who was intently focused on the lesson, suddenly felt a large hand land on her leg. She was so shocked that she almost cried out and she hurriedly tried to move away. She turned her teary eyes to look at Qin Feng's grinning face. Bei, why are you sitting so far away? Don't fall down. Qin Feng moved closer to Lin Bei and sniffed her neck, causing her to move halfway off her chair. Her pitiful look would melt even the most unsympathetic heart. Young Master Qin, please spare me. My family's poor, I'm ugly and I have an ordinary body. There's nothing good about me. Qin Feng was the #1 hedonist of the Acropolis University. Although he had no evil intentions, he was incredibly flirtatious. According to the rumors, he had slept with hundreds of women. A young master hedonist like Qin Feng was someone who a poor, pure girl like Lin Bei feared the most. He was like a demon from hell. Bei's quite good at joking. If you're ugly, then there aren't any women in the whole Acropolis University. If you have an ordinary body, then everyone else at the Acropolis University are pigs. Ling Bei's eyes flashed with fear and disgust. Qin Feng pretended that he didn't see, and looked up and down her body. He didn't even try to hide his wandering eyes. However, Qin Feng's words weren't just for flirting or flattery. He had seen many beauties, but very few could compare with Lin Bei. This, combined with her gentle and weak personality, would give any man the urge to protect her. Qin Feng had sat at the same table as her for half a year. He had put in much effort over the past half a year, but the girl simply wasn't interested in riches or power. He didn't know how to win her over. I say, Bei, why is your face so red? And it's quite hot as well. Bei, don't tell me that you're sick? While Lin Bei had her defenses lowered, Qin Feng grinned and squeezed her cheek. He knew that she would turn red and heat up when she was embarrassed, but pretended that he was concerned about her being sick. Young Master Qin, you. Lin Bei was so flustered that she couldn't react, which allowed Qin Feng to take advantage of her. She was so furious that she gnashed her teeth, but she didn't dare to anger Qin Feng because of his background. She could only ball her hands into fists, as tears of indignance started to well up in her eyes. This Qin Feng was simply too shameless. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Declare your intentions to chase after Lin Bei in public. Quest time limit: 1 day. Successfully completing the quest will result in you formally opening the hedonist sovereign system and gaining 3 lottery chances. Failing will reduce the host's lifespan by 1 year. Qin Feng was currently grinning and preparing to touch Lin Bei's silky and cool legs again, when the cold electronic voice once again sounded out in his mind. He was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. After a while, Qin Feng slowly recovered. He thought about the voice he had heard and his hands trembled. After mulling it over for a while, he slapped his hand onto the table and shot to his feet, loudly saying, I, Qin Feng, am declaring in front of my teacher and classmates that I am going to chase after the arts department's #2 beauty, Lin Bei. No matter if it was true or not, Qin Feng simply didn't want to gamble with 1 year of his life. Chapter 2. Chapter 2: Hedonist Sovereign System. Whoa! Just as Qin Feng spoke, the lecture hall with 100 or so people exploded into a frenzy. Everyone howled inwardly and countless stares were directed towards him. Many of them were filled with dangerous messages. The most savage gaze came from Yun Xiao. Just as she had settled down the class, Qin Feng, that bastard, had ruined everything again. In that moment she even felt like killing him. Lin Bei was the #2 beauty in the Acropolis University's arts department, but she came from a poor family and didn't have a noble background like Zhao Lingxian. However, every single guy still desired her. In fact, she probably had more admirers at the Acropolis University than Zhao Lingxian. One of them was an unattainable empress. The other was a celestial beauty living in the mortal realm. When Qin Feng declared in front of everyone that he was going to chase Lin Bei, all of her admirers were filled with hate, to the point that they wanted to go and defile his ancestors' graves. Qin Feng wasn't good for much, but he was called Seducer Sage. He would sleep with any woman that caught his eye. It looked like the pure goddess Lin Bei would also fall into his demonic hands. After sighing, the crowd thought of something more interesting, and looked towards the other side of the lecture hall. The beautiful woman coldly sat there, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Her perfect face seemed to be layered with frost, but her clear eyes burned with fire. She glared at Qin Feng, who was laughing and joking around, and bit her lips as if she wanted to bite him to death. The woman was the iceberg goddess, the #1 beauty of the arts department. Zhao Lingxian had renounced her marriage with Qin Feng. Riang. The bell signaling the end of the lesson rang out, breaking the strange scene in the lecture hall. Lin Bei hated standing out, and simply could not remain calm. She hurriedly packed her things like a drowning man cluing at a straw, and rushed off as soon as she heard the bell. She never thought that Qin Feng would confess to her in public. Did he eat the wrong medicine today? The instigator of this incident, Qin Feng, calmly sat down. He simply didn't care about the stares everyone was shooting him given his confident and relaxed personality. Of course, he was currently flabbergasted. Completely and utterly flabbergasted. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have completed the quest to declare your intentions to chase after Lin Bei in public. You have successfully opened the Hedonist sovereign system. His mind was suddenly filled with darkness, and all of his thoughts disappeared. All that remained was a dark, spiraling hole. Are you the #1 hedonist, young master? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, as if someone had stolen his soul. However, he unhesitatingly nodded, replying, I am. In the Acropolis city, if Qin Feng said he was the #1 hedonist young master, no one else would dare to claim this title. Then do you wish to be the #1 hedonist young master in the universe? I do. Qin Feng nodded resolutely without even thinking. Very good. In the world of sensual pleasures, danger lurks around every corner. Life is a game and the game is life. The voice that came from the hole suddenly disappeared, and a cold electronic voice spoke, Ding. Congratulations to host Qin Feng for opening the Hedonist sovereign system. The system will issue quests, creating a universe. The system currently has 3 free lottery chances. Would you like to use them? When the ancient magical voice disappeared, the dark hole in Qin Feng's mind spun, turning into a large crystal screen. There was a large spinning wheel on the screen, filled with various prizes. Weapons, skills, potions, pets, and so on. The reason Qin Feng had stood up to publicly confess to Lin Bei was to see if he had been possessed by an evil spirit. However, after hearing that ancient voice and seeing the spinning wheel in front of him, he started to wonder if he had gone crazy. What the hell, I don't believe it. Give this young master a spin. Zhay. After thinking about it, Qin Feng decided that he hadn't been possessed by an evil spirit. It must have been that he was too weary, and everything that had happened was a hallucination. He was now trying to prove his hypothesis. As he gave the command, the spinning wheel started to rotate faster and faster, until he couldn't see the words on there anymore. Only a wheel of spinning light. After nearly half a minute, it started to slow down. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn elementary piano skills. Qin Feng nearly spat out blood. This hallucination was quite realistic. He furiously shook his head and gritted his teeth as he yelled, Give this young master another spin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn elementary calligraphy skills. Fudge, it's still here? I don't believe it, again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn elementary thunder tiger fist skill. The crystal screen in his mind disappeared, as did the cold electronic voice. Everything became silent again. Everything had happened so quickly that it seemed like it was just his imagination. Phew! Qin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long breath. The noises in his head were gone and everything had returned to normal. If this went on, Qin Feng believed that he would go insane. Just as he had let out half of his breath, his expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out and fell to the ground. A wave of pain swept through his brain and within his memories, unfamiliar yet familiar. It was knowledge from the 3 skills he had just obtained: piano, calligraphy, and the fighting technique. No way. Could all of that have been real? Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver, and couldn't sit still. He thought for a long time, and decided to try out these 3 skills to see if he had really gone crazy or not. By the time he stood up, he was the only person left in the lecture hall. Everyone else had already gone home. He couldn't find a writing brush, so he just used a gel pen instead. He started to quickly write on paper, and a standard-looking, beautifully written character appeared on the piece of paper. He had lived for 20 years, but had never learned calligraphy before. In fact, he didn't even know how to hold a writing brush properly. However, now whenever he thought of a writing brush, he had the urge and knowledge to pick it up and write. Qin Feng shook himself out of his daze and suddenly looked at his fists, and started to use the fighting technique that he had just learned. The Thunder Tiger fists were vigorous and mighty, causing wind to be kicked up by his movements. Qin Feng executed the moves like flowing water, as if he had trained for 10 or so years. This was simply incomprehensible to the young master Qin, who had never really even exercised before in his life. At this moment, Qin Feng was certain that he hadn't been possessed by an evil spirit, much less gone crazy. He had, out of the blue, received some sort of mysterious system, an incredibly awesome system, one that would carry him to new heights. Ding. The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of you. Quest time limit. 3 months. 7 days have passed. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 200 Hedonist points as a reward. Failing will reduce the host's lifespan by 3 years. Fudge. The incredibly excited Qin Feng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Only after confirming the existence of the system did he realize how difficult this quest was. Make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of him? That was pretty much impossible. If he failed this quest, he would lose 3 years of his lifespan. He felt like running into a wall and dying. After a while, Qin Feng gradually calmed down and accepted the reality of the system. After doing some investigating, he found that apart from the free lottery chances, he could also use his hedonist points to buy lottery chances, items, skills and the like, as well as level up skills and activate powers. In order to obtain hedonist points, he needed to do quests. After thinking about the heaven-defying skills and equipment on offer in the hedonist sovereign system, Qin Feng's eyes became red. He inwardly yelled, "Quests! Quests! This young master wants quests!" Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Saving the Beautiful Teacher. By the time Qin Feng had calmed down and walked out of the Acropolis University campus, it had become dark. He came to a black Lamborghini Batmobile and pressed the keys in his hand. Just as he was about to get in, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure. Isn't that the beautiful teacher Yun Xiao? Looking at her shapely backside, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This teacher was still quite young and was only 4 years older than him. She was beautiful and had a nice figure, and Qin Feng had had his eyes on her for a while. Currently, Yun Xiao was surrounded by 3 large and muscular men. From their savage gazes, it looked like they were up to no good. Yun Xiao frowned, looking incredibly cold, and bit her lips. She shouted at the 3 muscular men for a while before being hustled onto a black Volkswagen Santana. It looks like the beautiful teacher is in trouble. Seeing that scene, Qin Feng smirked. As a hedonist young master, he had no intention of saving her, and was too lazy to even call the police. He simply laughed as he shook his head, and started up his Lamborghini, preparing to go to the bar to celebrate the appearance of the hedonist sovereign system, as well as hook up with a few beauties, of course. That was his real goal. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Save the beautiful teacher Yun Xiao. Quest time limit. 1 day. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 50 hedonist points as a reward. Failing will result in the host not having any sexual intimacy for half a year. Goddamit, goddamit, goddamit. This sudden quest caused Qin Feng's hands to shake, making him nearly crash into a tree. In the next second, he unhesitatingly stomped on the brakes, then turned to chase after the old Santana. He inwardly screamed, "This system's punishments are way too damning. No sexual intimacy for half a year?" This was the cruelest punishment Qin Feng had seen. Qin Feng's driving skills were quite good, and he was able to easily follow behind the car. Finally, the Santana stopped in front of the royal clubhouse. Half a minute later, the 3 muscular men got off, then surrounded Yun Xiao and walked in. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng's mouth curved upwards. The Royal Clubhouse was Acropolis City's #1 clubhouse. The people who came here were all high officials and people from powerful families. Possessing wealth without having a membership card was not enough to go in. The most important thing was that the Royal Clubhouse was the property of Qin Feng's father, Qin Huang. If he wanted to save Yun Xiao from here, it would be a piece of cake. Young Master Qin, you've come. The 4 security officers at the door hurriedly came over with smiles on their faces. The head security officer had a big smile on his face and said in a low voice as he came over to Qin Feng, "Young Master Qin, a university student came to the clubhouse. I saw her myself. She looks incredibly pretty, like a little goddess. I heard she's one of the prettiest women at the Acropolis University. Young Master, Manager Lu has already arranged things so that you can be the one to savor her first." Qin Feng often came to the Royal Clubhouse during his free time, and all of the managers and security officers knew him and his interests well. Playing with beauties. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. One of the Acropolis University's beauties? He definitely knew her then. However, remembering that he hadn't completed Yun Zhao's quest yet, the light in his eyes disappeared and he suppressed the urges within him. Ahem, go and call Manager Lu for me. This young master has important things to take care of. Qin Feng awkwardly cleared his throat, walked into the clubhouse, and sat down on a sofa in the main hall. Yes, sir. The head security officer grinned and ran off to find Manager Lu. Evidently, he had misunderstood what the important things were. Less than 1 minute later, the chubby Manager Lu jogged over to Qin Feng, wiping the sweat from his face as he vulgarly smiled. Young Master Qin, everything has been prepared. A virgin beauty from the Acropolis University is waiting for you in room 888. I'll take you there immediately. Zhay. Qin Feng's mouth tweed and he frowned as he kicked Manager Lu's leg, saying seriously, screw off. Is this young master someone who comes here only to play with women? Your elder is here on serious business. Serious business? Wasn't that just seducing women? Manager Lu was quite unhappy about suddenly being kicked, but he didn't dare to show it. He continued to beam as he asked, Young master, what serious business do you have? If you need me to do anything, just say the words. Qin Feng looked down as he played on his phone, saying, just then 3 big blockheads brought in a beauty. Go and find out which room they took her to. I'll be right back. The Royal Clubhouse was incredibly strict about the privacy and confidentiality of patrons. However, if the owner's son wanted information, Manager Lu would definitely get it. He immediately made a call to the front reception and made some inquiries. Less than 1 minute later, Manager Lu came back with a big smile on face, evidently trying to curry favor, and said, Young Master Qin, the 4 of them are in room 1201. Bring 4 security officers and come with me. Qin Feng suppressed the joy in his heart. Who would have thought that he would be able to complete the quest so easily? Qin Feng was already looking forward to spending the 50 hedonist points on goods from the system. Young Master Qin. Just as Qin Feng started to talk, Manager Lu awkwardly called out. Young Master Ma was the one who booked room 1201. Young Master Ma? The Dragon Security Group's Young Master Ma? Qin Feng asked while frowning. Manager Lu felt the coldness emanating from Qin Feng's body, and didn't dare to look at him in the eyes. He was a 40-year-old man, and yet he could only nod with his head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. Young Master Ma Da Hu. His father Ma Da Long had single-handedly established the Dragon City Group, the largest security corporation in the Acropolis City. Nearly half of the security officers in the Royal Clubhouse were hired from them. Qin Feng also knew that Ma Da Long was in control of the underworld of the southeast of the Acropolis City. Despite knowing this, Qin Feng wouldn't give up on this quest because the punishment was far too severe. Young Master Ma? So what? Bring the Qin family's personal security officers and come with me. Yes, sir. Manager Lu hurriedly ran off to call the security officers. Since Qin Feng was determined to cause trouble for young Master Ma, Manager Lu could only follow his orders. After all, Qin Feng was Qin Huang's only son, and had a higher status than Ma Da Hu. Soon Manager Lu brought over 6 well-built security officers. All of them were trained by and loyal to the Qin family, trustworthy and incredibly strong like oxen. Qin Feng looked at the muscular men and nodded in satisfaction. He stood up and walked in front of the 7 people and waved, confidently saying, "Let's go. This young master has some important matters to take care of." The 8 of them walked off in a grandiose manner towards room 1201. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Misunderstood. When they arrived at room 1201, Qin Feng lifted up his right hand, and the 6 security officers behind him hurriedly stopped. Manager Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead as he understood Qin Feng's intention and came up to press on the doorbell. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang a few times, but there was no sound from within the room. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and felt a bit frustrated. He was just about to order the 6 security officers to barge in when an annoyed voice sounded out. "Who is it? So noisy. Do you have to repeatedly press the doorbell? This room doesn't need any service, so go away." Manager Lu saw Qin Feng's eyebrows rise, and silently cursed the brat in the room for being so obnoxious. He maintained the smile on his face as he courteously said, "I'm the Royal Clubhouse's Manager Lu. Please open the door so we can do our routine inspection." Anyone who came to the Royal Clubhouse regularly would know that there were no routine inspections. After all, with Qin Huang's power and background, neither officials nor gangsters would dare to make trouble for him. Gotcha. The room fell silent for a while and room 1201's door was suddenly opened. A young man wearing a suit and formal clothing came out. It was Ma Hu. He glanced at Manager Lu and the security officers, and then at Qin Feng. A look of suspicion and anxiety appeared on his face, but he quickly recovered. "Haha, if it isn't young Master Qin. I'm honored that you would personally come to do a routine inspection. Please quickly come in." Ma Hu smiled and stood aside. Qin Feng couldn't care less about the act Ma Hu was putting on. He strode in and sat down on a sofa in the living room. He put his feet on the coffee table as he looked around. The 3 muscular men from the Santana stood outside the door to the main bedroom, looking at Qin Feng in displeasure. "Young Master Qin, there's really nothing to inspect here. This is your father's territory, and I naturally wouldn't dare to make any trouble here. I'm a bit tired today, so if young Master Qin doesn't have any matters, I'll be retiring to the bedroom to get some rest," Ma Hu said as he smiled, making his intention clear. He wanted to chase them out. "Haha, then go and sleep, young Master Ma. Manager Lu, start the inspection. Young Master Ma is staying here for the night, so you have to make sure that this room is absolutely secure. I want you to inspect every corner of this place to make sure that everything is fine." Qin Feng glanced at Ma Hu, then looked down and started to play on his phone. Ma Hu's expression changed. A savage look flashed in his eyes then disappeared. "Young Master Qin, what's the meaning of this?" Qin Feng slapped his legs and stood up. He couldn't be bothered wasting words with Ma Hu. After all, he just wanted to quickly finish the quest and receive rewards. "Young Master Ma, our Royal Clubhouse has always acted with integrity and won't allow any criminal acts to happen within its premises. Kidnap and rape are things that I, young Master Qin, hate the most." "Young Master Ma, do you understand what I'm saying?" Qin Feng said as he looked into Ma Hu's eyes. "Fudge. The Royal Clubhouse used to be a place to discuss business matters, but because of your hedonistic habits, bringing girls back all the time, it became a place for sensual pleasures." Ma Hu's face darkened and silently cursed. He began to panic as he tried to think of why Qin Feng was determined to make him his enemy. Could it be that he had discovered his secret? Ma Hu shook his head. He didn't believe that the plot had been exposed. Perhaps this was just a coincidence. He adopted a stronger tone as he looked right back at Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, are you sure you want to get involved in this?" "Young Master Ma, surely you're not threatening me, right?" Qin Feng calmly looked at Ma who laughed and said, "This young master is determined to get involved in this." Ma Hu cursed inwardly once again. He had wanted Yun Zhao's body for a long time, and had finally obtained her. Just as he was about to begin, he had been interrupted by Qin Feng. The 2 of them stared at each other, their cold gazes colliding in the air. The three muscular men came behind Mata who, looking furiously at Qin Feng and the people behind him. It was as if the room was filled with gunpowder and could explode at any time. Haha. Young Master Qin, I just remembered that I have some important matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first, so you enjoy yourself here. After the scene was frozen for half a minute, Mata, who suddenly smiled, looked at the three people behind him, and walked out of room 1201. He couldn't afford to make mistakes at such a crucial time, and Qin Feng didn't show any signs of backing down at all. Haha, I thought a fight was going to break out, and yet he just left like that? So lame, Qin Feng said as he shook his head and waited as Mata Hu and the others left. Inwardly he was elated. He quickly rushed into the bedroom, and the scene that greeted him almost caused his eyeballs to fall out. Goddamn bondage. Yun Xiao was wearing black stockings and had been tied up with red rope. She was currently struggling as hard as she could, and looked absolutely stunning. The allure that she gave off was simply mesmerizing. Qin Feng had long since imagined this scene, and couldn't help but leap on her. Qin Feng, it's you. Qin Feng hugged her and took out the white cloth in her mouth that was used as a gag. Just as he was about to kiss her, a wave of pain tore through his arm. Ah, you dog. Yun Xiao was given a big fright, and savagely bit onto his arm. Qin Feng leapt off the bed in pain and cursed as he looked at the bite marks on his arm. Qin Feng, you monster, you actually dared to kidnap me. You rapist, I'm going to report you to the police. Rapist, me? Qin Feng pointed at himself and almost felt like crying. This young master came here to save you out of the kindness in his heart. Not only did you not weep tears of joy, but you actually bit me. And it was a savage bite at that. However, Qin Feng quickly realized that he had been misunderstood by Yun Xiao. She definitely thought that it was him who had ordered those men to kidnap her so he could rape her. Even though Qin Feng loved to play around with women, he disdained doing anything that would go against their will. You're so damn ungrateful. Screw it all. Looking at the beautiful teacher who had almost lost all rationality, Qin Feng's anger receded, but he couldn't be bothered to explain the truth. He told Manager Lu to untie her and take care of everything else. I completed the quest, so why hasn't the system given an announcement? Qin Feng frowned as he lay on the sofa. After a while, there was still no response from the system. He looked at the quest and confirmed that it was just to save Yun Xiao. He had evidently saved her, so why was there still nothing? Could it be that he really had gone crazy? After playing on his phone on the sofa for a while, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. It was possible that Mata, who still hadn't given up and was thinking of kidnapping Yun Xiao again after she left the royal clubhouse. That was definitely it. After thinking, Qin Feng rushed out of the clubhouse and got into his black Lamborghini Batmobile, just in time to see Mata, whose three thugs drag Yun Xiao into a van. What an unlucky woman. Qin Feng shook his head in awe and his gaze became cold. This Mata, who was quite brave to be daring to do such a thing. Qin Feng could feel his rage building up. He had nearly destroyed an entire family group before for a woman. This sort of provocation exceeded his limits. He followed behind the van and came to the suburban region of the Acropolis city. They finally stopped near an abandoned factory. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Crawling Between Legs. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to get out of the car and continued to observe the van. Less than a minute after the van stopped, three muscular men pulled a struggling Yun Xiao out of the van and dragged her towards the abandoned factory. Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have been stupid enough to go against these guys when he was younger. As the son of the richest man in the city, he had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Whenever he went out, he would go in a luxury car and would have many bodyguards. Most importantly, he had been incredibly spoiled since he was young, and didn't even have the strength to string up a chicken. Beating these three men would have been a joke even to him. However, with a quest at hand, Qin Feng thought differently. Before, he had obtained the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists. This fighting technique was embedded deep into his memory, as if he had been practicing for over 10 years. It was because of that curiosity and impulse that he wanted to try it out on a few people to see how strong it was. And now there were people to test it on right in front of him. Hey brothers, what are you doing with this woman? If it's anything fun, let me in on it too. Qin Feng suddenly spoke. The empty factory was incredibly quiet, and only the wind could be heard. As such, Qin Feng's voice sounded quite loud, instantly attracting the attention of the three men. When the three men saw Qin Feng, they looked utterly shocked. Even Yun Xiao, who had been thrashing about, stared silently. No one would have thought that the #1 hedonist young master in the Acropolis city would have followed them to such a place. Moreover, as soon as he spoke, he had displayed his personality. Haha, young Master Qin. We hope that you won't interfere in this matter. The strange atmosphere persisted for a bit longer before the scar-faced leader broke the silence. The scar extended from the corner of his eye to his chin, making him look especially savage in the darkness. Before, at the royal clubhouse, the three men were quite annoyed at Qin Feng. However, because Mada who hadn't said anything, they didn't dare to make a ruckus. After all, they were on Qin Feng's territory. However, right now they were at a remote area. The situation was completely different. Brothers, don't be so selfish. One extra person is just an extra stick. It's the same. Qin Feng laughed as he walked over, coming closer and closer to the three people. He pretended to come closer with lewd motives so that he could suddenly attack and surprise them. Qin Feng, you beast! I'm your teacher. And yet you have such disgusting thoughts. Qin Feng, I want to kill you. Yun Xiao didn't scream for help, but rather started to curse at Qin Feng. Qin Feng grinned even wider. He was now less than 5 meters away from the three men. Young Master Qin, it's best if you don't come any closer. Otherwise, us three brothers won't be able to show you courtesy anymore. The Scarface said coldly in a low voice as he seemed to realize what Qin Feng was trying to do. Qin Feng pretended that he didn't hear the man's words, and continued to smile while walking forwards. His hands were already gripped into fists, preparing to attack at any moment. Teacher Yun Xiao, I've actually been fantasizing about you for a long time. You beast, Qin Feng, you're worse than a beast. Yun Xiao was so angry that she forgot that she had been kidnapped. She glared at him coldly with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to use her eyes to kill this shameless and loose young master. The Scarface's expression darkened, and he said to the bald man beside him in a low voice, this guy came by himself, and I don't know what he's up to. Young Master Ma's pretty unhappy with him already, so OL3, you go and teach him a good lesson. Roger. The baldy referred to as OL3 patted his hands as he grinned evilly and walked over to Qin Feng. To these people, Qin Feng was just an idle hedonist young master who only knew how to seduce women. The baldy was completely confident against such a physically weak young master. Young Master Qin, if you want to join us to play with this woman, your big bro here will help you relax your body first and do some exercise. That way, you'll be able to perform to the best of your ability later. The baldy said mockingly as he looked at Qin Feng condescendingly. In his eyes, Qin Feng was like a little sheep who had walked into a pack of wolves and was waiting to die. Haha, it's alright, that won't be necessary. This young master has always had his massages done by tender hands. If I get a massage from this bearded baldy, I'll probably get nightmares when I go back. Qin Feng joked around as if he was relaxed, but he was completely alert and kept a wa on the baldy. The baldy wasn't nervous at all, and he walked towards Qin Feng step by step, his smile growing wider. Young Master Qin, oh young Master Qin. You're really quite brave, aren't you? You came here all by yourself and wanted to play with this woman with us. Was your head kicked by a donkey? You want to play with this woman? Alright, you can if you crawl between your elder's legs. Haha. The baldy spread his legs and grinned as he looked at Qin Feng. He pointed under his legs, indicating for Qin Feng to crawl through. Seeing this, the Scarface and Blondie couldn't help but laugh. This was Qin Feng, the young Master Qin of the Acropolis city who had now fallen into this situation. Just thinking about this, the three men felt incredibly delighted. You want me to crawl? Alright, prepare yourself. Here I come. Qin Feng smirked as killing intent flashed in his eyes and he walked towards the baldy. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, the fight that finished before it began. You think your elder is an idiot and really believe that you would crawl between my legs? Don't even try to play any tricks in front of your elder. Just as Qin Feng started to walk forwards again, the Baldy erupted in fury and roared out while swinging his fist towards Qin Feng. Fudge! What are you screaming about in the middle of the night? This was the first time Qin Feng had personally taken part in a fight, and he was facing off against 3 large, muscular brutes. He couldn't help but feel nervous, and because the Baldy had moved so suddenly, Qin Feng received a bit of a fright. His fist contained immense power, and if it really hit Qin Feng's face, it would completely destroy his looks. However, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. Perhaps it was because he had the elementary Thunder Tiger fists. Qin Feng found that although the chubby Baldy looked quite ferocious and seemed quite confident, he was quite slow and his punch lacked any form or technique to speak of. In other words, he was full of openings. After all, Qin Feng had seen much in the world, and was able to quickly steel himself. He stood his ground, and just as the Baldy's fist was about to hit him, his eyes lit up and he twisted his body and struck out. A muffled bang sounded out in the quiet factory. Qin Feng maintained his stance after striking with his fist, while the Baldy doubled over. At first, he had forgotten about the immense pain in his abdomen and looked at Qin Feng in fear and shock. Who could have thought that this guy would be so strong? He stood there without moving, and yet had taken him down with a single hit? The Baldy de Fin Itely wouldn't have believed that something like that was possible if he hadn't personally seen and experienced what had just happened. The person in front of him and the useless young Master Qin he had heard about seemed like 2 completely different people. The Scarface and the Blondie stared with wide eyes, looking at this scene in shock. They were so dumbfounded that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. That strike had been clean and fast, vigorous and mighty. That was the evaluation the Scarface and the Blondie gave Qin Feng's attack. Who would have thought that this brat was hiding his strength this entire time? This punch caused the Scarface and the Blondie to raise their alertness against Qin Feng. The gazes they cast him no longer carried condescension, and they became serious. The Scarface hurriedly gave the Blondie a meaningful look, indicating that they would go together and kill this brat. The Scarface and the Blondie were like 2 starving wolves, and they howled as they sprang at Qin Feng. After seeing the effects of his punch, Qin Feng felt much more confident. Looking at the 2 people leaping towards him, he calmly smiled and suddenly sped up as he also leapt towards them. Bang bang! As the 3 people collided, 2 sounds rang out. In the next second, Qin Feng landed and stood straight as a javelin. Scarface and the other brute had each taken a punch from Qin Feng and fell to the ground. The Thunder Tiger fists were incredibly overbearing and powerful, and the 2 of them felt as if their inner organs had all shifted from the impact of that punch. It was simply a fight that had finished before it began. Fudge, this Lil grandson's been pretending to be weak. Who would have thought he was hiding such power? No wonder the higher-ups haven't been doing anything. Even they aren't entirely confident they can deal with Qin Feng. Seeing this, Mada who had been hiding in the shadows the whole time, felt incredibly flabbergasted. His expression darkened. Could it really be that he wouldn't have an opportunity to ravage Yun Xiao tonight? However, when he thought of Yun Xiao's sexy figure, he simply wasn't willing to give up this opportunity. You're good at fighting, huh? I, your elder, will execute you with a bullet, and I'll be able to complete my task early. After going through some internal conflict, a cold smile appeared on Mada Hu's savage face. A silver pistol appeared in his hand with the barrel pointing towards Qin Feng's back. Suddenly, a dart flew towards him like a bolt of lightning. Before Mada Hu could pull the trigger, the dart pierced through his wrist. He dropped the pistol in pain and hurriedly scrambled away. A man in his 50s stood in a shadowy corner. The hairs at his temples were white, and he had extraordinarily sharp eyes with a somber expression. He was Uncle Fu, the bodyguard that Qin Huang had arranged for to protect Qin Feng. He had always been protecting Qin Feng from the shadows. Luckily he reacted in time and was able to save Qin Feng's life. If anything happened to Qin Feng, Uncle Fu simply didn't know how he could face Qin Huang. After inwardly breathing out a sigh of relief, Uncle Fu's eyes lit up. He had seen Qin Feng fight with the 3 thugs, and felt incomparably shocked. Even Uncle Fu, who had been protecting Qin Feng for more than 10 years, didn't know when he had learned such a powerful external fighting technique. Moreover, from the moves Qin Feng had executed, it seemed that he had been training for at least 10 years. This was completely incomprehensible. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and made a call. Uncle Fu, did something happen to Feng Er? As the call connected, a strong and solid voice sounded out. After receiving a call from Uncle Fu so late in the night, Qin Huang was worried that Feng Er had landed in trouble again. Mr. Qin, don't worry, the young master is fine. However, Uncle Fu has something important to report to Mr. Qin. Hearing that Qin Feng was fine, Qin Huang felt relieved and he replied with a loud and clear voice, "Speak." Mr. Qin, the young master seems to have secretly learned an external fighting technique. It seems to be a top-quality external fist technique. What? As the richest man in the Acropolis city, Qin Huang had experienced many storms before. He didn't even blink when conducting transactions worth tens of millions of dollars, but currently, he felt as if he had been struck by thunder. He leapt up from the sofa in excitement, exclaiming, "Feng Er learned an external fist technique?" However, Qin Huang's face quickly fell, saying in a low voice, "Impossible, when Feng Er was born, I asked someone to check. It's impossible for him to train in martial arts." Mr. Qin, if I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. However, he really has trained to a satisfactory level in an external fist technique and defeated 3 thugs in just a single breath. I judge that he has been training for at least 10 years from his movements. Shock. Complete and utter shock. Qin Huang knew that Uncle Fu wouldn't casually lie, and there was no reason for him to lie about such a thing. Since he had seen it with his own eyes, then this matter was most likely true. In his joy and excitement, Qin Huang almost forgot to breathe. After remaining silent for a few moments, he resolutely said, "Uncle Fu, from today onwards, I want you to be following and protecting Feng Er 24/7. If any new situation arises, let me know immediately." After hanging up, Qin Huang wasn't able to calm himself down for a long time. Whenever he thought to Feng Er secretly learning an external fist technique, and to a satisfactory level, he almost wept tears of joy. He stood with his hands behind his back in front of the French window of the penthouse apartment. From here, he could see almost half of the night scenery of the Acropolis city. Su, our son Feng Er can practice martial arts now, and has learned an external fist technique. I knew that our child was like you and inherited your genes. Su, are you doing well over there? Teardrops gathered in Qin Huang's eyes, and his voice was filled with happiness as well as a tinge of melancholy. Originally, Qin Huang had given up on helping Feng Er take the position of the junior master at the Qin family's clan gathering in a year. However, he had now seen new hope. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, A Great Injustice. Achoo! Qin Feng didn't know of the things Uncle Fu had done in the shadows. A cold gust blew past and he couldn't resist sneezing. This wasn't a good place to stay. He smirked as he looked at the 3 thugs on the ground who were in too much pain to get up. He looked around at his surroundings but didn't find Mata Hu. It seemed that he needed to find that guy to drink some tea sometime. Beautiful teacher, let's go. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao in glee. He was sure that after saving her twice, she would definitely leap into his arms. Since it was so cold here, this young master would deign to hug her. Piss off by yourself. I definitely won't leave with you. Not only did she not throw herself at him, she actually coldly cursed at him. Are you leaving or not? I'll really leave without you. Qin Feng replied unenthusiastically, his excitement immediately extinguished. In the end, Yun Xiao didn't reply to him as she turned and ran. She was certain that Qin Feng was a shameless sexual predator. How could she leave with him? Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly complain. Why did these quests have to mess with him so much? Looking at Yun Xiao gradually getting further away, Qin Feng quickly chased after her. By this point, Yun Xiao completely hated Qin Feng and wouldn't get into his car no matter what. After struggling for a bit, Qin Feng became annoyed and picked her up and put her into the Lamborghini. Qin Feng, you beast. I want to get off. Let me get off. After getting in the car, Yun Xiao became even more enraged. She continuously hit Qin Feng. causing him to almost drive into a D several times. I say, Teacher Yun, I risked my life to save you from those 3 beasts. Not only did you not throw yourself to me in thanksgiving or give me a kiss, why do you have to make such an unreasonable scene? In the end, Qin Feng was still a spoilt young master, and couldn't stand Yun Xiao making a ruckus like this. Throw myself to you in thanksgiving? I'd rather die, Yun Xiao said as she coldly harumphed, leaning towards the door so she could avoid Qin Feng. Her eyes were filled with scorn and disgust as she said, Young Master Qin, you don't need to act. Weren't those 3 thugs your henchmen? Next time, if you want to put on the act of a hero saving a beauty, try to be a bit more convincing, alright? You want me to kiss you? I'd rather kiss a pig. You think I'm an idiot? When you first came in, you said you wanted to join those bastards and toy with me as well. You're all a bunch of beasts. Join them, my ass. Qin Feng repeatedly cursed inwardly. If I wasn't so magnanimous and forgiving, I'd just throw you out in some deserted place so a drunkard could carry you home. He really wanted to open up Yun Xiao's head to see if there was something wrong with her brain. Could it be that a woman's beauty and her intelligence were really inversely proportionate? After all, he had only said those things to make those thugs let down their guard. Moreover, risking his life to act out a hero saving a beauty? What a joke. Teacher Yun Xiao, I said that I wanted to join them so I could trick them. Did you really believe that? At this point, Qin Feng simply wanted to laugh and cry. He felt that a great injustice had been done to him. Of course I believed it. I don't trust a single word from your lips, but I wholeheartedly believe that you meant those words. I'll say it again. Let me out of the car or I'll call the police. If Qin Feng wasn't driving so fast, Yun Xiao probably would have opened the door and jumped out. Stop hitting me. Where do you live? I just want to safely send you home. Is that not all right? Qin Feng drove with one hand as he fended Yun Xiao off with his other hand. Yun Xiao suddenly stopped hitting him as she looked at him in surprise. She fell silent for a moment before coldly replying, Sky Scene Park. I don't believe that you're so good-natured to take me home. I can't believe that you're so shameless that you'd lay your hand on your teacher. You'll definitely receive punishment. Zhe. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Qin Feng became annoyed again. Just as he was about to angrily retort back, a cold electronic voice sounded out in his mind. Ding. The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Make Teacher Yun Xiao have a favorable impression of you. Quest time limit. 10 days. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 hedonist points. Failing will cause all of the girls around the host to despise him for 1 year. Qin Feng trembled and almost crashed into another car. Before he had completed the quest to rescue Yun Xiao, he had received an even more difficult quest. She thought that he wanted to rape her, and yet he was still expected to make her have a favorable impression of him. Qin Feng almost wept. On the way back to her house, neither of them were in the mood to talk. Qin Feng drove as quickly as possible and half an hour later, the Lamborghini Batmobile stopped outside Sky Scene Park. Yun Xiao looked at the familiar scenery outside, then looked at Qin Feng's smiling and handsome face. She fell into a bit of a daze. This guy had really brought her home? He didn't try to make a move on her? She simply couldn't believe what was happening until she had left the car. She walked as fast as possible in her high heels towards the district's gates. Gazing at Yun Xiao, who looked like a frightened rabbit running away, Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, then started to drive towards the royal clubhouse. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Little Pink Piggy. Lin Bei was wearing a pristine white bathrobe as she walked out of the bathroom. A complicated look surfaced in her eyes as she looked around the empty room 888. The bathrobe only covered the most intimate areas of her body while her white legs, neck and shoulders were exposed. Her skin was rosy white without blemish, and any man who saw so much of her skin exposed would not be able to resist becoming excited. Lin Bei stepped on the snow-white wool carpet and sat down on the bed. She lowered her head onto her shoulder as her eyes became misty. Drip. A clear teardrop fell onto the wool carpet, creating a small wet path. Lin Bei bit her red lips and gripped the bedsheets as a feeling of self-loathing came over her. From tonight onwards she would no longer be a pure girl. However, her mother was in hospital and in dire need of an operation. The money that was promised for the demolition of their home had never come in. The manager in charge of the development wanted to take advantage of her, deliberately making things difficult for the mother and daughter. After thinking about it, the look in Lin Beibei's eyes became resolute. A single transaction would earn her $100,000, which was enough to bring back her mother's health and for them to rent a good home. It was worth it. After thinking about this, Lin Beibei gritted her teeth and untied the bathrobe belt. Whoosh! The white bathrobe fell to the ground, causing her petite, yet curvaceous body to be exposed. Lin Beibei turned off the lights and silently lay on one side of the bed. Within the darkness and silence of the room, she felt perturbed as she waited for the man who would take away her purity. Young Master Qin, you've come. Half an hour later, Qin Feng's Batmobile stopped outside of the royal clubhouse. He casually handed the keys to the smiling bellboy and walked into the clubhouse. The royal clubhouse was one of the places that Qin Feng frequented. He had his own personal room, room 888, which was a presidential suite. He took the familiar route to room 888, swiped his room card and opened the door. As Qin Feng walked in, he kicked off his leather shoes and took off his shirt and pants. He was left in his boxers as he excitedly sprang towards the bed. On the way back, the system had announced that he had completed the quest to rescue Yun Xiao, and had rewarded him 50 hedonist points, making him feel very excited. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has been opened. Just as Qin Feng began to think, the cold electronic voice sounded in his head, and a light blue crystal screen appeared in his mind. Looking at the number of hedonist points he had, Qin Feng felt absolutely delighted. Could it be that this young master's new heaven-defying life was about to begin tonight? Qin Feng started to hurriedly look through the item exchange. However, as soon as he started to look at the cost of all of the items, his excitement instantly disappeared. There were 6 grades of items that could be exchanged from the item exchange: elementary, intermediate, advanced, king, emperor, and god. Qin Feng only looked at the elementary grade items, but already felt like smashing his head into a wall. Even a normal strength potion costed 100 hedonist points, and elementary techniques, weapons, and skills costed hundreds of hedonist points. Some of them were in the thousands range, and most intermediate grade items were in the 10,000s. As for the items above king grade, the number of zeros in their prices caused Qin Feng to feel dizzy. It was difficult to even count them. Goddamn, after all that effort I can only buy a pig? This system has been screwing me over for a while now. Could it be that the system wanted him to have a barbecue? After looking through the elementary items, the only thing that Qin Feng found could be bought with 50 hedonist points was a pet. The description was as follows. System pet. Pink piggy. HP 1. Battle power 0. Agility 0. Skills unknown. Spirituality. Currently none. Grade. Elementary unawakened pet combined with hedonist sovereign system NPC function. Seeing that his hard-earned 50 hedonist points could only be exchanged for a cute, pink pig the size of a palm, Qin Feng almost fainted in anger. What was even worse was that this pig's stats were 0 in almost everything, and looked quite useless. Just as he was about to explode in anger, something cool and soft suddenly pressed up against his body, causing the fury in his heart to instantly disperse. Instead, a fire began to burn within the lower half of his body. As the hedonist young master Qin Feng, he immediately realized that what was pressing up against him was a girl. What's more, she was completely naked, had flawless skin, as well as a great figure. Qin Feng suddenly remembered Manager Lu's words. Manager Lu had mentioned that one of the beauties of the Acropolis University was waiting in his room, but because Qin Feng had been preoccupied with the matter with Yun Xiao, he had forgotten about this. Beautiful girl. Let this young master taste you. Qin Feng suddenly laughed lewdly and felt the suppleness of the girl against him. He unhesitatingly flipped himself on top of her, and prepared to do some relaxing. Lin Beibei cried out in shock as a multitude of different emotions rose up within her. She had seen the man enter the room and get into the bed. However, after seeing that he wasn't doing anything, she gritted her teeth and pushed herself against him, wanting to get this over and done with. However, this had caused this stranger to become excited. He had flipped himself on top of her and started to touch her body. Lin Beibei's beautiful eyes started to tear up. She thought that she had been prepared, but the instant the man touched her, she regretted her decision. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The sorrowful little sister Lin. No. Let me go. Please let me go. I want to go home, let me go. Lin Beibei tearfully pleaded. Qin Feng's body stiffened. Why did this voice sound so familiar? There were a few decent beauties at the Acropolis University, and he had taken notice of most of them. He definitely knew this person, so he hurriedly turned on the bedside light and looked to see who it was. He wondered which beauty had come to the royal clubhouse to sell her virginity. When he saw the girl's beautiful face and the tears in her eyes, Qin Feng's mouth violently twitched and he almost fell off the bed. Lin Beibei. Qin Feng. Under the gentle light, the two pairs of eyes stared at each other in shock. It was as if time had stopped, creating a strange scene. Qin Feng never would have thought that the beauty who had come to the royal clubhouse to sell her virginity was actually his beautiful deskmate, Lin Beibei. His impression of her was that she was someone who was not interested in wealth or power, so how could she sell herself here? Although Qin Feng was a hedonistic sensualist, he only ever engaged in consensual exchanges. Lin Beibei was even more surprised to find that the person who was going to pay $100,000 for her virginity was Qin Feng. However, after thinking about his reputation, Lin Beibei did not feel as shocked. Lin Beibei. What are you doing here? The fiery passion in Qin Feng's body disappeared, and he frowned as he asked her in a serious tone. Although he was a loose sensualist, he still wasn't willing to see such a pure girl like Lin Beibei come to this sort of place to sell herself. Lin Beibei's sexy lips opened and closed, but she didn't manage to say anything. Everything had happened too suddenly, and she had not been prepared. Qin Feng was hedonist, but deep down he was a kind person. Although he was infatuated with beauties, he had never forced anyone to do anything against their will. Compared to those chubby, lascivious, middle-aged men, Qin Feng seemed much more appealing with his sword-like eyebrows, aura of a noble, and his angular, handsome face. Lin Beibei suddenly found that he didn't seem as vile as he once did. What did it matter who took her virginity? Giving it to Qin Feng was much better than a strange, middle-aged man. Thinking to her mother's operation, Lin Beibei gritted her teeth, made up her mind and shyly looked at Qin Feng as she playfully pouted. Qin Feng, can you please be gentle? It's my first time and I'm afraid it might hurt. Before Qin Feng could react in time, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pushed her soft and damp lips against his mouth. Their bodies pressed together tightly, causing Qin Feng's breathing to become ragged. However, from Lin Beibei's stiff kiss, it was evident that this was the first time she had done this. Qin Feng's body immediately reacted to this beauty who was seducing him. However, within his heart, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Why was it that when he wanted her, he couldn't have her, and when she was finally giving herself to him, he couldn't go through with it? Qin Feng suddenly felt that the heavens must be toying around with him. This was simply unfair. Lin Beibei, do you know what you're doing? Qin Feng suppressed the fire burning within him and pushed aside Lin Beibei as he got off the bed. He loved beauties, but even an idiot could tell that Lin Beibei wasn't completely willing to go through with this. She was probably having some secret issues. Standing at the side of the bed, Qin Feng faced away from Lin Beibei as he coldly said, "Hurry up and put your clothes on, or I might regret my decision." Lin Beibei felt shocked, and looked at Qin Feng's back with misty eyes. She simply didn't know what he was thinking. Could it be that she wasn't pretty or sexy enough? Large teardrops began to pitifully fall onto the bed sheets. Before she had come here, she had imagined all sorts of scenarios about her body being defiled. However, she never thought that she would be rejected like this. "Qin Feng, today you announced that you were going to chase me. Is that still true?" Lin Beibei was not in a hurry to put on her clothes as her eyes sparkled with teardrops. Even she didn't believe that Qin Feng's confession had been sincere. However, she could only thicken her skin and bet on it. If Qin Feng truly felt that way towards her, She was willing to wholeheartedly follow Qin Feng and become his woman. It was the only way she would be willing to forgive herself for tonight's conduct. Qin Feng wasn't quite sure how to answer that question. He awkwardly turned around to look at Lin Bei. It wasn't that she wasn't good enough, but that he had become used to his sensualistic lifestyle. He had never thought about sincerely dating someone before. I was joking, please don't take it seriously. A sensualistic hedonist like me isn't good enough for you. Qin Feng didn't want to lie to the pure Lin Bei, so he could only tell the truth. Drip. More crystalline teardrops fell on the bedsheet, covering it with flowers of tears. Lin Bei was biting her lips so hard that they almost began to bleed, and she twisted her nails into her palms. She simply couldn't understand why Qin Feng had rejected her. Could it be that his confession to her was just some game that these rich princelings liked to play? The room lapsed into silence, and a cold, emotionless voice sounded out, "Young Master Qin, I'm leaving." Lin Bei got off the bed, exposing her body fully to Qin Feng. However, she didn't care at all. Her eyes had become dim, and she looked like a soulless puppet as she slowly put on her clothes. After putting on her clothes, Lin Bei trudged out of the room with her head lowered, not even looking at Qin Feng. After seeing this, Qin Feng felt quite uncomfortable. For him, who was so unrestrained in his pleasures, he simply couldn't accept these feelings from Lin Bei. Chapter 10. Chapter 10: The Talking Pig. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Resolve Lin Bei's worries and make Lin Bei the host's girlfriend. Quest time limit: 30 days. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 300 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host not coming into contact with any females for 3 years. Fudge! Qin Feng was feeling a bit down and drinking wine on the bed, but he leapt to his feet after hearing this. The punishment for this quest was simply too outrageous. He would be better off just dying. Qin Feng immediately took out his phone and made a call. "Uncle Fu, please make sure you pay attention. My classmate Lin Bei is about to go out. Yes, make sure she gets home safely. Don't let anything happen to her. Also, help me get some information on her," Qin Feng said hurriedly. "Roger, young master." Uncle Fu frowned slightly. Qin Feng had been acting quite strangely recently. First, he had used a top-quality external fist technique, and then had gotten involved in the trifling matters of 2 women, Yun Xiao and Lin Bei. This was completely different to the Qin Feng that Uncle Fu had known for over 10 years. Before, he wouldn't have cared so much about a woman. He would do the deed with them, then say goodbye, usually forever. However, this was Qin Feng's personal life. Uncle Fu shook his head and didn't dwell on it. He calmly replied, "Young master, there will be a cocktail party at the Royal Hotel tomorrow. Many of Acropolis City's young masters will be there. Do you want to go as well?" "Can't be bothered," Qin Feng immediately replied. He had no interest in going to those pretentious gatherings. "The Zhao family's heiress Ling Xian will be there tomorrow," Uncle Fu reminded. In that case, remind me when it's time and take me by car." Qin Feng's decision immediately changed. When he thought to the quest regarding Zhao Ling Xian, which was to make her have a favorable impression of him, he couldn't help but agree to go. After hanging up, Qin Feng sent a photo of Lin Bei that he had secretly taken during class. She looked extremely cute and pure, as well as strikingly beautiful. Qin Feng felt that they were 2 different people after thinking about her tearful expression from the night before in comparison to this smiling photo. Uncle Fu received the photo and memorized Lin Bei's face. He couldn't help but sigh in awe. The women Qin Feng were interested were all amazing and unique, and were all simply exquisite. Qin Feng threw his phone to the side, and lay on his large bed. He couldn't cast away Lin Bei's figure from his mind, and he sighed. He couldn't really express how he was feeling. He had actually acted like an upright gentleman. Master, this little pink piggy is hungry. What the frick?" Suddenly, a childish voice sounded out in Qin Feng's mind, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Qin Feng stared, dumbfounded at the little pig that was rolling around in his mind and trying to act cute. This pig could talk. Humph, master, don't look down on me. I'm an omnipotent and intelligent pig, the little piggy retorted as it pouted. Qin Feng became more and more shocked. He hadn't said anything out loud. Could it be that this little piggy could hear his thoughts? This was simply too terrifying. What if it decided to wow all of Qin Feng's sensualistic experiences? There was enough to make thousands of AV films. Little piggy, you can speak to me telepathically? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Of course. I already said that I'm omnipotent, said the little pig as it proudly raised its head and front hooves. Its actions were incredibly simple and cute, causing Qin Feng to laugh. So I bought you for 50 hedonist points. What can you do? Master, I can do so much. The little pig became excited and started to ramble. After buying me, Master can now receive multiple quests. Moreover, most quests won't be forced on Master anymore. Instead, Master will have the right to choose. The severity of the punishments will also be reduced by half, and I can provide reasonable and realistic plans for Master to level up. When I awaken and grow up, I can even fight by Master's side. Tell me I'm really powerful, aren't I? The little pig proudly said as it raised its head. Qin Feng became incredibly excited. He thought that he had just thrown away the 50 hedonist points, but it was so worth it. Little piggy, what exactly is this system? Where did it come from? The system is an advanced technique that combined a game with reality, allowing the host to play out a game in real life. The system allows the host to continuously improve and enhance his body, becoming peerless and unrivaled. As for where this system came from, Master, your level is too low, so you can't have that information. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, asking, my level is too low? I can level up? The little pig lightly hopped onto Qin Feng's body and lay down in a comfortable position. It seemed that it was going to talk for a long time. Qin Feng even began to consider whether he should call over a masseuse or two and listen to the little pig's story while receiving a massage and drinking some wine. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Lin Bei Bei's Troubles. Host realms are split into Hedonist Mortal, Hedonist Warrior, Hedonist Ancient, and Hedonist Sovereign. Each realm is split from rank 1 to rank 9. By spending hedonist points, Master can raise his hedonist level. Spending 1 hedonist point promotes you to a rank 1 hedonist mortal. Spending 10 hedonist points promotes you to a rank 2 hedonist mortal. Spending 100 hedonist points promotes you to a rank 3 hedonist mortal, and so on and so forth. Master has spent 50 hedonist points, so Master is now a rank 2 hedonist mortal. Different realms and ranks are able to purchase different things in the item exchange. As expected, the little pig rambled for quite a long time. However, Qin Feng was able to understand most of it, and he began to comprehend this system. It sounded quite powerful and amazing. Master, this little piggy has spoken a lot, and I'm really hungry now. Quickly let me out so I can eat. You can come out? Qin Feng was flabbergasted. As Qin Feng gave the mental order, he found that the cute, pink pig disappeared from his mind, and he could suddenly feel hooves screwing on his shoulder. It really could come out. The little pig slid down from Qin Feng's arm and jumped onto the wool carpet. It stuck out its little bottom as it excitedly ran around the room, seemingly curious about every inch of the room. Qin Feng, who was exhausted from a long day, tiredly smiled. He found some food and placed it on the ground, and without paying any more attention to the little pig, he went to bed to get some sleep. The next morning, Qin Feng was woken up by a call from Uncle Fu. Who is it? Don't disturb this young master's sleep, otherwise you'll have your dick chopped off, Qin Feng mumbled. He was still half asleep, and didn't bother to open his eyes. On the other side, Uncle Fu, who was in his 50s, tensed his legs when he heard this punishment. He had never felt nervous even when facing powerful enemies, and yet his entire face was red. After pausing for a moment, Uncle Fu continued to speak. Young master, it's Uncle Fu. I've prepared the information on Lin Bei Bei. I'll wait for you in the Royal Clubhouse's main hall. I don't care who you are. Anyone who disturbs my sleep will have the Uncle Fu, haha, I'll immediately come down. Pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Feng immediately woke up. Although Uncle Fu was his bodyguard, he had an important status within the Qin family. Even Qin Feng's father, Qin Huang, treated Uncle Fu with utmost respect. Moreover, Uncle Fu had watched Qin Feng grow up and was like a real uncle to Qin Feng. He simply didn't dare to withhold any of the respect due. Qin Feng cast aside his bedsheets and found that the little pig sleeping on his chest was nearly thrown off as well. Qin Feng smiled and gave a mental order, and the little pig disappeared back into the hedonist sovereign system. After quickly washing up, Qin Feng put on a pink blazer, looking fresh and handsome. He drank a cup of milk before rushing down to the main hall. "Good morning, Uncle Fu." Seeing Uncle Fu, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. However, Uncle Fu looked at him with the same expression as ever, as if nothing had happened. After greeting each other, they walked out of the royal clubhouse and got into a company Mercedes-Benz. Uncle Fu drove as he talked. "Young master, Miss Lin is 20 years old this year, and was born in the Acropolis city. She's currently a first year at the Acropolis University, and her father died in a car crash when she was young. Her mother was diagnosed with stomach cancer at the beginning of the year, and is being treated at the Acropolis City First Hospital. Miss Lin was living in the Northside's development zone, and her home was demolished 2 months ago. However, the compensation still hasn't been given to her family. It seems that someone has been manipulating things in the background." Only after Uncle Fu started to go through her information in depth did Qin Feng realize how difficult Lin Beibei's life was. He suddenly realized why Lin Beibei had come to the royal clubhouse last night to sell herself. She had definitely run into a situation where she had no other options. "Uncle Fu, how much does Lin Beibei need for her mother's operation?" "The operation alone is $100,000. The recuperating expenses after that might cost even more." $100,000 for the operation, the amount of money she would have received for selling her body. "Did you find out who was supposed to give her the compensation for her home being demolished?" Lin Beibei's petite and delicate figure appeared in Qin Feng's mind, and he had a sudden urge to protect her as he icily asked. "Yes, it's Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager, Chao Yang," Uncle Fu said after a slight pause. Qin Feng had never heard of Chao Yang before, but he was incredibly familiar with Eternal Abundance Real Estate. It was one of the companies under his father's royal group. As if he saw the change in Qin Feng's expression, Uncle Fu continued to speak. "The development project in the Acropolis City's North Districts was managed by the Eternal Abundance Real Estate that belongs to Mr. Qin. Chao Yang was put in charge of this project, but he colluded with the architects and builders to skimp on the materials. Because he was attracted by Miss Lin's beauty, but was rejected by Miss Lin, he went out of his way to make trouble for the Lin family's mother and daughter. He limited their compensation to the absolute minimum, and stalled giving them the money. Miss Lin's mother is in dire need of the operation, so in order to quickly earn enough money, Miss Lin came to the royal clubhouse last night." Uncle Fu stopped speaking because Qin Feng had understood. This Chao Yang was vermin in the company, and Qin Feng wanted to use Lin Beibei's quest to also get rid of him on the way. "Uncle Fu, quick, to the Acropolis City's first hospital." Chapter 12. Chapter 12. People who must not be offended. Lin Beibei was surrounded by a group of people in Building 3 of the Acropolis City First Hospital's inpatient department. She wiped the tears off her face and pleaded with the doctor next to her. "Dr. Zhang, my mother just had an operation and needs to recover. Please let her stay in the intensive care ward for now. I'll take care of the money in a few days and give it to the hospital." "Young lady, it's not that I'm heartless, but the hospital's rules state that without paying enough money, we simply can't give you a room," Dr. Zhang said as he pushed up his glasses, revealing an expression of helplessness. Next to Lin Beibei stood a row of hooligans. These people had just been in a gang fight, and had come to the hospital to be paid up. Upon seeing the pure and beautiful Lin Beibei, they stopped next to her. Their leader was a vulgar-looking man with a dyed afro, and was wearing a singlet and shorts. His triangular eyes darted up and down Lin Beibei's body, which made him feel quite excited. "Haha, beautiful girl, asking for payment for a room is right and proper. It's fine if you don't have money. Big brother will lend you some as long as you come for a drink for me tonight and have some fun. That money isn't a big deal." The afrohead seized the opportunity. He stroked his chin as he shamelessly ogled Lin Beibei's body, smiling vulgarly. Lin Beibei had long since noticed this ill-intentioned man and her eyes flashed with contempt. She glared at the Afrohead, ignoring him and the others, and continued to plead with Dr. Zhang. Beautiful girl, no matter how much you plead, it's useless if you don't have money. The Afrohead grinned as he walked in between Lin Beibei and Dr. Zhang, spreading out his arms to prevent her from chasing after him. Seeing that Dr. Zhang was about to turn the corner and disappear, Lin Beibei became so anxious that she began to tear up. These hooligans wouldn't leave her alone, making it difficult for her to get rid of them. What do you want? Lin Beibei was usually gentle and well-natured, but she was now furious. The Afrohead had hung around for a while, so he more or less understood the situation. This girl's mother was in hospital, but they couldn't afford to pay the hospital fees. This sort of family definitely didn't have any wealth or power which suited his tastes. Beautiful girl, how about this? This big brother will pay your mother's hospital fees, and you'll be Big Brother's woman. Big Brother's a famous figure in the underworld. Being with me is equivalent to 8 lives of fortune for you. Big Brother will make you dance in ecstasy every night. Beautiful girl, are you willing? The Afrohead beamed, with his eyes fixed on Lin Beibei's chest. He looked extremely confident, as if Lin Beibei was already his and couldn't possibly get away. His pig trotter of a hand reached over, attempting to raise Lin Beibei's chin. Lin Beibei's face immediately darkened. She had endured much over the recent period of time, but this pushed her over the edge. Piss off. All of you piss off. Fudge, your elder has never been rejected by a woman he's taken an interest in before. Since you won't take my good intentions, I'll show you what the consequences are. Seeing that he had been cursed at by a girl in front of his brothers, the Afrohead's smile immediately disappeared and he evilly laughed. Brothers, this girlie is quite pretty. We'll take her back and taste her together. His words evoked a wave of laughter. As his brothers began to make a ruckus, he walked closer to Lin Beibei, who hurriedly stepped back. After taking only 2 steps, she bumped into someone else. A familiar masculine scent wafted into her nose, which she surprisingly didn't dislike. Haha. So it turns out that there are also men as perfect as this young master, who never fail at getting the women they want. Qin Feng, who had just arrived, laughed as he spoke. His eyes momentarily flashed with a murderous intent, which quickly disappeared. Qin Feng? Just as Lin Beibei was about to struggle out of the man's embrace, she suddenly discovered that it was Qin Feng. Her mind became blank as she exploded in frustration, but as she lay in Qin Feng's embrace, the warmth caused her frightened heart to gradually calm down. Brat, which gang are you from? These big brothers have things to do, so you better quickly leave. Seeing that a busybody had barged in, the Afrohead shot him a furious glare, as if he wanted to devour him. However, Qin Feng's clothes suggested that he was probably from a rich or powerful family. The Afrohead didn't want to offend such a person, so he tried instead to quickly scare him away. Haha, this young master isn't part of a gang. But there are legends of me in the underworld. I heard quite a lot of bull crap over here, so I came over to see which dog it was that was being so unruly. Qin Feng had seen and been through so much. How could he be scared by these little hooligans? The Afrohead was mentally quite slow, and only now realized what Qin Feng's words meant. This brat was insinuating that he was spouting bull crap, and had insulted him by calling him a dog. The Afrohead exploded in anger and roared as he rushed towards Qin Feng. Brothers, kill this stinking brat who thinks he's hot stuff. The 6 of them blocked the narrow corridor and the 5 hooligans sprang towards Qin Feng like hungry wolves. The scene looked quite terrifying. After receiving the Thunder Tiger fists, he had become much more powerful. Even if he had to personally act, it would not be difficult for him to take down these 5 people. What was more, Uncle Fu was right behind him. Qin Feng didn't know that Uncle Fu was aware of him knowing martial arts. It was difficult to explain the system, so he looked towards Uncle Fu, who understood his intentions. Uncle Fu's feet lightly tapped the ground and shot towards them like a fish in water. Qin Feng knew just how powerful Uncle Fu was. Although Qin Feng had the Thunder Tiger fists, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to defeat Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was as fast as lightning and his fists were like gusts of wind. Whenever he scored a direct hit, a loud, colliding sound would ring out, as well as pitiful cries. In just a few breaths of time, the 5 thugs had all fallen to the ground, bending over as they moaned in pain. Uncle Fu had now returned to original position behind Qin Feng, and stood as straight as a pine tree. His expression was incredibly calm, as if nothing had happened. "Uncle Fu, please take care of the necessary paperwork," Qin Feng said. Uncle Fu nodded and dialed a number, then walked out. The 5 people on the ground scowled miserably and were clearly furious. They had been thugs for a long time and often got into fights. Normally, they were the ones doing the bullying. When had they ever been bullied before? Today, they had been easily taken care of by an ordinary-looking old man, which gave them the urge to ram themselves into a wall and die. If this matter was spread, they would lose all face in the underworld. "Big Brother Biao, it's me, Blackie. We were beaten up by someone in the first hospital. We told them about you, but not only did they not give us face, but attacked us savagely. Big Brother Biao, you have to come and teach these guys a lesson and give your subordinates justice." After remaining silent for a while, the Afrohead began to call for reinforcements. Perhaps it was because the Big Brother Biao was quite powerful or important, but after hanging up, the thugs became arrogant again. They all stared fixedly at Qin Feng, as if they were afraid that he would escape. "Brat, you're dead this time. Big Brother Biao's already heading this way. Your elder will have you know that there are people in this city who must not be offended." "Is that so? Then this young master is quite interested to see who it is. Tell him to hurry up, otherwise I might leave after taking care of my matters here." "Shay." Qin Feng coldly smiled as he looked at the Afrohead and the others as if they were idiots. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Accepting a Quest 1. We'll let you be arrogant for a while. When Big Brother Biao comes, you won't even have the chance to cry, the Afrohead coldly said. At this moment a white-haired, elderly man hurried over to Qin Feng's side. He was the first hospital's director, Fong Wentian. "Young Master Qin, it's a misunderstanding. A simple misunderstanding. This was our hospital's fault, and as the director of the first hospital, I'll take responsibility." Fong Wentian would never have imagined that Qin Feng would personally come to the hospital for a girl who couldn't afford the fees. His father, Qin Huang, donated much of the first hospital's medical equipment every year, and had invested more than $100 million over the past few years. Even Director Fong didn't dare to offend him. Director Fong's being too serious. "Thanks for taking the trouble to come all the way here for something small like this." Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't angry, Fong Wentian inwardly released the breath he was holding as he quickly replied, No, it's the right thing to do. Don't worry, young Master Qin. I've personally arranged everything. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." At this moment, Uncle Fu calmly returned to Qin Feng's side and said, "Young Master, everything's been taken care of." Upon seeing Uncle Fu, Fong Wentian's body slightly trembled, his heart full of shock. As someone from the older generation, he had heard much of Uncle Fu during his glory days. For such a legendary figure to be willing to serve Qin Huang and act as a bodyguard, it showed just how powerful and influential the Qin family was in the Acropolis city. Afrohead, who was still lying on the ground and unable to get up, suddenly felt a sense of regret. Less than 10 minutes after Qin Feng had arrived, the director had personally rushed over with a big smile on his face. The power he wielded was simply shocking. He had already regretted angering Qin Feng, but since things had turned out like this, he could only pray that Big Brother Biao would quickly bring people over. That way there would still be room for negotiation. The one who was the most shocked was Lin Bei, who was still in Qin Feng's embrace. The moment she saw Qin Feng, she felt as if she was dreaming an incredibly long and realistic dream. Although Lin Bei had long since known of Qin Feng's background, this was the first time she had witnessed the power that it carried. After seeing the director of the first hospital act so courteously, she felt incredibly shocked and grateful towards Qin Feng. Not only did he allow her to preserve her purity, he had even ordered someone to drive her to the hospital the previous night, in addition to paying the $100,000 operation fee. Today, he had personally come here and organized the procedures for her mother's recovery. Lin Beibei now felt quite confused. If Qin Feng didn't like her, why was he doing all of this? If he just wanted her body, he could have already taken it, as he had already paid the $100,000. He didn't need to go so far. Uncle Fu, what's this big brother Biao thing? Qin Feng nodded his head, satisfied that the matter with Lin Beibei's mother had been resolved. He then remembered the person that the Afrohead had mentioned and casually questioned Uncle Fu. Young master should be referring to Zhang Biao. He's a hoodlum from the Acropolis city, and isn't too influential, but he's no small fry either. He's a good fighter, but his personality is too frank and he has a fiery temper. He doesn't understand how to manage relationships with others, so he's never been able to make it big. As Uncle Fu gave Qin Feng a rundown about Zhang Biao, a fierce tiger-like roar sounded out from the corridor. Blackie, who the frick's acting up here? Zay. A colossal, muscular man with 8 lackeys following behind him strode in. A fierce tiger was tattooed on his arm and his veins bulged on his furious-looking face. His entire body exuded the aura of a bandit. If this man had lived in the Japanese resistance period, he would definitely be a king of bandits. His aura was simply too frightening. The people in his way obediently cleared a path for him, afraid that they would bring trouble on themselves. Lin Beibei, who was leaning against Qin Feng, was so scared that she started to tremble. She hurriedly grabbed onto him and worriedly said, Qin Feng, you'd better go. There's so many of them, so you'll definitely be in trouble if you don't leave. Director Feng frowned. This was a sacred hospital, and yet there were hooligans coming in to make trouble. It seemed that they were here for Qin Feng. He inwardly groaned, cursing his bad luck for something so troublesome to happen so early on in the day. Young Master Qin, I'll immediately call the hospital's security. Qin Feng glanced at the director and gently shook his head, then turned his attention back to Lin Beibei. Seeing how pitiful and weak she looked, he warmly smiled, feeling a sense of care for her. He lovingly stroked her hair as he calmly said, Don't worry, I can handle a small matter like this. Young master, this person is Zhang Biao, Uncle Fu said in a composed manner to Qin Feng. Evidently, Uncle Fu was unfazed by Zhang Biao's aura. Qin Feng sized up Zhang Biao. He was quite muscular and well-built, and his very presence would make anyone feel pressured. He indeed had the potential to become a big figure in the underworld. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest: subdue Zhang Biao. Quest time limit: 3 days. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 50 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host not being able to use the Thunder Tiger Fists for 1 month. Lil Piggy, this is also a quest from the system? I thought all of the quests were related to women? Qin Feng asked mentally in surprise. That's right, the quests from the system are all related to women, but after Master bought me, I can choose some quests for you to do. These quests can be accepted or rejected by Master. At this moment, Qin Feng realized just how useful this little pig was. It could actually give him extra quests. This way it would be much easier for him to earn Hedonist points, which was fantastic. I'll accept it. Qin Feng didn't even need to think as he unhesitatingly accepted the quest. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Accepting a Quest 2. Big Brother Biao, thank God you're here. It's those 2 brats over there. You have to avenge us. Look at how arrogant they look. They beat us up so much that even our own parents wouldn't recognize us. The arrival of Zhang Biao immediately revived the dejected Afrohead, who looked like he was seeing his father come back to life. Seeing that Zhang Biao was now walking over, Uncle Fu moved to step in front of Qin Feng, but was stopped by him. Now that he had a quest to complete, Qin Feng wanted to resolve this by himself. Zhang Biao led his followers and swaggered in front of Qin Feng. However, after seeing Qin Feng's features clearly, his expression changed and his facial muscles began to twitch. Zhang Biao clearly knew who could and couldn't be offended in the Acropolis city. The 2 people in front of him were 2 people who he never ever wanted to offend. Both of these people were from the Acropolis city's Qin family. If someone were to offend them, it would be better for them to just end their life and pray that they would be reincarnated into a good family in the next life. At this moment, Zhang Biao simply felt like killing the Afrohead. The Afrohead's status in society was simply too low, so he didn't know what was going on. Neither did he notice Zhang Biao's darkening face. Seeing that Zhang Biao was coming over, his body was filled with energy and he started to curse at Qin Feng and the others. Big brother Biao, it's these two people who are tired of living. Especially that old geezer. What are you staring at? That's right, I'm talking about you. You're in your 50s but you still attack so savagely. Not that big brother Biao's here. We'll see if you still dare to act so arrogantly. The Afrohead began to curse more and more, even mocking the other side for their lack of retaliation. He felt exhilarated, like he was floating, and any prior feelings of depression simply melted away. How could Uncle Fu be afraid to act? It was just that without Qin Feng's orders, he didn't want to bother with these clowns. Even Director Fang, seeing someone acting so ignorantly and arrogantly, was dumbfounded and covered in cold sweat. This junior was ignorant, much too ignorant. Just as the Afrohead was beginning to feel better, a heavy slap landed on his face. It was laced with savageness and he saw stars as he was sent spinning around 3 times. Zhang Biao's face was green and he silently cursed his lackeys for being so blind and ignorant. They could offend anyone they wanted, but why did they have to offend the young master of the Qin family? They even had to drag him down with them as well. What a bunch of pigs. Big brother Biao, we've hit the wrong person. It was those two over there. The Afrohead was shocked that he was the one who had been slapped. He held his burning, red face as he looked at Zhang Biao with a look of surprise. Just as he was about to open his mouth, another slap came his way, knocking out 2 of his front teeth and splattering the ground with blood. Goddammit, the one your elder wants to hit is you. You little piece of crap, open your eyes and look at who these 2 gentlemen are. They're from the Acropolis City's Qin family. Zhang Biao had used all of his strength in that slap. It was as if he wanted to kill the Afrohead before he could say any more stupid things. Acropolis City Qin family? These 4 words struck the Afrohead harder than the 2 slaps Zhang Biao had given him. The Afrohead and the other thugs all felt like they had been hit by a truck, and stared as if their eyes were going to fall out. They wouldn't have dared to do the same thing if they knew that these 2 people were from the Qin family, even if they were 10 times as brave. It was risky to offend even a doorman or a groundsman from the Qin family. Moreover, the young man in front of them was the heir of the patriarch of the Acropolis City's Qin family. The lackeys almost fainted from the shock. Young Master Qin Senior, us lowly ones had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. Dogs don't know any propriety, so please forgive us lowly ones just this once. After coming back to his senses, the Afrohead fell to his knees and begged as he kowtowed. Young Master Qin Senior, us lowly ones now know we're in the wrong. The great don't bicker with the ordinary, so please don't hold this against us. Following his lead, the other lackeys all fell to the ground and begged for mercy. The prostrated lackeys on the floor blocked the corridor. Seeing them kowtowing and pleading, Lin Bei and Director Fang were flabbergasted. A bunch of trash. Drag these reckless idiots out and teach them a lesson. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Zhang Biao felt nervous and his back was covered with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the Afrohead and the others. Then, he waved his hand to tell the people he had brought to take them out and give them a good beating. The narrow and cluttered corridor felt much wider and spacious after they exited, just leaving Zhang Biao and Qin Feng's group. You're Zhang Biao? Qin Feng calmly asked. That's right. Young Master Qin, this lowly one hasn't disciplined his followers properly. Please show mercy, Zhang Fei sincerely said as he saluted with his cupped fists. Qin Feng didn't say anything. He was currently thinking of how to subdue Zhang Biao and make him his own follower. It seemed like he could subdue Zhang Biao just by relying on his status. However, Zhang Biao was a straightforward character and valued loyalty and brotherhood. If he forced him to submit, he probably wouldn't be wholeheartedly willing to follow him. I've heard that you're pretty good at fighting. If you let me punch you once, we'll consider this matter to be over, Qin Feng solemnly said. Zhang Biao felt quite confused. Even though he had never met Qin Feng before and didn't know what sort of person he was like, the rumors said that none of the people who offended Qin Feng had been let off so easily before. Could it be that this would really be over if he let Qin Feng punch him once? Zhang Biao looked down on a good-for-nothing young master like Qin Feng. He wouldn't even be afraid of 10 punches from him, let alone a single punch. As Qin Feng spoke, the aura around him became frigid and icy. Before anyone could react, he lashed out, striking Zhang Biao's abdomen. The might of this punch was fearsome and its speed was inconceivable. A loud collision sound echoed throughout the corridor. Uncle Fu's eyes flashed and marveled as he looked at Zhang Biao staggering back 5 or 6 steps before he could steady himself. It seemed that he had underestimated the external fist technique that Qin Feng had trained in. It was ferocious and overbearing, carrying with it an irresistible force that couldn't be blocked. It was definitely a top-class external fist technique. Zhang Biao, I'll give you an opportunity to follow this young master. After Qin Feng landed his punch, he calmly spoke. He didn't use his background to force him to submit, but rather impressed him through his own strength. If he could convince Zhang Biao to capitulate, he would be a decent subordinate. Zhang Biao looked at Qin Feng in shock. He never would have thought that such a flimsy-looking body could hide such immense strength. He had heard of rumors of Qin Feng before, that he was a useless hedonistic young master, and had looked down on him. However, at this moment Qin Feng had completely earned his respect. That punch was incredibly overbearing and was shockingly fast. Zhang Biao couldn't block it at all. Thank you for giving me face. In future, if you have anything you want Biao to do, please let me know. After coming back to his senses, Zhang Biao endured the pain in his abdomen as he spoke with excitement in his eyes. With a big mountain like Qin Feng to rely on, he was destined for meteoric success. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 Rank 1 Strength Potion. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have completed the quest to subdue Zhang Biao. You have received 50 hedonist points. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have resolved one of Lin Beibei's worries. You have received 100 hedonist points. Qin Feng was overjoyed to have received 150 hedonist points. Since he had completed the quest, there was no need for Qin Feng to keep Zhang Biao hanging around. He waved his head and sent the group of people on their way. Lil Piggy, I haven't completed Lin Beibei's quest yet. So why did I receive hedonist points? Qin Feng asked as he suppressed his excitement. That's because of me, of course. After Master bought me, quests can be separated into multiple subquests. Lin Beibei's quest has been split by me into 3 subquests. Every time you complete a subquest, you can earn hedonist points immediately. Lil Piggy, you're awesome. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost wanted to give the little pig a big kiss. However, he immediately decided against this upon seeing its snotty snout. The little pig sniffled its snot as it proudly looked at Qin Feng. Now do you realize? I told you ages ago that I'm the invincible little pig. Qin Feng screwed his ear, pretending not to hear the little pig. He now had 150 hedonist points and couldn't wait to see what he could buy in the item exchange. He turned to Lin Beibei and said, Beibei, Uncle Fu has already arranged everything for Auntie's recovery, so don't worry. As for the compensation for your home being demolished, I'll sort it out for you soon. This is the room card for room 888 at the Royal Clubhouse. You can stay there for now. I've got some other things to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. It was not until Qin Feng and Uncle Fu had walked quite a distance away did Lin Beibei snap out of her daze. She looked at the room card in her hands, and her pure beautiful face flushed red. Could it be that Qin Feng still wanted her body? Could it be that he had done all of that just because he wanted her body? Lin Beibei felt a bit worried and disappointed, but also strangely a bit hopeful. Uncle Fu drove the Mercedes-Benz as Qin Feng sat at the back, and relaxed while looking out of the window. Uncle Fu, what did you think of that punch that I hit Zhang Biao with? Qin Feng suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Although he wanted to hide his power, it was impossible for him to hide it from Uncle Fu forever. After all, Uncle Fu was acting as his bodyguard 24/7. Moreover, Uncle Fu was a trustworthy person, so Qin Feng decided not to hide the Thunder Tiger fists from him. Uncle Fu felt slightly shocked. He had been meaning to ask Qin Feng about that external fist technique, but could never find the opportunity. Now that Qin Feng had brought it up, Uncle Fu nodded, replying, "Young master, your fist technique is excellent. Vigorous and overbearing like a ferocious tiger. It's just that." Uncle Fu frowned and hesitated. "What is it?" "Uncle Fu, you can be honest with me." Qin Feng suddenly sat up as he asked. "Young master's external fist technique is a top-class fist technique, but your power is a bit lacking. Currently, you're unable to completely wield this fist technique and unleash its true power." Uncle Fu's words hit home. The reason he had decided to talk to Uncle Fu about the Thunder Tiger Fists was because although he had achieved victory in these two battles, Qin Feng had found a serious problem. Just like Uncle Fu had said, when throwing punches, he felt that there was not enough strength behind them. Every time his fist struck something, his arm would ache terribly. In a battle, this would be equivalent to killing 100 enemies, but sacrificing 3,000 of one's own troops. According to my analysis, young master has already fully comprehended this fist technique styles and can freely use them. However, young master's own strength hasn't caught up. Against thugs like Zhang Biao, young master will have the advantage, but if young master runs into experts who have truly cultivated, young master will suffer loss. Zhe. Uncle Fu's unfathomable eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Since Qin Feng was able to use the fist technique so freely, he must have trained for at least 10 years. If that was the case, why had he never trained his body before? For external techniques, strength was paramount. Young master, could it be that your master only taught you the fist technique, but never taught you how to break through your limits? This sort of top-class external technique was usually something that was strictly passed down within a family or sect. As such, it wasn't quite appropriate to ask about someone's master. However, Uncle Fu was simply too curious and couldn't help himself. Ahem. Uncle Fu, my master said that I can't reveal too much, so I hope you can understand. Qin Feng gave a dry cough. Master? What master? And what was this breaking through the limits thing? Although he wanted to know what it was, he decided to act mysterious because he was afraid of revealing too much. Understood, young master. Since Qin Feng wasn't willing to say, Uncle Fu wouldn't continue to ask. Qin Feng was afraid that Uncle Fu would continue his questioning, so he returned to looking out of the window and feigned disengagement. The rest of the journey was spent in silence, until finally, the car stopped in front of the royal clubhouse. After entering the royal clubhouse, Qin Feng hurriedly rushed to room 888 and opened the Hedonist sovereign system as he lay on his bed. Master, you've finally come. This little pig was nearly bored to death. The little pink pig lightly jumped onto Qin Feng's shoulder and affectionately patted his face with its front hooves. Qin Feng patted the little pig back as he smiled and said, "Lil Piggy, I have 150 hedonist points now. What's the most efficient way I can spend them?" Just as Qin Feng spoke, 10 or so items appeared on the blue screen in his mind. They were all worth 150 hedonist points or less. Goddamn! Elementary piano skills and elementary calligraphy skill cost 100 hedonist points? Qin Feng was flabbergasted when he saw the skills that he had already obtained. These two completely useless skills costed even more than the little pig. Master, don't make such a big fuss about it. Half of the time the lottery doesn't give anything. Also, the Thunder Tiger fists that you drew are worth 500 hedonist points. Qin Feng's mouth tweed. Only now did he realize how lucky he had been with those draws. He quickly calmed himself down and looked through the shop, until his gaze finally fell on a green elementary strength potion. Master, you have comprehension of the Thunder Tiger fists, but your strength isn't enough. I recommend that you spend 100 hedonist points to buy this elementary strength potion to increase your strength. Elementary strength potion. After consumption, the host's strength will be raised to 2. Notice, a normal human strength is 1. If he drank this elementary strength potion, his strength would be double that of a normal human's. So such a magical potion exists. I want to try 100 bottles. Qin Feng yelled. Apologies, the host does not have sufficient hedonist points and can only purchase 1 bottle of elementary strength potion. Would you like to purchase one? The cold electronic voice replied. Qin Feng awkwardly screwed his head, laughing. This system doesn't have any sense of humor. I was just making a joke. But alright, I'll buy one for now. Just as he spoke, a bottle about as tall as a key and that held a green liquid appeared in his hand. When Qin Feng quickly took the cap off a faint, medicinal aroma wafted through air. He tilted his head back and drank all of the green liquid in one gulp. A wave of warmth flowed through his stomach, passing through all of his veins and arteries. Qin Feng could feel his muscles growing and his bones strengthening. He felt as if he was a tiny sapling bursting out of the soil. The sense of warmth became hotter and hotter, until it felt as if there was a powerful ball of air within him, which made it difficult for him to breathe. He roared out, wanting to release whatever was inside him, and struck out his fist against the wall. A muffled bang sounded out and a small crater appeared in the wall, causing Qin Feng to feel quite shocked. Master, you've completely absorbed the elementary strength potion. Your strength has risen to 2. Combined with the Thunder Tiger Fists, your strength is equivalent to 3. 3 times a normal person's strength. That's about 150 kilograms. No wonder it's so powerful. Qin Feng shook his head in awe. He felt overjoyed. If he concentrated all of his strength into his fists, hitting an enemy would definitely feel incredibly satisfying. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 100 Hedonist points in total, and becoming a rank 3 Hedonist mortal. The system has awarded you with 3 lottery chances. Thinking back to the fact that he had won the Thunder Tiger Fists worth 500 Hedonist points from the lottery, Qin Feng felt incredibly thrilled and immediately yelled out, "Draw! You have not won anything from this lottery chance. Please try again next time." Again! Qin Feng exclaimed as he grimaced. "You have not won anything from this lottery chance. Please try again next time." Fudge, this young master doesn't believe that he won't get anything from 3 draws. One more time. Qin Feng felt a bit nervous. Could it be that he had used all of his luck last time when he drew 3 prizes? Would he draw nothing from these 3 chances? Just the mere thought of this was terrifying, more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a true steel sword. On the screen, an ancient sword spun as it emitted a faint yellow light, causing Qin Feng to feel dumbfounded. The true steel sword was one of Yu Wang's 8 legendary swords. It had survived through many millennia and was a priceless item. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the true steel sword from the system appeared in his hands. This sort of top-class sword actually ended up in this young master's hands. I like it. With the true steel sword in his hands, Qin Feng couldn't help but swing it around. However, he could only do so randomly, as he didn't know any sword techniques. The sword buzzed as it slashed through the air, leaving afterimages in its path. Although it was an ancient sword, its sharpness had not decreased over the ages and it could cut through iron like mud. Lil Piggy, how much is this true steel sword worth in the system? And also, where do I keep it? Qin Feng was too attached to the true steel sword to let it go. He was certain that this sword was much more expensive than the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists. It was just that the true steel sword was too sharp and he didn't know how to use it, so he was afraid of hurting himself. Moreover, in the current technologically advanced day and age, he couldn't just carry around a sword on him. Even he would look down on himself if he did that, being a romantic and casual young Master Qin. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Banquet of the Rich and Powerful. Master, the true steel sword is worth 1,000 Hedonist points. If you return it to the system, you will receive half of its selling price. You can store and retrieve items for free in the system, but this is limited to items from the system. You won't be able to store things from the outside world, the little pig lazily said. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. Indeed, the sword was much more precious than the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists. It was worth 1,000 Hedonist points and he could store it in the system, which was perfect for him. This system was like a spatial ring, which was incredibly convenient. Qin Feng waved his hand and the true steel sword disappeared as it was stored into the system. Qin Feng then looked through the system again, seeing if he could spend the remaining 50 Hedonist points he had. However, after looking through everything, he couldn't find anything worth buying. Young Master, the Royal Hotel's cocktail party is about to begin. Uncle Fu had called to remind Qin Feng about the cocktail party. As soon as Qin Feng thought about Zhao Lingxian, He could feel a headache coming on. However, upon thinking about the punishment of losing 3 years from his lifespan, he immediately changed into a stylish white suit and walked out of his room looking like Prince Charming. Uncle Fu drove Qin Feng in the Mercedes-Benz to the Royal Hotel. The Royal Hotel was the largest 5-star hotel in Acropolis City, and was also the property of Qin Huang, Qin Feng's father. It was the second most frequented place by Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked into the Royal Hotel by himself. Because he had Zhao Lingxian's quest to complete, he didn't ask Uncle Fu to come with him, in case he discovered something. Young Master Qin, the banquet's at the top floor. I'll take you there. Qin Feng's face was like a banknote in the upper-class society. Everyone recognized him. He was led by 2 bellboys to the top floor of the hotel. Young Master Qin, you've come. As the elevator opened, a tall beauty wearing a black uniform came over. It was the beautiful manageress Bai Qing. Manager Bai, you're looking more and more stunning. Qin Feng unscrupulously looked up and down Bai Qing's body, burning with the desire to grope her sexy body. This caused Bai Qing's eyes to flash with a hint of coldness, but she soon recovered. Putting her hand over her seductive red lips, she laughed. Young Master Qin, don't joke around. Miss Zhao is already here. A week after Qin Feng had rescinded the marriage between the Zhao family and himself, the news had spread throughout the entire upper-class society of Acropolis City. Despite this, only members of the upper-class society had knowledge of this. A manager like Bai Qing had no idea about it, which was why she had said such a thing. Take me to see Miss Zhao. Upon hearing Bai Qing mention Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng's mood quickly soured and he did not continue to flirt with her. This way please, young Master Qin. Bai Qing led Qin Feng to one of the banquet halls on the top floor. Seeing Qin Feng walk into the room, Bai Qing's coquettish look disappeared and her face became icy cold, as a glimmer of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Qin Feng walked in, he saw Zhao Lingxian sitting at the piano, in front of large French window. She was wearing a sexy white bouffant gown, with the V extending down to her chest and revealing her perky snow-white cleavage. Her skirt extended to her knees, revealing a pair of long and slim legs. She was like a noble princess and had long since been surrounded by men, but she wasn't affected at all. Under the moonlight and candlelight, she gently played the piano with her sleek fingers. Her eyes were lowered, highlighting how long her eyelashes were, and her dark hair fell on her shoulders as she played a beautiful melody. Clap, clap, clap. Her performance of Kiss the Rain won the applause from all the males present, and some took this opportunity to offer flattery and compliments. Because Qin Feng had rescinded the marriage between Zhao Lingxian and himself, she was now a single goddess again. The reason most people had come to this banquet of the rich and powerful tonight was to win Zhao Lingxian's affections and increase their connections with the Zhao family. Zhao Lingxian was the only daughter of the chairman of the Hong Medical Group, Zhao Dahai. The person who married her would one day own the property of the Zhao family's medical group. Miss Zhao is both beautiful and talented. I'm simply in awe, in awe. Pretty boy suddenly strutted over. He looked quite handsome and was wearing a custom-tailored suit which showed off his wealth. Just by walking over, he caused more than half of the males around Zhao Lingxian to walk off on their own accord. This person was called Feng Tianhua. His father was the bureau chief of the Acropolis City's police force, so generally, no one dared to offend him. Zhao Lingxian only glanced at Feng Tianhua before once again lowering her head to play the piano again. However, she caught sight of Qin Feng standing at the entrance, which caused her eyes to burn with fire as she gnashed her teeth. What made her even more furious was that after seeing her, Qin Feng actually smiled and swaggered towards her. Aya! Miss Zhao's hands are as beautiful and delicate as flowers, and can play the piano so well. It would be a great melody in heaven and a grand performance on earth. I can't help but be in awe, in awe. Qin Feng came over to Zhao Lingxian and acted extremely admiringly, as he continuously clapped and smiled. This sort of shallow flattery made Qin Feng want to vomit. However, he was determined to complete the quest. Zhao Lingxian stared at him in a daze. What the hell was Qin Feng doing? She even began to wonder if he really had publicly rescinded the marriage between them. Could that have just been a dream? Why else would he come over and say such things? However, the surprised look on Zhao Lingxian's face soon disappeared and was replaced by a frigid expression. She was certain that the humiliation of being thrown away by Qin Feng publicly definitely wasn't a dream, but a reality. She looked at him furiously, wanting to dice this hedonistic young master into 1,000 pieces, as she gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Qin, it seems that your mental illness is acting up again. Do you want to have your medicine first, then come back?" Ahem. There were quite a few people gathered around Zhao Lingxian, and they were all sons of aristocracy and nobility. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit awkward after being called mentally unwell by Zhao Lingxian in front of so many people. After dry coughing, Qin Feng looked at Feng Tianhua, who was evilly grinning, and quickly walked over, using him to change the topic. "Oh, isn't this Lil Feng? You're here as well? How's your father been these days? He hasn't been taken away by someone from above?" "Oh, it's good that he wasn't arrested, that's good." Qin Feng laughed as he patted Feng Tianhua's shoulder, as if he didn't see the other person's darkening face. He didn't even give Feng Tianhua a chance to speak as he continued to ramble on. Zhao Lingxian, who had been stony-faced, suddenly smiled. She had been annoyed by Feng Tianhua the moment she had stepped into the banquet hall, and she inwardly despised him. Seeing Qin Feng mock him like this made her mysteriously feel happier. She never knew Qin Feng had such an interesting side before. Who cares if you can be funny? Since you humiliated this lady in public, I'll definitely make you regret it. Qin Feng's looseness and sensualism was something that almost everyone in the Acropolis city knew about, and was a topic that was often talked about. People often said that whoever married him must have sinned for 8 lifetimes. It was evident just how loose and unbridled Qin Feng was. Zhao Lingxian should have felt fortunate to have avoided that marriage with Qin Feng. However, she was incredibly displeased that Qin Feng had publicly rescinded the marriage. She inwardly vowed that she would make Qin Feng heavily pay. The other young masters all gave up on chasing Zhao Lingxian as they saw Qin Feng and Feng Tianhua jab at each other because of her. They simply couldn't afford to offend these two people. At this moment, a woman walked in wearing a flame-red qipao, with breasts so full that they were almost bursting through it. Her cleavage seemed almost endless and her legs were long and flawless. Anyone who saw her almost had a nosebleed. The woman had golden curled hair, a round face, high eyebrows, delicate, beautiful facial features and shining skin. She emitted an air of irresistibility. As she walked in, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jincheng City's #1 beauty, Han Ying is here. Zhe. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Acropolis City's 4 Princes. Teaser. Someone in the crowd yelled out and everyone's gaze fell on Han Ying, who was leisurely walking over. Ying's sexy body and flawless looks caused almost every man to drool and their eyes to turn green. At a corner of the banquet hall, 3 lofty and impressive young men dressed in fine clothing sat at a large round table. From the beginning of the banquet, no one had dared to go over to them. They were equally as famous as Qin Feng, and were the other 3 of Acropolis City's 4 princes. Hao Yun, Zhou Kai and Sima Tu, from the ancient Sima family. These 3 people minded their own business as they tasted their wine, and weren't at all disturbed by the outside world. When Qin Feng had come in, they shot him a glance. Now that Han Ying had arrived, they all looked over at the #1 beauty of the Jincheng city, each with their own thoughts. Hao Yun got up first and walked towards Han Ying. This young master had long since yearned for Han Ying's beauty. It was only because he heard that Han Ying was attending this gathering did he come. The other 2 had nothing to do, so they came over with Hao Yun to have a look. They hadn't seen Qin Feng in a while, and didn't know where he had been recently. He actually hadn't spent any time celebrating with them recently, which was strange for the young master Qin. "Miss Han, you're looking more and more beautiful. Just a single look at you can make anyone's heart beat like crazy." Hao Yun gentlemanly laughed as he came over to Han Ying. Han Ying covered her tender and beautiful red lips as she giggled, and replied in a lovely manner, "Young Master Yun's words are so sweet. You really know how to make a girl happy." "Haha, Miss Han, what I said was the truth. There's not a single bit of flattery in what I said." As Hao Yun spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Han Ying's cleavage. They were white, perky, and deep like a canyon. Han Ying saw this and a look of contempt momentarily flashed in her eyes, but she continued to smile. Miss Han, can I have the honor of dancing with you? Hao Yun secretly gulped down a mouthful of saliva. This #1 beauty of Jincheng City was simply too alluring. Even a hedonistic young master like him who had slept with countless beauties found it difficult to control himself around her. He wished that he could leap on her and take her right there. Han Ying wasn't interested in Hao Yun at all, and she looked around the banquet hall. After looking around, her gaze fell on Qin Feng and her eyes lit up. She covered her mouth as she laughed, saying, "He, young Master Yun, I'm terribly sorry, but recently I haven't been well enough to dance. I'll take a rain check on that." After saying this, Han Ying left Hao Yun and directly walked towards Qin Feng. "Oh, I was wondering which handsome guy was looking so elegant, like a crane among chickens. It turns out that it was our Acropolis City's #1 hedonist young master Qin," Han Ying said coyly, in a soft and charming voice. Everyone who heard her voice could almost feel their legs weaken. She was definitely a top-class succubus. She's dressed like a slut and I bet she's dying to show every man her body. Who knows how many men she's slept with before. Seeing Han Ying acting so flirtatiously around Qin Feng with her face full of desire, Zhao Lingxian strangely felt quite furious and started to inwardly curse at her. Qin Feng's gaze didn't linger on Han Ying. He coolly smiled and stretched out his hand to Zhao Lingxian beside him as he said, "Princess Xianer, give me some face and dance with me." Zhao Lingxian froze for a second. She was surprised that Qin Feng wasn't like the other males and didn't stare at Han Ying's chest. Instead, he almost completely ignored her. This caused her to feel a mysterious sense of happiness. However, when she remembered that this man had publicly rescinded their marriage, Zhao Lingxian felt like exploding again. She savagely glared at Qin Feng as she said, "You're too late. This young lady doesn't have any time now, nor will she have any time in future." "Io, why do you have to be so fierce to our young master Qin?" Not only did Han Ying not mind being ignored, she charmingly smiled and said, "No wonder young Master Qin cancelled your wedding. Even I couldn't stand someone with such severe princess syndrome." "Isn't it just dancing? Young Master Qin Ying can dance with you. If you want, we can dance for a whole night." Han Ying already had one hand on Qin Feng's shoulder as she tenderly looked into his eyes, with her breasts pressed up against his chest. The main reason she had come to Acropolis City was to make Qin Feng hers, so that the Qin family would join her Han family's business alliance. This would expand business opportunities for both of their families. She had investigated Qin Feng and found that he was a good-for-nothing, hedonistic young master. Han Ying was extremely skilled in dealing with this sort of person. "Who are you saying has princess syndrome? Say it again if you dare," Zhao Lingxian retorted as she coldly glared at Han Ying. Zhao Lingxian's emotions were not in a good state and she was furious after hearing what Han Ying said. Han Ying was a strong, competent woman and had been dealing with business matters for a long time. She was much calmer and ignored Zhao Lingxian. Instead, she leaned forwards, bringing her flawless face closer to Qin Feng's as she whispered, "Young Master Qin, just ignore those unimportant people. Let's start dancing." A fragrant smell wafted into his nose and adding on Han Ying's chest pressed up against his, Qin Feng found it difficult to breathe. A top-class succubus indeed. Qin Feng could feel icy glares from men all around him and he inwardly cursed. Excessive beauty was indeed a calamity. She had barely done anything but had caused many people to hate Qin Feng. "Haha, we haven't seen young Master Qin for a while. We thought that you had given up on your hedonistic tendencies and became prim and proper. It looks like we were wrong. How could young Master Qin have changed? As the saying goes, a dog can't stop itself from eating crap." Qin Feng didn't know when Hao Yun had walked up next to him. Seeing Han Ying in Qin Feng's embrace, Hao Yun couldn't help but gnash his teeth. A dog can't stop itself from eating crap? Perhaps only the other three princes dared to say such a thing to Qin Feng to his face. It seemed that an interesting scene was about to play out. Qin Feng smiled and a look of coldness momentarily flashed in his eyes. He put his hand on Hao Yun's shoulder as he said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Do you have something against this young master? With the elementary Thunder Tiger fists, Qin Feng was completely different to who he was before. Adding on the rank 1 strength potion, a full-powered punch from him could unleash 3 times a normal person's strength. With almost double a normal person's strength, he grabbed Hao Yun with his hand. Hao Yun's expression fell as he grimaced in pain, his face turning a pig-livered color. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Conquering the Number 1 Beauty. Qin Feng, Jagadamit, hurry up and let go. Hao Yun was a wicked and hedonistic young master, but he couldn't take this sort of pain. He glared at Qin Feng, as if he wanted to kill him. Haha, this is the first time I've seen someone look so arrogant while begging. Qin Feng coldly smirked and applied more pressure. Hao Yun's bones began to creak as Qin Feng said, "Beg. If I'm satisfied with your begging, I'll let go." Hao Yun was so furious that he was on the verge of spitting out blood. Who would have thought that after just a few days, Qin Feng would have become so powerful? Despite this, he of course wouldn't beg Qin Feng to let go in front of so many people. However, his arm felt like it was going to break, and he couldn't endure that immense pain anymore. Young Master Qin, Hao Yun didn't mean anything by that. Surely you aren't so heartless, right? Seeing that Hao Yun almost couldn't endure it anymore, Zhou Kai walked over as he smiled and spoke. Haha, young Master Zhou. Qin Feng smiled. Although it was very obvious that Zhou Kai and Sima too were on Hao Yun's side, he didn't feel nervous at all. He cleared his throat, as if he was going to give a lecture, and said, if a murderer killed someone, but said they didn't mean to do it, would the police let him off? If someone raped a beauty but said they didn't mean to do it, would the beauty just acknowledge she was unfortunate? If a rabid dog bit this young master, should I forgive it? If I allowed it, how would I preserve my dignity in Acropolis City? As Qin Feng spoke, he applied even more pressure, to the point where he almost deformed Hao Yun's shoulder and arm. His bones audibly cracked, as if they were fireworks. Hao Yun simply couldn't bear it anymore, and his tears almost came streaming out. He grabbed onto Qin Feng's legs as he pleaded, "Young Master Qin, please let go. I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. Please spare me." Boom. This scene shocked everyone present like 10,000 bolts of lightning. Acropolis City's 4 princes were all beings that could not be offended, even for the rich and powerful. Yet, here was young Master Yun begging like a dog on the ground for forgiveness. Everyone was almost blinded by this scene. Haha. Admitting that you're wrong and being willing to change is good. Good boy, you can continue to play. Qin Feng had acted arrogantly, but he knew when to stop. It wasn't good to push people too far. He patted Hao Yun's head, as though he were complimenting an obedient dog. This scene was simply too beautiful, and some people closed their eyes, unable to wow on. Qin Feng. You'll goddamn regret this. After escaping from Qin Feng, Hao Yun's attitude returned. However, thinking back to Qin Feng's fearsome grip, he could only mutter a few tough words before storming off. After giving Qin Feng a strange smile, Sima Tu and Zhou Kai also left with Hao Yun. After the 3 of them left, everyone in the banquet hall seemed to sigh. They were all wondering how Hao Yun was going to have his revenge against Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't mind and instead smiled as he went to curry favor with Zhao Lingxian. If that guy really wanted to take revenge, Qin Feng would welcome him wholeheartedly. Qin Feng did his best to talk about things that would make Zhao Lingxian happy. However, this sort of technique for seducing women was completely ineffective on this proud princess. Feeling helpless, Qin Feng looked at the piano and his eyes suddenly lit up as he strode towards it. He was already the center of everyone's attention, and anything he did would just attract people's gazes. Seeing Qin Feng walk to the piano and sit down, the crowd's jaws dropped. Qin Feng could play the piano? No one could believe such a thing. Everyone believed that he didn't know how to do anything else, apart from sleeping with women. Plus, hadn't he rescinded the marriage between Zhao Lingxian and himself? Why had he been trying to curry favor with her this whole time? Even Qin Feng almost didn't recognize himself. Apart from sleeping with women, he hadn't been good for anything else. Now, because of the quests, He hadn't slept with anyone for many days and had learned a number of skills that he had never even thought of before. This reminded Qin Feng of a famous line from a movie. Only when life moves on quickly is it exciting. Now, I'll play a come amour in front of everyone for the beautiful Princess Zhao Lingxian. Qin Feng suddenly spoke and his white suit sparkled under the light. His handsome face, broad shoulders and smile made him look like a prince out of a fairy tale. A few famous pieces crossed his mind and he chose one suitable for the occasion. His 10 fingers, which even a woman would be envious of, began to dance and jump upon the black and white keys. Beautiful music sounded out throughout the entire banquet hall. It was as if Qin Feng had been possessed by the soul of a great pianist. He closed his eyes as he lifted his head up, looking as if he was entranced by the music. He had an air of dignity and nobility about him, and his fingers flowed like water over the piano keys. The music was simply too enchanting and he couldn't stop. A while later, Qin Feng had finished playing the piano piece, but everyone was still entranced. Its beautiful melody continued to play in their minds, and they couldn't help but admire him. If they hadn't seen and heard him play with their own eyes and ears, they wouldn't have believed such a thing was possible. Qin Feng was able to play the piano with such mastery, and had almost reached perfection. Princess Zhao Lingxian, was that to your satisfaction? Qin Feng asked, seeing that she was still in a daze. Zhao Lingxian's body shook and she snapped out of her stupor. Even she, who was studying piano at university, had been completely enthralled by the music. She looked at Qin Feng in shock, unable to speak. She couldn't help but admit that Qin Feng's skill was far above even hers. I'm a bit tired. I'm going now. Qin Feng had acted way too strangely tonight. She suddenly felt that she didn't completely understand this hedonistic young master, and didn't know how to face him. Zhao Lingxian left the banquet hall with complicated feelings. Upon seeing her leave, the faces of more than half of the men turned bitter. It seemed that their plans to win her heart had flown out of the window, so they also left. The rest of the people all had their eyes on Han Ying. Qin Feng sat beside the piano, waiting for a system announcement. However, after being met with silence, he sighed, knowing that obtaining Zhao Lingxian's favorability wouldn't be this easy. Young Master Qin, are you free tonight? Let's find a quiet place to murmur endearments to each other. Han Ying's figure once again appeared in front of Qin Feng, and she purposely leaned forwards, revealing her breasts to him. Qin Feng casually glanced over and marveled at how large and white they were. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a compulsory quest. Conquer Han Ying. Quest time limit: 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host being impotent for 3 years. God freaking damn it. Even the carefree and magnanimous young Master Qin couldn't help but curse out loud when he heard the punishment. What's more, this was a compulsory quest. Lil Piggy, what's with this compulsory quest? Qin Feng hurriedly asked. Master, this is a compulsory quest issued by the system. You have to accept it. Even the omnipotent little pig can't help you. Qin Feng suddenly felt weak. Conquer Han Ying? That was even more difficult than gaining the favorability of Zhao Lingxian. Han Ying was a famous, strong and able woman. She was independent, intense, overbearing and was in charge of 3 listed companies and thousands of workers. She oversaw the management of all of that and was extremely successful. Wanting to conquer such a queenly goddess? Qin Feng felt that he was doomed. Despite how she was sticking to him and flirting with him, Qin Feng knew that these were just normal methods she used to develop her businesses. Who knew how many people had fallen for these tactics? Young Master Qin, are you free? Us brothers want to invite you to the wealthy clubhouse to have some fun. After running into trouble with Qin Feng, Feng Tianhua had spent the whole night in the shadows, observing him. He felt incredibly happy when he saw that there was conflict between Qin Feng and the other 3 princes. Noticing that there was something good going on between Qin Feng and Han Ying, he had hurriedly rushed over to ruin things for him. You want to stop me from pursuing Zhao Lingxian? I'll stop you from getting in with Han Ying. If Qin Feng had known what Feng Tianhua was thinking, he would have thanked him for helping him out. Seeing Feng Tianhua come over, Han Ying raised her eyebrows and hurriedly stood up, ceasing the service she was giving Qin Feng as she said, "Since young Master Qin is busy tonight, let's postpone to a later date." Staring at Han Ying's bare back, Feng Tianhua inwardly burned with anger. He was incredibly displeased that the women who had ignored him had been around Qin Feng instead. However, remembering that someone was going to teach him a lesson, he felt much better. The wealthy clubhouse was on level 3 of the Royal Hotel, and was a famous soapland. It was the largest in Acropolis City and provided the best service. Qin Feng didn't know why Feng Tianhua had invited him here, but since he had come, he wanted to see what he was up to. "Yo! Young Master Qin and young Master Feng have graced us with their presence. Please come in. I'll call of our young girls out. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Just as the two of them entered the hall, a madam with heavy makeup rushed over. By greeting Qin Feng first and from the way that she addressed them, she acknowledged that Qin Feng held a higher status. Qin Feng didn't care about this, but Feng Tianhua was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. However, thinking to the fact that Qin Feng was about to be punished, he smiled, saying, "Young Master Qin, you must be a regular here. If you have anyone who regularly services you, call them over. It doesn't matter if it's 1 person or 10. It's all on me, Feng Tianhua. All I want is for you to be happy and to make friends with you." Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Talisman of Lucidity. Haha. Isn't this just a massage place? I don't really mind. Anyone is fine, Qin Feng casually laughed, going along with Feng Tianhua's act. Young Master Qin is being so humble. I heard that any one of the women you've been with is an absolute beauty. I'm not as experienced, so I'll just choose some of the best for young Master Qin. Feng Tianhua gave a fake smile and started to look at the long-legged beauties. They all wore revealing clothing and more than half their skin was exposed, which gave the hall an amorous feeling. Feng Tianhua started to feel dizzy. They were all extremely stunning, and every one of them was an excellent beauty. He even started to feel envious of Qin Feng. Why did he have to be born to such a good father? He had probably slept with all of these beauties before. After looking around, Feng Tianhua gritted his teeth and chose 3 of the most beautiful ladies. He chose a lowly, a sexy older sister, and a pure-looking maiden. There was bound to be at least one that Qin Feng was interested in. Young Master Qin, are these 3 suitable for your tastes? Looking at the 3 women he chose, even he wanted to jump on them. Sure, these 3 it is then. Qin Feng casually looked at the 3 women. He wasn't in the mood to do anything with them, and was instead carefully observing Feng Tianhua. Alrighty, you 3 go with young Master Qin tonight then. Make sure you make him feel good tonight, got it? The 3 chosen women couldn't hide their looks of excitement, and they all smiled as they came to Qin Feng's side. You 2, come with me. After arranging things for Qin Feng, Feng Tianhua evilly smirked. He didn't even look at the remaining women and just casually chose 2 as he pretended to be extremely eager. Young Master Qin, I simply can't wait anymore. So I'm going to take these girls for the night of their lives. I have already arranged room 666 for you. When you're done, we'll meet in the sauna. Feng Tianhua lewdly smiled towards Qin Feng and hurriedly took the girls and left. Qin Feng wanted to stop him, but he had already disappeared. Feng Tianhua rushed to room 665 and locked the door. However, he didn't push down the 2 women, but took out his phone and dialed it. Very soon the call connected. Young Master Ma, everything has progressed smoothly. Qin Feng has been brought over and a good play is about to begin. A deep voice replied, very good. As soon as they begin, tell your dad to make the arrest. Video evidence is the most persuasive evidence, so make sure you take care of it. Don't worry, young Master Ma. Alright, Qin Feng entered his room. Feng Tianhua suddenly hung up and stared at the laptop on the table. The screen displayed the scene within room 666. At this moment, Qin Feng walked into the room while hugging the 3 women. Young Master Qin, I'm called Kuer. I'm the best at deep-throating, and will make young Master Qin feel like he's flying. Young Master Qin, I'm called Nana. My service is very unique as well. Make sure you try it out, young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, my uniform play is incredibly sexy. The three women all fought for Qin Feng's attention, and all pretended to be extremely cute. To be able to serve Qin Feng was like winning the lottery for these women. What if the young Master Qin took a fancy to them? They would become phoenixes. Qin Feng chatted and laughed with the women, and would occasionally touch them here and there as he grinned. However, his mind was furiously thinking. Feng Tianhua had suddenly tried to get closer to him, causing Qin Feng to become wary. He had even arranged 3 women for him, which caused Qin Feng to further sense that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng couldn't work anything out, so he decided to talk to the little pig. Lil Piggy, do you know which room Feng Tianhua is in and what he's doing? The little pig pouted, looking as if it had just woken up as it lazily said, Master, how am I meant to know? Say. Goddamn. Aren't you always boasting that you're an omnipotent little pig? Qin Feng said. Of course I'm the omnipotent little pig, but Master doesn't have enough hedonist points, which has limited my abilities, the little pig said as it looked at Qin Feng scornfully. Qin Feng's mouth tweed, unsure of what to say. Luckily, the little pig continued to speak. If you want to see which room Feng Tianhua is in, that's simple. Master can just buy a talisman of lucidity that just so happens to be 50 hedonist points. Alright, I'll buy one. After thinking it through, Qin Feng spent 50 hedonist points to buy a talisman of lucidity. He knew that there was something suspicious about Feng Tianhua, and without knowing what it was, he couldn't be at ease. Qin Feng's heart ached as he weighed his hedonist points fall to 0. A yellow talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. There seemed to be a line of ancient characters written with red cinnabar on it. Qin Feng looked at it and found that he didn't recognize a single character. Master, as long as you silently say that you're using the talisman of lucidity, the talisman will activate, allowing you to see through things for half an hour, the little pig said as it rolled its eyes. It looked quite proud of itself, which made Qin Feng want to beat it up. If he could enter the hedonist sovereign system, he would smack its butt until it flowered up. Why didn't you say so earlier? While he complained, his heart dripped blood. Spending 50 hedonist points to see through things for half an hour seemed like a massive waste. However, since things were already like this, he could only silently say that he was using the talisman of lucidity, and the talisman in his hand disappeared. When Qin Feng looked up, he found that the revealing clothes on the 3 women had become transparent as air. Those fiery and curvy bodies caused a flame to burn within Qin Feng's heart. No, this young master is on serious business, Qin Feng said as he quickly suppressed the fire burning within him and looked away towards the wall. The thick walls all became transparent, as if he was looking through a clear frame. From their room, he could even see the place he had been before on the top floor. After doing some practice, Qin Feng could easily control the transparency and range of his sight, and he could see whatever he wanted. However, he didn't feel pleased at all, because after looking around for a long time, he still couldn't find Feng Tianhua. Instead, he had looked at almost every person's naked figure in every room. However, the feeling of being able to see but not being able to touch was both delightful and painful. This young master doesn't believe he can't find him. Where did that lil scumbag go? Qin Feng felt quite annoyed and started to look around again. This time he looked through every single room carefully. Finally, he found that he was actually right next to him in room 665. He was eating melon seeds as he looked at a laptop screen with great interest. On the laptop screen was himself. A rush of killing intent spread through Qin Feng's body. His expression darkened and he could roughly guess Feng Tianhua's goal. He probably wanted to secretly record footage of him to use as blackmail. It seemed that this brat was seeking death. He actually dared to try such a thing on him. Qin Feng could already see the scene of Feng Tianhua bloodied and bruised while kneeling and begging for forgiveness in front of him. Wait, this was the Royal Hotel. How could there be a secret camera in his room? Suddenly, Qin Feng realized that there was a serious issue, which was that the Royal Hotel had employed a mole who was helping Feng Tianhua. That person must have installed the camera in room 666, and from Feng Tianhua's actions, they seemed to have prepared for a long time. Qin Feng never would have thought that Feng Tianhua would be able to bribe a high-ranking employee of the Royal Hotel. After all, it would be impossible for a normal employee to install a camera in this room. This young master has some things to take care of. You three stay in here and don't run off, Qin Feng said as he grinned and walked out of the room. He was going to have some tea with Feng Tianhua. After walking out, he stood with his back leaning against the door of room 665. He couldn't open the door without the room card, but with the talisman of lucidity he could see what was going on inside the room. Feng Tianhua looked extremely worried because on the laptop, Qin Feng had walked out the door. Feng Tianhua had no idea where he went, and after enduring it for a few minutes he couldn't sit still anymore. He was afraid that something would go wrong with the plan, and hurriedly opened the door to go out and find Qin Feng. Just as he stepped out, he heard a laugh, which frightened him and caused him to fall flat on his face. Yo, young Master Feng, it turns out you were having fun in the room next to mine. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling as soon as you see this young master? It's not Chinese New Year yet, so even if you kneel for me, I won't give you any celebratory money. Qin Feng laughed and felt delighted as he looked at Feng Tianhua rolling around on the ground. Feng Tianhua smashed into the ground, and he felt as if his face was going to open up. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. He quickly calmed himself down, believing that Qin Feng was here out of coincidence. It was impossible for him to find out about his plot, unless he could see through walls. Young Master Qin, please don't joke like that. You came out of nowhere and gave me a big fright. That's right. Why are you here and not enjoying those three beauties? Feng Tianhua asked. Haha, I thought that there aren't enough people, so it's not very exciting. I'm thinking of bringing them to your room. 2 men and 5 women, isn't that stimulating? Brat, you're a pretty good actor. This young master wants to see how long you can act for. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Feigning Ignorance. As he spoke, an evil smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. After he had finished speaking, he leapt into Feng Tianhua's room. Feng Tianhua was still moaning on the ground, but when he saw this he almost crapped himself. He ignored the pain and hurriedly crawled up as he ran into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Feng Tianhua rushed to the laptop and used his body to prevent Qin Feng from seeing it. If Qin Feng saw this, then he was screwed. The Qin family could send people over in just minutes to destroy him. Qin Feng knew exactly what Feng Tianhua was thinking. So what if he was blocking the laptop? Qin Feng could still see through him. He smiled at Feng Tianhua saying, Lil Feng, why haven't you started yet? Alright, let's go together. The more the merrier, eh? Young Master Qin, please don't. My tastes aren't as heavy as yours, and I simply can't do such a thing. As Qin Feng walked over, Feng Tianhua erupted into a cold sweat and hurriedly stopped him, terrified he would discover what he had been doing. Lil Feng, don't be shy, we're both men. Alright, I'll go first so you feel better. Qin Feng was done toying with Feng Tianhua, and suddenly pulled him aside. His gaze landed on the laptop as he feigned shock, saying, Lil Feng, so you like taking videos of these things? Wait a second, this scene on your laptop looks so familiar. Isn't this my room? Lil Feng, what are you doing? Qin Feng's amicable smile disappeared, and his face darkened as he stared at Feng Tianhua. Feng Tianhua could feel the hairs on his body standing on end. His legs became soft and he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He didn't even have the strength to make excuses. Seeing how terrified Feng Tianhua was, Qin Feng inwardly laughed. He had feigned ignorance for such a long time because he was worried that his talisman of lucidity would be exposed. He could only coincidentally find out about Feng Tianhua's plan. Even if there were other people spying, Qin Feng had nothing to worry about. Lil Feng, were you trying to toy with me? I actually treated you as close as my hands and feet and wanted to become friends with you, but you actually did such a thing behind my back. Since you've been so heartless, don't accuse me of being unjust. As he spoke, he slapped out with his hand. Feng Tianhua was just about to beg for mercy, but it was too late. His skinny frame was sent flying. Lil Feng, you've truly disappointed me. You know, although I hit your face, I feel the pain inside my heart. Before Feng Tianhua could spit out the blood in his mouth, Qin Feng slapped him again, this time sending 2 of his front teeth flying. At this moment, Feng Tianhua felt like dying. Inwardly he screamed, "Goddamn, you're saying how your heart aches, and yet you're still hitting me so hard. That slap would have crushed your heart." After being slapped twice, Feng Tianhua's handsome face became incredibly swollen, making him look like a pig. Qin Feng let out a breath and sat down on the sofa. It wasn't that he was tired, but that his hand ached after hitting Feng Tianhua so hard. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Intimidate Feng Tianhua and find out who is the mastermind behind him. Quest time limit: 3 days. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host being sent to jail. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Identify the mole in the Royal Hotel. Quest time limit: 7 days. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing his shares in the Royal Hotel. Shares in the Royal Hotel? The second quest issued by the Hedonist sovereign system puzzled Qin Feng. If he remembered correctly, he didn't own any shares. After pondering about it for a while, Qin Feng took out his phone and called Uncle Fu, asking, "Uncle Fu, did my dad transfer some shares in the Royal Hotel to me?" When Uncle Fu heard this question, a look of surprise flitted across his eyes. He knew Qin Feng owned shares in the Royal Hotel, and that wasn't all. Recently Mr. Qin had secretly transferred a large number of shares to Qin Feng. Only he and Mr. Qin knew about this. How did the young master find out about it? That's right, young master. Mr. Qin has already transferred all of his shares in the Royal Hotel to young master. After hesitating for a moment, Uncle Fu decided to tell Qin Feng the truth. "All right, I got it." Qin Feng hung up and thought for a moment, but couldn't work out what his father was thinking. However, his main focus wasn't on the shares, but on the 2 quests the system had just issued. These 2 quests could only be completed through severe interrogation. Qin Feng went through his call logs and called a number. Looks like this young master needs to find a helper to interrogate people for him. He simply wasn't cut out for this since his hand hurt after hitting people. "Young Master Qin, do you have any orders?" Zhang Biao was currently drinking at a bar. Seeing that Qin Feng had called him, he quickly ducked over to a quiet place before answering. "Come to room 665 at the Royal Hotel alone. Be as quick as possible." Qin Feng ended the call and smiled as he looked at Feng Tianhua, which caused goosebumps to erupt along Feng Tianhua's skin. 10 minutes later, Zhang Biao rushed over. Seeing the scene in the room with the 2 men and 2 women, he felt a bit shocked and couldn't understand what was going on. During this period of time, Feng Tianhua had continuously tried to sweet-talk Qin Feng, begging him to let him go. However, Qin Feng completely ignored him and didn't even bother speaking to Feng Tianhua. When Zhang Biao arrived, he stood up and asked Zhang Biao, "How many people have you killed before?" Zhang Biao's mouth chewed and almost fell over in shock. He never thought that as soon as he entered the room, before he even had the opportunity to breathe, Qin Feng would directly ask such a question. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Biao gritted his teeth and truthfully replied, 3. When Zhang Biao spoke, the 2 women were scared stiff. They generally knew what sort of person Zhang Biao was. After hearing that he had already killed 3 people, could it be that Qin Feng wanted to silence them all? Wasn't that how all the TV shows played out? Why, young Master Qin and this muscular brother, we didn't hear anything. Our ears suddenly started buzzing just then and we suddenly couldn't hear anything. The 2 women hurriedly spoke, and they were no less scared than Feng Tianhua. Qin Feng was quite amused by the reactions of the 2 women, and Zhang Biao had no idea what they were on about. Finally, Qin Feng waved, saying, "You 2 can go out. As long as you don't say anything silly, you'll be fine." Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, muscular brother. Having regained their freedom, the 2 women ran for their lives. There were now 3 people left in room 665. Very good. After the 2 women left, Qin Feng came to Zhang Biao's side. He had long since asked Uncle Fu to investigate Zhang Biao, and already knew all of this. Seeing that Zhang Biao hadn't lied, he smiled and patted his shoulder, asking, "So do you mind adding on another one to that?" Chapter 21. Chapter 21. So it was him. Even if Zhang Biao was an idiot, he would have realized that Qin Feng had called him over to express his determination. Once he did this for Qin Feng, he would become trusted by Qin Feng and would truly follow him. He would unswervingly serve Qin Feng from that point onwards. It was just that when he saw Feng Tianhua pitifully kneeling on the ground, the muscles on his face twitched. Having mixed in the underworld for so long, he recognized most of the Acropolis city's bureaucrats. In front of him was the only son of the bureau chief of the police force, Feng Dewei. If Qin Feng wanted him to kill this person, Zhang Biao really wasn't sure if he could do it. "Young Master Qin, please speak," Zhang Biao hesitantly said. "You should know Feng Tianhua, so I won't bother with introductions. This little scoundrel wanted to plot against this young master. Luckily, I discovered his plot. I want you to finish him off and unswervingly follow me from now on. I guarantee that you'll be treated well." What he had dreaded now became a reality. Zhang Biao felt that this was the most difficult decision he had made in his life, and simply couldn't decide. On one side was young Master Qin, and on the other was the son of the bureau chief of the police force. Zhang Biao's head almost exploded from thinking. After going through some intense but necessary internal conflict in which he compared Qin Feng and Feng Tianhua's backgrounds, Zhang Biao gritted his teeth and came before Feng Tianhua. "You little scoundrel, are you blind? You dared to offend young Master Qin, so you deserve to die." Zhang Biao's large hands gripped Feng Tianhua's neck, and his expression became savage. He expressed his decision through his actions. He was large and muscular, whereas Feng Tianhua was like a skinny monkey. In Zhang Biao's hands, he seemed like a baby chick as he struggled. "Goddamn Zhang Biao, you're friggin' crazy. I'm the only son of your elder Feng Dewei. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll get my dad to destroy your gang." Feng Tianhua was utterly terrified. Usually, Feng Tianhua would run away as fast as possible from a thug like Zhang Biao, like a mouse seeing a cat. However, he knew that once this sort of person made up their mind, they would do everything in their power to fulfill their mission. At this moment, Feng Tianhua could already see himself strangled to death by Zhang Biao. "Wait!" Seeing that the whites of Feng Tianhua's eyes were showing, and that he couldn't even speak, Qin Feng calmly spoke. Zhang Biao quickly let go, and he sat on the ground heavily, breathing raggedly. He was already covered in cold sweat. This was what someone from an upper-class family was like. A single word could decide someone's life or death. "Lil Feng, it doesn't seem like you're someone who would dare to plot against me. Was there anyone directing you? As long as you tell me, I can consider forgiving you," Qin Feng said as he smiled and walked over to Feng Tianhua. Feng Tianhua knew just how close he had been to death, and his mental defenses had all fallen apart. He was just operating under someone else's orders, and definitely didn't want to give up his life for such a thing. Moreover, if he truly angered Qin Feng, it would be difficult for his Feng family to continue existing in the Acropolis city. Without hesitating at all, Feng Tianhua started to spit out words. "Young Master Qin, please be magnanimous and spare this little one." This little one had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai, and was stupid enough to easily believe other people. "I don't have the guts to plot against you. It was all that that bastard who told me to do all of this. Everything was under his orders. Young Master Qin, please forgive me." "Haha. So it was him." Hearing Madahu's name, Qin Feng coldly smiled. Last time, in order to complete the quest to save Yun Xiao, he had become enemies with Madahu. Qin Feng had ignored him after that, but it seemed that that guy had started to make trouble for him. "Very good. Tell me the name of the mole who put the camera in the Royal Hotel, and you can leave." After he heard the system announcement that he had completed the quest, Qin Feng knew that Feng Tianhua wasn't lying. As such, he decided to see if he could complete the second quest as well. "Young Master Qin, that I really don't know. Mada who planted the mole, and I was only in charge of bringing you over. This Royal Hotel belongs to your dad, and I definitely don't have the ability to bribe such a high-ranking employee." Feng Tianhua was so scared that he continuously kowtowed. From how terrified he looked, it didn't seem like he was lying. Although he hadn't been able to expose the mole, Qin Feng wasn't worried. Since that person was planted by Mada who, he could just find him and get the answer from his own mouth. Since he obtained the information that he wanted, Qin Feng shot Zhang Biao a glance. Zhang Biao immediately understood and punched Feng Tianhua in the head, knocking him out. Of course, Qin Feng wouldn't let Feng Tianhua off so easily. This was what it meant to cut weeds and eliminate the roots. Qin Feng's personality was one where if a person left him alone, he would leave them alone. However, if they conspired against him, he would pull up the roots of their entire family. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and called Uncle Fu, asking him to make arrangements for Feng Tianhua. Afterwards, he gave Zhang Biao some things to do and swaggered out of the royal hotel. It was time to find Mada Hu for some tea. What sort of tea should he give him? Chrysanthemum tea, Qin Feng thought as he evilly laughed. Uncle Fu, have you traced the phone number that I sent to you? Qin Feng asked in his black Batmobile as he drove like a hurricane. He had sent Mada Hu's phone number to Uncle Fu so he could track him down. Uncle Fu felt a bit complicated. He had always been protecting Qin Feng from the shadows, and he already knew what had happened at the Royal Hotel. Before Qin Feng had done anything, he had already secretly sent a message to Qin Huang and started to collect black evidence against Feng Dewei so he could report him and get him removed. However, he never would have thought that Qin Feng already had a plan, and had used this event to force Zhang Biao to follow him unreservedly. Even Uncle Fu was surprised to see such a resourceful, collected, and murderously decisive Qin Feng. Was this still that good-for-nothing young master who only knew how to sleep with girls? Young master, it will take around 10 minutes to accurately pinpoint his location, Uncle Fu replied. That's fine. Make sure you let me know as soon as you've found it. Just as Qin Feng ended his call with Uncle Fu, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and felt quite shocked. It was Mada Hu. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the call. Hello. Just as he was feeling annoyed about not being able to find Mada Hu, that guy had actually delivered himself up. He was quite a bold one. Ha ha ha, young Master Qin, are you trying to look for your elder right now? Mada Hu's cold laugh came through the phone. Feng Tianhua. That idiot was just a chess piece, so what if you saw through his plot? Your elder's at the factory on Metro Road 83, as well as that sexy teacher of yours, Yun Xiao. If you don't get here within 20 minutes, your elder won't be able to stop himself from jumping on her, ha ha ha. Zay. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Alone in enemy lines. Who are you all? Let me go, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Qin Feng frowned when he heard Yun Zhao's scream and Mada Hu's unbridled laughter. Qin Feng made preparations to face Mada Hu since the mere son of an underworld gang leader dared to be so impudent towards him. If Qin Feng was like the person he was before, he would not have entered the enemy lines by himself. He simply would have asked Uncle Fu to deal with it. However, Qin Feng's heart softened after hearing Yun Zhao's desperate and dismal cries for help. Moreover, he also had the quest to make Yun Xiao have a favorable impression of him. The quest time limit of 10 days was quickly approaching. If he failed the quest, he would be despised by all the females around him for 1 year, which Qin Feng simply couldn't risk. Perhaps this risk was a great opportunity. Qin Feng stopped hesitating and pressed down on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini shot through the bustling streets. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the number 83 abandoned factory. By this time, night had fallen, and it was quite dark in the suburban districts. There was only some scattered light coming from within the factory. Qin Feng looked around him and saw that there was no one around, and thus walked into the factory. After walking into the factory, he found that it was completely dark, except a single room where there was a bit of light. Qin Feng gripped his fists as he walked over. Opening the door, he found that the room was about 100 square meters, and was quite spacious. He saw a table and a sofa, as well as Yun Xiao trussed up with rope as she sat huddled against a corner. A red handprint was on her face, evidently, she had been slapped quite a few times. Mada Hu was casually lying on the sofa as he smoked. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards in suits. As soon as he saw Qin Feng come in, he laughed as he stood up and walked over to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, it seems that we're bound by fate. We've met once again. Ma Dahu looked at Yun Xiao struggling in the corner, then at Qin Feng as the grin on his face became wider. Who would have thought that the loose and unruly, hedonistic young Master Qin would have come alone to act as a hero saving a beauty? Your elder is filled with respect. Ha ha. This young master's quite busy, so if you have something to say, spit it out. If you're holding in a fart, hurry up and let it out, Qin Feng said emotionlessly as he cut off Ma Dahu. Goddamn Qin Feng, you've already friggin' fallen into your elder's hands, but you're still acting so goddamn arrogantly. Do you think everyone's afraid of your title as the young master of the Qin family? Today your elder will. Ma Dahu suddenly turned hostile as he grabbed Qin Feng's tie. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng landed a punch on his abdomen. A muffled noise sounded out as Ma Dahu howled. Qin Feng put all of his strength into that punch. After drinking the strength potion and using the Thunder Tiger Fists, his punch had the force of 150 kilograms behind it. Just that single punch was enough to make Ma Dahu cough up blood. I already told you that I'm busy. I had to give you a punch before you stopped talking, Qin Feng complained unhappily as he tidied his sharp-looking suit. Ma Dahu, who was howling on the ground, was so angry that he felt his lungs were going to explode. After quite a while, he was finally able to breathe again as he loudly cursed, "Fudge, go and see this brat for your elder. Your elder's going to kill him." Ma Dahu was so furious that both of his eyes were red, which made him look like a beast. The 4 bodyguards obeyed and leapt towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had long since been observing those 4 people, and saw that they were all skilled in fighting. He was now surrounded by the 4 of them, and the powerful auras they emitted made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The 4 people roared as they swung their fists towards Qin Feng. Their movements were clean and precise, and skillfully combined both offense and defense. Indeed, these 4 people were not ordinary people, but rather veterans from the army. With the Thunder Tiger Fists, Qin Feng was also a force to be reckoned with. However, as a young master who had just started fighting, it would be quite difficult for him to beat these 4 veterans who had a wealth of experience. It was incredibly difficult for one pair of fists to contend against 4, and Qin Feng quickly found himself at a disadvantage. In just a few bouts, Qin Feng had been hit all over his body, and his body ached whenever he moved. "Lil Piggy, hurry up and help me or Big Brother's going to die." Qin Feng couldn't feel any strength in his body. If this went on, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave today. In his desperation, he looked to the little pig for help. "Little Master, according to the Hedonist sovereign system's calculations, you're no ma for these 4 people. You only have 100 Hedonist points, which can't help much." The little pig rambled for a while, making Qin Feng feel so angry that he felt as if he was going to vomit blood. Luckily, it continued to speak. "Master can try to complete the quest to obtain Yun Zhao's favorability, and obtain the 100 Hedonist points reward. That way, Master can buy a rank 2 strength potion to increase his power. Adding on the true steel sword, Master will be able to unleash surprising effects and counterattack beautifully, turning the tables on his enemies." Qin Feng was slightly startled and he asked, "Rank 2 strength potion? And 200 Hedonist points? Why is it so expensive? Wasn't the previous strength potion just 100 Hedonist points?" "Master, strength potions go from rank 1 to rank 2. Under different body conditions you can use different potions. After consuming the rank 1 strength potion, you can only become stronger by consuming rank 2 and above strength potions. Rank 1 strength potions are 100 Hedonist points, rank 2 strength potions are 200 Hedonist potions, and so on." As Qin Feng was feeling quite frustrated, a heavy kick hit him in the stomach. He was completely unprepared for this kick, and he flew out and landed next to Yun Xiao. He didn't even have the strength to stand anymore. Seeing this, Ma Dahu's sullen face burst into a smile of delight as he laughed, saying, "Haha, capture him. Hurry up and capture him for your elder. Tie up this brat. Your elder wants to toy with him till he dies." 2 of the bodyguards quickly brought over string, tied Qin Feng up, and threw him into the corner with Yun Xiao. Ma Dahu came in front of Qin Feng and placed a foot on his body as he said triumphantly, "Young Master Qin, oh young Master Qin, who would have thought that you would fall into such straits? I thought you were good at fighting? Hit your elder. If you're so great, then come hit me." Haha, eat crap. You're just a toy in your elder's hands now. Your elder can abuse you however he wants now. Mada, who kicked Qin Feng many times, feeling incredibly spirited. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he endured the pain, not letting out any sound. He was currently very calm. He continuously thought of how to complete Yun Zhao's quest. Only then did he have a chance at turning the tables. Mada, who, tell me, what was your objective with all this meticulous planning? Qin Feng knew that someone was trying to take down the Qin family. Mada, who didn't have the ability to do such a thing alone. He definitely had a powerful backer supporting him. Qin Feng wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind this. If he could survive, he would definitely tell his dad and CA them in one fell swoop. Haha. My objective? To finish off your Qin family, of course. Mada, who laughed as he took out his phone and shook it in front of Qin Feng as he said, your elder's going to call Qin Huang in a bit and tell him that his brat is in my hands. I'm going to ask him to transfer all of the shares in the large businesses to me, otherwise your elder will take your life. What do you think? Will your dad do it? Say. Mada, who laughed wilder and wilder while Qin Feng frowned. He knew that if his dad found out that he had been kidnapped, he would pay any price to save him. After seeing that Mada, who had already made the call, Qin Feng in his desperation looked at Yun Xiao with a gaze as tender and soft as water. He struggled to speak as he coughed out, Teacher Yun Xiao, are you all right? Yun Xiao was startled and looked at Qin Feng with tearful eyes. This was the first time he had addressed her as teacher so sincerely. This Qin Feng, who ignored all class rules, had a terrifying background, and acted so loosely and carelessly, had left many scars of contempt on Yun Zhao's heart. 2 days ago, because of his ruckus in class, she had wanted to bite Qin Feng to death. Afterwards, because she thought he wanted to rape her, she hated him even more. However, at this moment, she realized that she had completely misunderstood Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't together with these people. At least, he wouldn't use his life to put on such an act. That would be a bit too excessive. I'm all right. Qin Feng, are you okay? Your teacher wrongly blamed you. Yun Xiao looked at Qin Feng with an expression full of worry. She suddenly felt that being disruptive in class was something normal for youths at this age. They were naughty and lively, but deep down they had a good nature. In order to save her, Qin Feng had come by himself and put himself in danger. I feel that I won't be able to hold on for too long. Teacher Yun Xiao, you're the most beautiful and talented teacher I've ever met. However, I'm too powerless and can't save you from here tonight. If there's a next life, I want to continue being your student and learn from you. If there's a time limit put on our relationship as teacher and student, I hope it's at least 10,000 years. As he spoke, Qin Feng used up the last bit of strength he had and closed his eyes. Woo! Qin Feng, you'll be fine. You have to hang on. Yun Xiao grabbed onto Qin Feng's hands as her tears fell. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to make teacher Yun Xiao have a favorable impression of you. You have received the reward of 100 hedonist points. Holy crap! I actually succeeded. Qin Feng yelled out inwardly. It seemed that those classic phrases were quite useful. He had seemed like he was on the verge of death, but after hearing this system announcement, he almost jumped up in excitement. Even he was amazed by his acting skills. For him not to become a star actor was a tragedy for the acting world. Moi. In his excitement, Qin Feng gave Yun Xiao a big kiss on her cheek. Yun Xiao was completely dumbfounded and looked at Qin Feng in shock as her cheeks became bright red. Qin Feng didn't put any thought into that. He had simply kissed her out of sheer excitement. With a slight thought, he hurriedly opened the Hedonist Sovereign System and bought a Rank 2 Strength Potion. Rank 2 Strength Potion. After completely absorbing the potion's effects, the host's strength will be raised to 3. Without thinking, Qin Feng drank all of the contents of the Rank 2 Strength Potion. A wave of warmth immediately spread throughout his body. His body, which had felt completely weak, suddenly felt as if it was bursting with power, and would explode at any moment. This sudden increase in strength made him want to find someone and wildly fight. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. When this sword is out, what can compare to its sharpness? Qin Feng, your elder's going to screw this sexy teacher of yours right in front of you, then make you wah as the Qin family's empire collapses. I'm going to make sure you see your dad get sent into jail and turn you from an invincible, hedonistic young master into a penniless beggar. Haha. That feeling of falling from heaven into hell will definitely feel great. Make sure you savor it well. Before Qin Huang had picked up, Mada, who was already acting extremely confidently, as if he had already grasped success in his hands. He looked at Yun Xiao lasciviously as he evilly grinned and walked towards her. Seeing Mada, whose wicked and ugly expression, Yun Xiao was so scared that she curled up into a ball and desperately screamed, "You beast, piss off! Get away from me!" A trace of a cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he did his best to stall for time and absorb the effects of the rank 2 strength potion. However, when he had absorbed half of it, his body stopped reacting and absorbing it. Qin Feng couldn't wait anymore after seeing Mada, whose evil look on his face. His eyes were red with lust as he looked at Yun Xiao and was about to pull off her clothing. Qin Feng gave a low shout as he sprang over. This shout came too suddenly. It was shocking and sounded like a furious lion that had just woken up. Mada, who was so scared that he fell to the ground. Qin Feng exerted his strength and broke the rope tying his body into pieces, escaping from his bondage. "You little scumbag, before you toy with this young master, your granddaddy's going to give you a big gift. Make sure your hands don't shake and that you receive this gift properly." Qin Feng grinned as he rushed towards Mada, who. His supposed big gift scared Mada, who into trembling. He truly didn't dare to casually receive this gift. This was a goddamn sharp sword that was 1 meter long. He had no idea where Qin Feng had gotten it out from. The 4 bodyguards were indeed retired veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. They were able to immediately react, and they sprang towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no choice but to change the direction of his sword, and swung it towards the 2 people in front. Poochie! The sound of a blade cutting through flesh sounded out, and the air around him slightly trembled and hummed. A sharp aura shot out and filled the entire room. The true steel sword in his hands radiated a faint yellow light and could cut through iron like mud. As Qin Feng slashed out, he instantly chopped through the 2 people's waists, splitting them in half. Their blood furiously spurted out without stopping. This was the might of the true steel sword. Ranked last out of Yu Wang's 8 legendary swords. When this sword is out, what can compare to its sharpness? Even Qin Feng was inwardly greatly shocked. This was the first time he had used the true steel sword to fight, and he never would have thought that this ancient sword would still be so sharp. This scene came too suddenly and looked incredibly shocking. The remaining 2 people abruptly stopped and stared in shock at Qin Feng holding the sword. It was as if they had seen a ghost. After a moment, the 2 people came back to their senses, but the surprise within their eyes remained. Despite being so close, neither of them had seen where Qin Feng had taken out this sharp sword from. "Qin Feng, you're goddamn mad." Seeing the bloody scene, Mada, who was dumbfounded. He was marveling at how lucky he had been that he hadn't tried to do anything stupid like cawing the sword as they did on TV. Otherwise he would have been split in half. Just thinking of that, Mada, who uncontrollably trembled. The remaining 2 people looked at Qin Feng alertly, and their might disappeared. Neither of them dared to take the initiative to attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng swung the sword around, producing a humming sound. Since he had started killing, he was going to kill until he was satisfied. His feet lightly tapped the ground as he sped towards the 2 people. He quickly arrived before them and slashed out. In an instant, blood splattered all over the ground as the true steel sword cleft them into 2. The entire room was now filled with the strong stench of blood. In just a few breaths, the entire situation had been overturned. Mada, who was so frightened and couldn't stand it anymore, so he tried to turn and flee. He never would have thought that after so much plotting, Qin Feng had destroyed his plans just like that. However, just as he stood up, Mada, who crashed back down to the ground. His legs had long since lost all strength, and wouldn't listen to him. He could only watch Qin Feng, holding his meter-long sword, walk towards him like a demon step by step. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Investigate the contact person behind Mada, who and his father. Quest time limit: 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host suffering a bloody catastrophe. What? What do you want? Seeing the sword that had killed 4 people in a row land on his shoulders, Mada-Hu felt a warmth in his pants and found that he had wet his pants. Tell me, who gave you the gall to oppose my Qin family? Qin Feng stared at Mada-Hu coldly as he inwardly cheered. This quest had come just at the right time. Qin Feng was already excited about the 500 hedonist points. Poochie. Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. He lowered the sword and one of Mada-Hu's arms flew out. The pain of losing an arm caused Mada-Hu to scream horrifically. Arg! It hurts, I'm going to die. Qin Feng, you're freaking crazy, you're a goddamn demon. Qin Feng's expression remained calm and cool, as if he was a cold god of death standing straight in front of Mada-Hu. He wasn't sure why, but when he held the true steel sword, he felt as if his entire aura had changed. Mada-Hu, an ordinary person who couldn't fight at all, was just like a mosquito to him. Qin Feng turned the sword as he said in a low voice, I'll give you one last chance. Who gave you the guts to oppose my Qin family? I-I-O. Before Mada-Hu finished speaking, Qin Feng cut him off. Qin Feng could already tell that Mada-Hu still wanted to lie because his eyes were rapidly glancing around. Qin Feng put a bit more strength into the true steel sword, causing the sword to slightly sink into Mada-Hu's flesh and bones. The pain caused his face to become even paler. Before you speak again, think about the feeling in your right arm. It's not worth it for you to become a cripple to cover for someone else. Save an arm for yourself so you can at least masturbate in the future. Qin Feng's words cut into Mada-Hu's heart. It simply wasn't worth it to give up his life to help someone else deal with Qin Feng. Plus, what Qin Feng said about masturbation was quite true. After all, he couldn't use his feet. If his feet odor spread to his privates, that would be troublesome. Spare me. Young Master Qin, spare this little one. I'll tell you everything. Mada-Hu simply couldn't hold on anymore. He was like a deflated ball as he trembled and spoke. All of this was because of Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Qin Residence. Before Mada-Hu could finish his sentence, Qin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura behind him that made it hard for him to breathe. He hurriedly turned around and saw a black shadow disappear like a ghost. He looked back at Mada-Hu and found that a throwing knife was buried in between his eyebrows. The throwing knife was buried deep into his head, and his eyes were wide with a look of confusion and reluctance. Mada-Hu was dead. Killing to silence him. The mastermind was quite vicious. Since Mada-Hu was already dead, Qin Feng didn't plan to continue to stay there. The main reason was because that person in black had been too strong, and it made Qin Feng feel like he was facing death. He quickly picked up Yun Xiao and left. They left the abandoned factory and Qin Feng drove in the Lamborghini with Yun Xiao. Neither of them said anything. Yun Xiao's gaze was erratic, and her voluptuous body couldn't help but shiver. Evidently, she had been deeply frightened by the scene of Qin Feng killing people with his sword. However, Qin Feng didn't know how to comfort Yun Xiao. The appearance of that person in black had also disorientated him. He was already lucky to make it out alive. Qin Feng was currently wondering which side that person in black stood on, and why they hadn't attacked him. After taking Yun Xiao home, Qin Feng drove quickly to the Royal Hotel. On the way, he had given Uncle Fu a call, and as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Uncle Fu waiting for him outside the entrance. "Young master, are you all right?" Uncle Fu asked with concern as he saw Qin Feng. In actuality, Uncle Fu didn't even need to ask. After all, he had always been protecting Qin Feng from the shadows. "I'm fine, Uncle Fu. Have you investigated Ma Delong for me?" 10 minutes ago, Uncle Fu had already collected all information on Ma Delong. From the records of when he started kindergarten to what he had been doing the previous day, there was nothing missing. This was the terrifying might of the Acropolis City's Qin family. "Young master, let us talk in the car. Mr. Qin found out what happened, and is very worried about you. He asked that you go see him," Uncle Fu replied. The two of them came to the Mercedes-Benz. Uncle Fu drove while Qin Feng sat at the back. Ma Hu, male 47 years old, the gang leader of the Acropolis City's Southeast Flying Dragon Gang. Recently he's been busy with the Dragon Security Company's development, so there have not been any abnormal movements from him in his private life. Uncle Fu spoke as he drove. Could it be that even Ma Hu's dad didn't know about him going against the Qin family? Qin Feng wondered. I've also investigated Ma Hu, but didn't find anything suspicious either. The mastermind has hidden themselves quite deeply, and they are quite powerful as well. It seems that the Qin family is going to go through a crisis. In future, please be careful when going out, young master. He couldn't help but frown as he thought back to that masked person's throwing knife. That person was just as strong as him and was a rare expert. For the mastermind to have such an expert as a subordinate, how could they not be powerful? After quickly driving for a while, the Mercedes-Benz arrived at the northwest of the Acropolis City at the base of the massive walls. Two giant words were written on the walls. Qin Residence. A large mountainous area was within the walls, which took up a large portion of the northwest region of the Acropolis City. The Qin family's foundation was located here. It was located against a large mountain, with an endless view of forest on either side. The security there was absolute first-rate as well. On the high walls were a row of muscular men wearing suits. After confirming the car with binoculars, they hurriedly opened the gates and allowed them in. As they drove in, they drove past a small forest before coming to the inner region of the Qin residence. In front of them was a luxurious-looking villa. "Qiner Uncle Fu, you're here." As Qin Feng and Uncle Fu got out of the car, a man wearing a white tang suit walked over. He was tall and burly with a stalwart face. It was the richest man in the Acropolis City, Qin Huang. "Dad." Qin Feng bowed towards Qin Huang. This was one of the traditions passed down in their family. "Qiner, you're back." Qin Huang's sharp and black eyes looked up and down Qin Feng. Seeing that he was uninjured, he felt incredibly relieved. "Dad, there's something I want to talk to you about. Let's go upstairs." "Okay, let's go. Dad also has something he wants to talk to you about." Uncle Fu stood guard at the villa's entrance. The father and son came to the top floor of the villa, where there was a terrace. At the center of the terrace was a place for barbecues, and to the right was a reasonably sized open-air swimming pool. Qin Feng was sweaty from his battle, so he took off his clothes and jumped into the pool. After swimming a lap, he stuck his head out as he took in a deep breath and said, "Dad, there's someone who wants to take down our Qin family. They seem to have a powerful background." Qin Huang was sitting under an umbrella as he drank red wine. His unfathomable eyes gazed into the distance. From here, one could see nearly half of the Acropolis City, and even the southeast nightlights could be seen from there. "Qin, it must have been hard on you. You've indeed grown up." Qin Huang suddenly looked at Qin Feng as he said seriously, "Uncle Fu has already spoken to me about this. This enemy won't be easy to deal with, but our Qin family isn't easily bullied either. I've already dealt with Feng Dewei. A few minutes ago, he was taken away by people from above him, and will be punished accordingly. As for the Ma family's father and son, I'll get someone to make them disappear." "Dad, have you found anything? Do you know who's behind this?" Qin Feng swept his head back as he earnestly asked his father. Finding out who was behind Ma, who was a quest from the Hedonist sovereign system. Qin Feng couldn't not place importance on it. Qin Huang's eyes flashed with a poisonous look, comparable to that of a snake. He was full of anger thinking about the fact that someone was plotting against the Qin family, and had even nearly harmed Qin. 20 years ago, he had brought the newly born Qin Feng to Acropolis City. After 20 years of struggling and building up from nothing, he had finally arrived to where he was. During this period of time, there had been countless enemies in the open and in the shadows, and he had experienced many storms. This man, who was as grand and imposing as a mountain, had never frowned because of these things before. However, this time, after thinking for a while, Qin Huang felt quite disappointed and showed a hint of worry as he said, "We couldn't find anything useful. The enemy this time is quite powerful, so Qin, you have to be especially careful from now on. Make sure you take Uncle Fu with you wherever you go. I'm just worried that this time it's those people from the capital." "AI. Let's not talk about this. Qin Huang suddenly stopped speaking and didn't say what he had been suspecting. He felt that it wasn't the right time to talk to Qin Feng about these things yet. He breathed in deeply and the heavy look on his face disappeared, replaced with a warm smile as he said, "You stinking brat, I heard from Uncle Fu that you secretly learned an external fist technique." Ahaha. Not at all, I was just playing around and learned some tricks. Qin Feng was afraid that his father would investigate his Thunder Tiger Fist skill, so he awkwardly screwed his head as he tried to play it down. It wasn't that he didn't trust his father, but this system was simply too incomprehensible. Even if he told his dad, he doubted that he would believe him. Don't try to pretend in front of your OL dad. Uncle Fu said that your fist technique is vigorous and mighty and is definitely top class. Apparently you must have trained for at least 10 years. Boy, you've hidden it quite well. Even your OL dad didn't notice anything. Hey. Qin Huang laughed as he patted Qin Feng's shoulder. This is good news for you, so I won't ask where you learned it from. As long as you like it, you should continue to wholeheartedly train. Hearing this, Qin Feng inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Huang continued to speak, "That's right, I recently transferred some of my shares to you. Next month I want you to start working at the Royal Group. I'll get someone to teach you how to manage the group." Work? Manage the group? Qin Feng's mouth tweed and felt his dad was quite brave. Was he not afraid that he would run the company to the ground in 3 days? Qin Huang wanted him, a hedonistic young master, to go to work and manage the company? Qin Feng almost laughed out loud. What are you smirking about? Stop mucking around and get serious. You're already 20 years old. When your dad was 20 years old, I just arrived at the Acropolis city with you. By that age, I experienced every sort of hardship. You, on the other hand, have lived such a good life and only know how to leech off your OL dad. Qin Huang suddenly became strict, and Qin Feng didn't dare to quibble with him. He put on an act of eagerly listening, and Qin Huang continued to speak. There's one more thing. I've arranged a marriage for you in the capital. Fudge. Although he was in front of Qin Huang, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse out loud. This piece of news left him completely flabbergasted. He even completely forgot about the matter about going to work. He looked at Qin Huang in shock and horror, and after he recovered, he hurriedly protested, "Dad, you arranged another marriage for me? Last time with the Zhao family's Zhao Lingxian, you didn't even ask me before arranging the marriage. It was so hard for me to rescind that marriage, and yet you've done it again. Do you want to kill your child?" At that moment, Qin Feng felt like running into a wall and dying. He even began to wonder if Qin Huang had picked him up from the rubbish dump. Stop being so ridiculous. How is a marriage going to kill you? This time Qin Huang didn't go along with what Qin Feng wanted. He steeled his face as he emphatically said, "You have the face to speak like that? Do you know how much trouble you brought to the Qin family by your selfish renunciation of the marriage with the Zhao family? You do nothing all day except sleep with girls. You're truly blind not to appreciate a good girl like Ling Xian. This time, I wanted to find you a better girl to tie you up with to change your attitude. If you dare to rescind this marriage, we'll see if your OL dad doesn't dare to break your dog legs. If I have dog legs, then you also have dog legs, and your whole family have dog legs." Qin Feng inwardly grumbled, but he didn't dare to say such a thing out loud. He continuously pleaded with Qin Huang about this sudden marriage, but Qin Huang didn't give in at all. Finally, he could only gloomily leave the Qin residence. After today's events, Qin Feng realized that he was still quite weak. He was determined to do more quests to become stronger. After Qin Feng left, Qin Huang stood in front of a large French window, frowning as he looked out towards the vibrant city lights and spoke to himself. There's still 1 year until the Qin family's clan gathering. Could it be that those people couldn't resist and started to act now? Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Breaking Through His Limits. Second young master. How should this person be disposed of? A young and arrogant-looking man wearing elegant clothes was comfortably lying on a sofa within a luxurious villa in the Acropolis city. His pair of sharp and cold eyes fell on Mada, whose body on the ground. Because he had died for quite a while, the blood on his body had already solidified. A piece of trash, he deserved his death. The man didn't sympathize with Ma Dahu at all, and didn't even bother looking for him for longer than necessary. It was this piece of trash who had caused his plot against the Qin family to fail. Even if Ma Dahu hadn't died, this second young master would have personally disposed of him. The masked person in front of this second young master was called Uncle Ghost. He came and left without a trace and was extremely fast. That was why he was referred to as such. He was the expert who had killed Ma Dahu with the throwing knife in the abandoned factory. He waved his hand and two of his subordinates came over and dragged Ma Dahu's body away. In those two people's eyes, Ma Dahu's life was worth less than even that of an ant's. Before, the second young master was absolutely confident that his operation would cause the Qin family father and son to take a massive blow. He had first bribed a high-ranking employee at the Royal Hotel to video Qin Feng's actions, then kidnapped Qin Feng to force Qin Huang to give up his shares. Finally, he would have constructed some illegal structures using the royal group's businesses and taken down the Acropolis City's Qin family. However, things had not gone as planned, and everything was now a mess. Second young master, the intelligence on that brat Qin Feng was incorrect. He wasn't a weak and useless hedonist young master. Instead, his martial arts were quite good and he had a crafty mind. We've underestimated our enemies. Moreover, Yuan Fu was always guarding him from the shadows, so I didn't have any opportunity to kill him. Yuan Fu was Uncle Fu's real name. 20 years ago, this name that had incomparable power and could shake the martial arts world had disappeared, and very few people knew what happened to him. The only reason the masked man had not acted against Qin Feng was because he had discovered Uncle Fu's presence. The fact that Qin Feng knew martial arts was something that the second young master didn't expect. None of the intelligence he had gathered had mentioned this. However, from what Uncle Ghost said, Qin Feng had just reached the strength of a stage 2 expert. To the young man, this was nothing. Humph, so what if he knows martial arts? They're still too tender to fight against this young master. The young man's eyes flashed with a crafty look as he laughed. Uncle Ghost, leak to Ma Dalong that Ma Dahu was killed by Qin Feng. We can throw this chess piece away now. He won't be able to deal any fatal blows to Qin Feng. Go to the Acropolis City and find a few more people to work with using criteria to choose powerful people. Right now we still have 2 important chess pieces. It's time to use one of them. Haha. The Qin family is bound to fall at this young master's hands sooner or later. Oh. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the Royal Hotel, it was already around 10 p.m. Zhang Biao was still waiting at room 665. He was standing at the door, keeping Hua with a savage glare towards the 3 women and 1 man. His natural demonic demeanor scared Feng Tianhua and the others into trembling. Young Master Qin, you're back. Seeing Qin Feng walk in, Zhang Biao quickly withdrew his furious gaze and he walked over while smiling. Qin Feng glanced at the 3 people in the room and waved his hand, chasing them away. Since Feng Dewei had already been removed from his position, Feng Tianhua's life was going to fall from heaven to hell. This sort of punishment was even worse than beating him 100 times. Biao, did anyone go to room 666? Qin Feng asked once only Zhang Biao and himself were left in the room. Before he left, he considered that the mole in the Royal Hotel would return to room 666 to dispose of the camera. It was impossible for that camera to remain in the room forever with how the Royal Hotel was managed. As such, he arranged for Zhang Biao to stand guard here and monitor the situation. Zhang Biao didn't dare to neglect the duties given to him by Qin Feng in the slightest, and had continuously stood guard at the door. He had carefully observed the scene outside, and had actually discovered something. Young master, ever since you left until now, only a woman wearing the hotel's uniform entered. I saw that her name badge said Bai Qing. Zhang Biao respectfully replied. Bai Qing? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He never would have thought that the mole would have been that woman. She hadn't entered the Royal Hotel for very long, but had proved to be very capable. As such, she had quickly climbed up to the position of manager in the hotel. He never thought that Ma Dahu would have placed her here as a mole. Ding, congratulations host Qin Feng for identifying the mole in the Royal Hotel. You have received 100 hedonist points. The cold electronic voice confirmed that Bai Qing was definitely the mole. After confirming Bai Qing's identity, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to expose her. Right now there was someone trying to take down the Qin family. The Qin family was in the light, while they were in the darkness. Now that he had lost Mata Hu, he wanted to use Bai Qing to uncover their identity. Qin Feng gave Zhang Biao some instructions, then allowed him to leave. Qin Feng was completely spent. He had used the Thunder Tiger Fist and the True Steel Sword to defeat 4 retired veterans, expending all of the energy he had. Right now, all he wanted to do was sleep. He lay on the soft bed in room 665 and prepared to sleep there for the night. After this crisis, Qin Huang did a sweep of all employees. Currently, the security at the Royal Hotel was abnormally strict. He was no longer worried about anyone coming in to plot against him. Qin Feng lay on the big bed and opened the Hedonist sovereign system. There was still half of the rank 2 strength potion that he had not absorbed, and how much he had absorbed didn't seem to have increased any further from there. "Lil Piggy, what's going on?" Qin Feng asked in confusion. Master's body is too weak and can't withstand the increase in power the rank 2 strength potion would bring. Only by breaking through your limits can you completely absorb the potion. The little pig had run out from the system and was currently lying on Qin Feng's stomach, naughtily tickling him with its hooves. Break through the limit? How do I do that? Qin Feng froze for a second. He remembered that back when he had asked Uncle Fu about the weakness of the Thunder Tiger Fists, Uncle Fu had mentioned breaking through the limit. However, because he was worried that he would expose something, he didn't ask anything about it. And now, his body was limited and couldn't fully absorb the strength potion, so Qin Feng once again had to return to this question. Humans are a mysterious type of being. There are tens of thousands of elements that can be awoken. Once they break out, unimaginable power can be released. The little pig looked quite proud of its immense knowledge and raised its chubby little head as it said, "I'm sure Master has seen on the news situations where a father has saved his child from under a car by lifting up a car that weighs thousands of kilograms. Also, after some people's bodies broke through their limits, their brain's reaction became incredibly fast. Some can add, minus, multiply, and divide 5-figure numbers in their heads incredibly quickly. These are all signs of breaking through the limit." After hearing what the little pig said, Qin Feng suddenly thought of the female hero, Huang Rong, from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. She was able to calculate the cube root of numbers that were in the 10 millions, and could solve a simultaneous equation with 19 variables instantly. Although she was a figure from a Wuxia novel, there were people like this in real life as well. There were probably a small handful of people whose brains had broken through the limit to such an extent. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Crazily refining his body. The little pig continued to speak. According to the Hedonist sovereign system's accurate calculations, a human's body can break through the limit 9 times. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes. After breaking through, your body will become stronger, and will be able to store more power. Your abilities in various areas will also become more powerful. This process is called body refining. As long as Master continuously tempers his body, perseveres and grasps the opportunity to break through, breaking through the limits will actually be quite simple. The little pig shook its tail annoyingly. Qin Feng rolled his eyes in frustration. "It's not like you're the one that has to break through, of course it would seem like that to you." Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Break through the first layer of your body's limit. Quest time limit: 15 days. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 200 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host's body never being able to break through. This quest's punishment was incredibly cruel. Qin Feng spent the entire night complaining and grumbling. In the early morning of early May, sunshine beamed on the Acropolis University, and there were quite a few people at the sports field. Some were doing morning exercise, while many more were pervs who had come to look at the long legs. Holy crap, what the hell is this? A male student who was drooling while looking at the beautiful legs around him suddenly cried out as if he had seen a ghost. In his field of vision, he suddenly saw 2 incredibly thick legs, with calves almost as thick as the thighs. For a leg fetishist, this was simply unacceptable. However, when he closely examined them, he found that these were a man's calves. Furthermore, it wasn't that his calves were incredibly thick, but that he had bound sandbags to them, using sandbags to lure in chicks in the morning. This guy is quite the determined one. The male student evidently believed that the other person had bound sandbags to their legs while running to attract girls. The male student picked his nose as he condescendingly looked towards the face of the person. He wanted to see just how ugly someone had to be to do such a thing. However, as soon as he saw who it was, he stared with wide eyes and a gaping mouth, as his snot dried on his finger. Fudge, is that the sensualistic young master, Qin Feng? Upon seeing Qin Feng's handsome appearance, the male student fell in a daze for a few moments before screeching in a high voice. He was completely dumbfounded. The young master of the Qin family was indeed the seducer sage. He had even put his life on the line in order to seduce girls. His shouts attracted the other students' attention. They all looked towards Qin Feng as their jaws dropped to the ground. Even the soccer team's players, who were burning with passion, stopped playing as they stared into the distance. These people probably wanted to gouge out their eyeballs and give them a good clean. Otherwise, why would they be hallucinating that the sensualistic young master, Qin Feng, was doing morning exercise? Zhao Lingxian was wearing a black exercise top and shorts, and looked extremely stunning. Her exposed thighs were extremely eye-catching, and her tall and sexy figure was one of the reasons why she had persisted in doing morning exercise. Just like always, Zhao Lingxian came to the sports field in the early morning, preparing to work up a sweat. However, as soon as she walked onto the sports field, her pupils constricted, as a look of shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng? Isn't he usually dropped off and picked up by a chauffeur? That hedonistic young master who can't be bothered to even walk a few extra steps has come to do morning exercise? He even has sandbags bound to his legs, and each of them look they weigh at least 5 kilograms. Zhao Lingxian found that Qin Feng was becoming harder and harder to understand. Ever since the cocktail party, it was as if he had become a different person. Looking at him now, she felt as if his very nature had changed. He wasn't seducing women, but had instead come to the sports field to do morning exercise. Qin Feng had long since noticed the quiet discussions going on around him. He made a wry face. If it wasn't to break through his limits and become stronger, why would this young master come so early to do morning exercise? A 7.5 kilogram sandbag was bound to each of his legs, so he wasn't running very fast. However, his steps were filled with power and he maintained a steady rhythm as he ran. Qin Feng's forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't wipe it off. The loose muscles in his legs were slowly becoming tighter, and there was a look of extreme concentration on his face. He looked into the distance, determined to persevere until he broke through. There were no shortcuts to break through the limit. Only by tempering himself and persisting would he have the opportunity to break through. This was the path everyone who wanted to become strong had to pass through: body refining. Every strong person had walked step by step on this path, and Qin Feng was no exception. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Qin Feng maintained a steady pace, not too fast and not too slow, and ran lap after lap on the sports field. 4 laps, 5 laps, 6 laps. Now, there were more and more people coming to Wa. All of them made a large circle around the sports field, looking in surprise as they talked about Qin Feng. Qin Feng completely ignored the spectators who had come to have some fun. By the time he was on his 7th lap, he felt incredibly lethargic, as if his body had been emptied of all its strength. However, his eyes remained resolute and he didn't even think about giving up. He continuously, inwardly muttered, "Hang on. This young master must hang on." 7 laps, 8 laps, 9 laps. Qin Feng's steady rhythm slowed down, as he became slower and slower. By the end it was as if he had stopped. However, those who were carefully observing found that he hadn't truly stopped, but was just moving at the pace of a snail. He was still taking tiny steps forwards. He was incredibly tired, and his eyes were almost closed. He looked as if he would fall asleep at any moment. His arms powerlessly hung by his side and his legs were bent. His entire body was leaning forwards and he looked like a zombie. However, he had never stopped, not even for a single moment. This was because deep in his subconscious, There was a voice continuously telling Qin Feng not to give up, that he couldn't give up no matter what. Seeing this scene, the completely packed sports field fell silent. All of the spectators had strange looks on their faces and breathed raggedly. If they hadn't personally seen this, no one would have believed that the hedonistic young master, Qin Feng, had such determination. A small voice suddenly cheered, "Do your best, young master Qin." This voice was quite weak and shaky, but in the silent sports field, everyone heard it clearly. It sounded like thunder erupting in their hearts. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Lin Bei. Upon seeing this beauty with her gentle and weak demeanor, everyone's eyes lit up. After the introverted Lin Bei suddenly became the focus of attention, she tightly gripped the corners of her clothes, as an embarrassed and flustered look appeared on her face. She had heard people discussing that Qin Feng was running at the sports field, so she came to have a look in curiosity. Lin Bei felt moved inwardly when she Qin Feng's resolute appearance. Thinking to all the help he had given her over the past few days, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, who was slowly advancing. Her expression became determined as she yelled out, "Keep going, Qin Feng. You can do it, Qin Feng." This voice was clear, resonant and full of confidence. At this moment there was only Qin Feng in her eyes. After the vast sports field fell silent, it was as if someone ignited a fuse which caused everyone to fire up. A loud shout came from Yun Xiao like a troop of soldiers rushing into battle. "You can do it, young Master Qin." "My God, young Master Qin, you're too cool. You have to hang on. I've already become your loyal fan." "Young Master Qin, as long as you don't stop, we won't go to class and will continue to cheer you on." Qin Feng, who was completely exhausted by now, was shocked by the voices. He looked over and found that at some point, the sports field had turned into a sea of people. These people's eyes had completely lit up as they looked at him, with more excitement than himself. The treatment he was receiving was like he was an Olympic runner. He deeply breathed in and started to laugh, as his eyes became focused again and his pace increased. "Holy fudge! Look, young Master Qin's speeding up. Wow, young Master Qin's too cool. It'd be awesome if he could fancy me. He really did get faster. Young Master Qin's been continuously speeding up." Qin Feng could feel his body gradually recovering its strength, and the corners of his lips lifted upwards. He opened the Hedonist sovereign system and saw that the remaining half of the rank 2 strength potion was slowly being absorbed by his body. He felt as if he had been reborn, and a sense of ecstasy washed over him that he had never experienced before. He was incredibly excited. His chance to break through had come so quickly. The Acropolis University's third round of classes for the day had already concluded, and all of the teachers and lecturers were incredibly confused. Practically no one had come to their classes, and it seemed like these students had all agreed to skip class together. The massive campus was much quieter than usual, while on the sports field emotions burned bright. It was completely packed, and those who found out late could only press against the rails outside, looking at the scene from afar. Everyone was holding their phones high in the air, taking photos and videos. Some students who had no idea what was going on thought that some superstar had come to the Acropolis University for a concert. 21 laps, 22 laps, 23 laps. Every time Qin Feng ran a lap, the students would count for him. The entire morning, through his sheer willpower, he had run 23 laps with 15 kilograms of sandbags tied to his legs. "Qin Feng, do you want to take a break and have some water?" Seeing the fire burning in Qin Feng's eyes, Lin Bei felt as if this loose and hedonistic young master had become a completely different person. It was as if his whole body was shining, and it had a strange attractiveness to it. "Sure. Thanks, little sister Lin." Qin Feng stopped beside Lin Bei and took the bottle of water from her, as he patted her dark and glossy hair. This loving scene made all of the male students' faces darken, and they all sighed as they felt incredibly downhearted. Even the untouchable, pure goddess Lin Bei was going to be seduced by him. At this moment, a beautiful and eye-cawing woman who had seen this became so angry that she began to gnash her teeth. She was angry to the point that flames seemed to shoot from her beautiful eyes. She was holding a sports drink in her hands, hesitating as to whether she should give it to Qin Feng. However, it seemed that this was no longer necessary. Stinking loose man bastard. People like you should just thirst to death. This woman was the #1 beauty of the arts department, Zhao Lingxian. She threw the sports drink on the ground as she silently cursed him and left in a huff. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Acropolis University's 4 Young Masters. Qin Feng had run for an entire morning, and was incredibly thirsty. He guzzled down the mineral spring water quickly and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he smiled at Lin Bei. After his training, he had absorbed half of the remaining rank 2 strength potion. However, when he reached the end, his body stopped absorbing the potion. He felt that if he wanted to break through and reach new heights, he couldn't simply get there by only running. At this moment, a person walked out from the crowd and smiled as he said, "Yo, I was wondering who could have caused such a large ruckus. It turns out that it was our Acropolis University's seducer sage, young Master Qin." Everyone could tell there was a hint of mockery in his tone. They looked over and saw a tall and handsome young man elegantly walking over. How he carried himself was not ordinary, and he had an imposing appearance. He was wearing a white tang suit and held a wooden folding fan in his hands, which he casually fanned himself with. Behind him were 2 lackeys, who glared at Qin Feng menacingly. This person held the same position as Qin Feng, as one of the Acropolis University's 4 young masters, Yu Wenxiang. However, the Acropolis University's 4 young masters and the Acropolis City's 4 princes were not to be confused with each other. The Acropolis City's 4 princes represented the 4 biggest powers in the Acropolis City, while the Acropolis University's 4 young masters came from different places. Apart from Qin Feng, who was a local, the other 3 were all young masters of prominent families from important cities in the southeast. The powers they represented were not to be looked down upon either. "Young Master Yu." Seeing Yu Wenxiang walk over, Lin Bei courteously nodded and greeted him. "Haha, Miss Lin doesn't need to be so polite. That would make our relationship feel so much more distant. Wouldn't you say that this is fate, to be able to meet Miss Lin here by chance?" Yu Wenxiang looked at Lin Bei's face with a passionate gaze and gave a gentlemanly smile. Compared to Qin Feng, who seduced women confidently and directly, he was much more crafty and devious. Lin Bei didn't have a very good impression of Yu Wenxiang. Before, he had publicly announced that he was going to chase after her. However, compared to Qin Feng, he seemed like a complete stranger, which made her feel like she didn't want to get close to him. She instinctively retreated to Qin Feng's side and looked at him, afraid and as if she was hoping that he would save her. Seeing this, Yu Wenxiang's eyes flashed with a hint of iciness and he smiled at Qin Feng as he said, "Young Master Qin, you're using such trashy methods to make girls fall for you early in the morning. You've really opened this young master's eyes." From Yu Wenxiang's perspective, Qin Feng wasn't here to exercise, but had changed his tactics to seduce women. He didn't hide the contempt he showed for Qin Feng, and everything that he did was quite provocative. There are no such things as trashy or clever methods, only effective and ineffective ones. Against Yu Wenxiang's forceful attitude, Qin Feng's expression didn't change. His arm naturally fell on Lin Bei's shoulder as he tiredly leaned his body against her back and laughed, saying, "What do you think, young master Yu?" "Humph. Qin Feng, this is a university, so you best pay attention to your image. Even if you're shameless, do you think Miss Lin is as shameless as you? Don't bring your shameless low acts into here." Yu Wenxiang was furious to the point of exploding and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He gnashed his teeth as he stared down Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, ah." Lin Bei could feel the tension in the atmosphere and she sweetly looked at Qin Feng as she gently pushed him aside. When Qin Feng leaned against her back, she didn't feel disgusted, but just a bit shocked. However, Lin Bei, who had a weak and gentle personality, was simply too embarrassed to do such things in front of so many of her peers. Qin Feng understood Lin Bei's personality and he squeezed her cheek. He laughed as he said to Yu Wenxiang, "Oh well. Tonight, I'll find a place where there's no one around. There, little sister Lin and I can be intimate all we want. What do you say, little sister Lin?" "Shay." When Qin Feng said this, he purposefully spoke loudly so that almost everyone at the sports field could hear. He wanted everyone in the Acropolis University to know that Lin Bei was already his, destroying any intentions towards her. After finding out about her background, he knew how difficult her life was, and didn't want her to be hurt anymore. The sports field was instantly filled with whispering, as everyone looked at Qin Feng and Lin Bei in surprise. None of them would have thought that their development would have progressed so quickly. Lin Bei was now nervous to the point of death. Her once white face was so red that it seemed as if steam would be let out. Her long eyelashes rapidly blinked, not knowing what to do. However, when she thought about Qin Feng helping her out all of those times, Lin Bei simply couldn't cause him to lose face in front of everyone. After hesitating for a moment, she nervously raised her head and looked at Qin Feng before weakly nodding and gently replying with This sound was as quiet as a mosquito and was almost inaudible. However, Wuxiang, who was standing extremely close, could hear it clearly. Looking at how embarrassed Lin Bei was, he felt a sudden urge to leap on her there and then. Lin Bei had displayed that embarrassed manner for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, if you're a man, do you dare to fight with this young master? Whoever can make the other person kneel on the ground and beg for mercy will be the winner. Whoever loses will piss off whenever they see Lin Bei in future. A layer of frost seemed to appear on Wuxiang's face and he even felt like murdering Qin Feng. He simply couldn't accept losing to a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng, and wanted to his fists to display his power and win Lin Bei's heart. Things were progressing this quickly? This was too exciting. Everyone in the crowd gripped their fists with so much excitement that they almost began to jump up and down. Who didn't know of Wuxiang? He was the best fighter out of the Acropolis City's 4 young masters, and was the captain of the university's Taekwondo club. His family members in the Jincheng City were quite mysterious, and were said to be the overlords of Jincheng City's underworld. Who knew if this was true or not? Wuxiang had now uttered such savage words in public and wanted to fight Qin Feng one-on-one. Everyone worriedly looked at Qin Feng. They knew that a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng, who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, would suffer a crushing defeat. He might not even have the guts to accept. Sure, you want to fight this young master one-on-one? A calm voice suddenly sounded out, cutting off everyone's discussions. When Qin Feng serenely replied, the entire sports field fell silent. Jaws fell to the ground like rain. Wuxiang never thought that Qin Feng would have agreed so readily. He had been thinking of how to bait Qin Feng into fighting him, or how to make him angry enough to agree. He stared in shock for a few moments before laughing loudly. That's right, I heard that young Master Qin's skills in seducing women are first-rate. I wonder how your fighting skills are? I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Was it even possible that Wuxiang didn't know Qin Feng's strength? Everyone present clearly knew that Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master, who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Even a strong woman could probably beat him with a single hand. Alright, since you want to fight me so much, then beg. If I'm happy with your begging, I'll fight you. Of course, Qin Feng wasn't stupid. Seeing that he needed an opportunity to break through, he agreed to the battle. However, before fighting, he had to ridicule Wuxiang first. Do you dare to fight or not? Wuxiang was incredibly angry. How was it possible that he could beg Qin Feng in front of this crowd? It must be that you're afraid of this master and want to find an excuse to run away. Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Wuxiang. You want to use these methods to make me fight? You're too naive. Qin Feng took Lin Bei's hand and turned as he said, since you don't want to fight me, then this young master will take little sister Lin to a remote place to get intimate. I'm very busy. Everyone was dumbfounded as they saw Qin Feng and Lin Bei getting further and further away. No one thought the conclusion would turn out like this. Wuxiang was so angry that he turned green. He looked at the two of them who were about to exit the sports field and gripped his fists as he angrily roared, Qin Feng, please fight with me to see who's stronger. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Everyone frowned and Wuxiang's face darkened. His fists made cracking sounds and after falling silent for a moment, he yelled, Qin Feng, I beg you, fight with me. TSK. They were both part of Acropolis University's 4 young masters, but there was such a big difference between them. Oh, you want to fight me? Why didn't you say so earlier? And why do you have to shout so loudly? It's not like I'm deaf, Qin Feng said as he looked at Yuan Xiang unhappily. Since you're so sincere about wanting to fight me, I'll make an exception and go for a round with you. Qin Feng stood straight with his hands behind his back, looking like an unfathomable expert. Everyone's mouth tweed. This was a fight, not a competition to see who could seduce a woman. Where had this confidence come from? Yuan Xiang suppressed the flames in his stomach. At this moment he could feel his heart burning in anger. Seeing that Qin Feng had finally agreed to fight, he didn't waste any words as he leapt towards him. Right now, all he wanted to do was savagely beat up Qin Feng and teach him a bloody lesson. Yuan Xiang was incredibly fast and arrived in front Qin Feng in just a few breaths of time. Taekwondo primarily focused on using one's legs and feet, with the hands in more of a supporting role. Yuan Xiang gave a furious shout as he executed a side kick with good form. It was vigorous and fast indeed. He was quite skilled. As he kicked, a cold smile appeared on his face. He could already imagine how pitiful Qin Feng would look after being hit and not being able to get up. However, Yuan Xiang was shocked to see that not only had Qin Feng easily dodged his kick, he had ruthlessly punched towards his head. Everyone cried out in shock. Evidently, they were all surprised at Qin Feng's power. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Battle of Life and Death. Yuan Xiang's expression changed. He hurriedly withdrew his right foot as he also punched out towards Qin Feng and roared, "Humph, your elder's going to break your arm with this punch." The two fists collided, resulting in an intense sound. Qin Feng maintained his punching pose, while Yuan Xiang stumbled back a few steps. His arm felt numb and his face was covered with shock. This scene caused the sports field to erupt into noise. Contrary to all expectations, Qin Feng had actually come out on top in an exchange of fists between himself and the Taekwondo club's captain. Not too far away, on a viewing platform, two elegantly dressed young men sat at a large, round table under an umbrella. They drank cold, freshly squeezed juice as they casually weighed the fight. These two people were the other two young masters of Acropolis University's four young masters, Li Xiaojie and Hua Ming. Big brother Li, that kid Qin Feng was pretty good at pretending. He actually knew how to fight. Evidently, Hua Ming was also completely dumbfounded to see that Qin Feng could fight. Li Xiaojie ignored Hua Ming. When he saw Qin Feng's vigorous and mighty punch, his eyes flashed as he smiled. Interesting. Feeling the looks of derision from all around him, Yuan Xiang almost became insane with anger, his face turning cold and savage. He never would have thought that Qin Feng would have also learned an external fighting technique. However, that was all there was to him. He had simply underestimated his opponent, which had allowed Qin Feng to gain the upper hand in that bout. With his strength as a Stage 3 expert, he could release 4 times a normal person's strength. From the exchange just then, he concluded that Qin Feng was at most at Stage 2, which was nothing to him. Yuan Xiang suddenly roared and charged at Qin Feng. The cold aura he emitted caused many students to take a few steps backwards. It was obvious that this time he was fully serious. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as he saw Yuan Xiang charging towards him like an enraged beast. He felt a sense of danger and didn't dare to be negligent, putting all of his strength into his punch as he struck out. This time, the sound from the collision was much louder and scared many people. Qin Feng felt a wave of energy blast through his entire arm, which then spread through his whole body as he was sent flying. As soon as he hit the ground, Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone around exclaimed in shock and many of the timid females covered their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene. This battle had turned out to be exciting, like the battles between experts from Wuxia novels. Lin Bei was so scared that she turned white as a sheet. She hurriedly ran over to Qin Feng and frowned as she asked, "Qin Feng, are you alright? Don't keep fighting. I'll take you to the hospital." Qin Feng waved his hand and sat up, indicating to Lin Bei that he was fine. That punch had been too powerful, and although Qin Feng had used the Thunder Tiger fists which unleashed 3 times a normal person's strength, he still felt as though his internal organs had all been shifted. However, inwardly he still felt incredibly excited. This was because his body had completely absorbed the rank 2 strength potion and was now filled with power. He felt like he was going to explode. Unknowingly, Qin Feng had broken through the limit. He had truly stepped into the realm of the Stage 1 experts and had officially stepped onto the path of martial cultivation. Having completely absorbed the rank 2 strength potion, Qin Feng's strength, combined with the Thunder Tiger Fists, could unleash 4 times a normal person's strength. Qin Feng was completely confident in facing Yuan Xiang in such a condition. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for breaking through the first layer of your body's limit. You have received the reward of 200 Hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Break through the second layer of your body's limit. Quest time limit: 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host's body staying in Stage 1 for 1 year. As he saw the 300 Hedonist points he had in the system, Qin Feng's lips slightly curved upwards. He would be able to exchange them for more goodies. Qin Feng, it's not too late to apologize and beg for mercy. Yuan Xiang's furious expression finally lightened up with satisfaction as he smiled. After all, I'm sure you're used to being loose and sensualistic. Only playing with women but not emotions. You're definitely chasing after Miss Lin for her body. Yuan Xiang looked towards Lin Beibei. He wanted to expose his motives and make her see his true nature so that she would stay away from him. However, all he could see was disgust in her eyes. How could she not be disgusted by him? He had hit Qin Feng until he had spat out blood. This was simply contemptible. As for saying that Qin Feng was only after her body, that was impossible. He had many opportunities to take her body, but he had done nothing. Even last night, Lin Beibei had gone to room 888 at the Royal Clubhouse using the room card he had given her. She had waited for him for an entire night, but he hadn't come. Young master, you were all fellow students here. I think you hitting him to this state is enough. Lin Beibei stood in front of Qin Feng and mustered her courage as she spoke out. Qin Feng, you're a man, right? Why are you hiding behind a woman? Seeing that Lin Beibei was determined to stand by Qin Feng, Yuan Xiang was so infuriated that he felt like he was also going to spit out blood. Yuan Xiang didn't waste any words. He went around Lin Beibei and quickly stepped in front of Qin Feng, wanting to hit him while he was down. It seemed that Yuan Xiang wasn't going to stop if he didn't turn Qin Feng into a cripple. Haha, I'm going to have to disappoint you. This time this young master has really gotten involved with emotions. When Yuan Xiang's fist came close, Qin Feng coldly laughed and suddenly jumped up. He was almost twice as fast after breaking through the limit, and as he nimbly avoided Yuan Xiang's attack, he counterattacked with his own punch. This punch hit Yuan Xiang in the waist, with 4 times a normal person's strength. 200 kilograms of force struck Yuan Xiang's body, causing him to fly like a broken kite. Yuan Xiang landed heavily on the ground as blood burst out from his mouth. His 2 lackeys hurriedly propped him up as they hatefully glared at Qin Feng. Well, it's your turn to beg for mercy. Qin Feng patted the dust off himself as he calmly looked at Yuan Xiang. Yuan Xiang's tang suit was now covered with dirt and he looked like a sorry figure. His eyes flashed with amazement. He was completely shocked by Qin Feng's sudden explosion in strength. This guy had evidently just stepped into Stage 2 and yet was able to release the power of a Stage 3 expert, making it impossible for him to completely defend. Of course, if he knew that Qin Feng was only at Stage 1, it would be impossible to imagine what his reaction would be like. Yuan Xiang looked as if he had just eaten a fly. After remaining silent for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Qin Feng, this fight was a draw. I want to have a battle of life and death with you in 1 month at the Taekwondo Dojang. After saying this, Yuan Xiang angrily left. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Incredible Boasting. Yuan Xiang had not said those words out of blind anger. He had put in much hard work to reach Stage 3 in external techniques and could break through at any time. It was likely that with his family's support, he would be able to break through to Stage 4 in external techniques within a month. When that time came, he would be able to unleash 5 times a normal person's strength. That would be the date of Qin Feng's death. Although Yu Wenxiang had already exited the sports field, the words he left were like a thunderstorm that sent everyone into a frenzy. A battle of life and death meant that both sides signed a waiver agreeing that if one party killed the other, they would not take any responsibility. Only bloody vengeances would instigate such battles. Goddamn, a battle of life and death. Big Brother Li, Yu Wenxiang's gone crazy. Even on the viewing platform, Hua Ming, who had seemed like he was on a holiday, couldn't stay calm. However, this Qin Feng guy is becoming more and more interesting. Big Brother Li, should we go play with him? Li Xiaojie's unfathomable eyes looked at Qin Feng from afar for a while, and he suddenly said, if you want to play, go play. I'm not interested. The fight had concluded and Qin Feng had broken through his limit. He didn't need to continue to run around the sports field, so the spectating students all dispersed and it became empty again. Young Master Qin, are you really alright? When most of the people had left, Lin Beibei mustered enough courage to run over to Qin Feng and ask while holding his arm. Standing so close together, Qin Feng could smell Lin Beibei's fragrance and he smiled, saying, don't call me young Master Qin. Call me Qin Feng. Like just then. Did you sleep well at the royal clubhouse last night? After finding out that Lin Beibei didn't have anywhere to stay, Qin Feng had given her the room card to room 888 at the royal clubhouse. As such, he had no further intentions in asking this, but Lin Beibei's face suddenly became red, confused as to why Qin Feng had inquired. However, she shyly nodded her head and answered, the environment there's really nice and it's very quiet, so I slept quite well. Qin Feng, you last night, why didn't you come to sleep? In the end, Lin Beibei had summoned all of her courage to ask that question. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks became as red as an apple, and she felt like diving into a crack in the ground. Qin Feng was a bit surprised by this question, but quickly realized what she meant. Lin Beibei must have misunderstood him. She probably thought that he had given her the room card because he wanted her body. He felt slightly bitter, wondering why he had recently been misunderstood by so many beauties. First it was the beautiful teacher Yun Xiao, and now even Lin Beibei thought this way as well. Qin Feng could only accept this, however, as he thought to his loose and sensualistic nature. Beibei, you can have that room to yourself. When I've sorted out your compensation, you can move back, Qin Feng said while bitterly smiling. Lin Beibei looked at him in shock as a complicated look arose within her eyes. She couldn't help but stare at Qin Feng dumbly. It turned out, he didn't do this because he wanted her body, but had simply wanted to help her. Suddenly, a strange feeling grew within Lin Beibei's heart that she was unable to control. It was so faint that even she didn't notice it. Thank you, Qin Feng, Lin Beibei said in a small voice. No need to thank me. After all, we're deskmates, right? I've taken advantage of you many times in the past, so this is something I should be doing. Alright, come have lunch with me. When Qin Feng mentioned taking advantage of her, she thought back to how many times he had touched her legs and cheeks, and her cheeks burned hot again. As the two of them walked through the Acropolis University's campus, countless students looked at them strangely and discussed among themselves in soft voices. Qin Feng had long since become accustomed to being the center of attention, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. On the other hand, Lin Beibei walked with her head lowered the entire time, and her fists were gripped so tightly that there was no strength in them. Beauty Lin, you've finally come out. We've waited so long for you. Are you free for lunch? Big Brother will take you to have a big feast. Just as the two of them walked out of the campus, a bald-headed man wearing sunglasses walked over. When his gaze fell on Lin Beibei's body, his eyes almost became green. The man was in his early 40s and was quite muscular. He was wearing a singlet with beach shorts and thongs on his feet. A wild wolf was tattooed onto his thick arm, and there were 4 people standing behind him. They were dressed fairly similarly and looked like young hooligans. Do you know him? Qin Feng slightly frowned and looked at Lin Beibei. The instant Lin Beibei saw the bald-headed man, she became nervous. Her small hands tightly gripped the corners of her clothes as she inched closer to Qin Feng, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. Then let's go. Since Lin Beibei didn't know these people, Qin Feng didn't bother with them. He held Lin Beibei's hand as he walked towards the parking lot. Goddamn, you little brat, our big brother Meng's talking to the little beauty. Who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, piss the hell off. The lackeys behind the bald-headed man were enraged and surrounded Qin Feng, looking like they wanted to fight. Qin Feng calmly smiled. He had seen much in his life and these little hooligans didn't scare him in the slightest. Just as he was going to teach them a lesson they would remember, he felt Lin Beibei's small hand that was covered in sweat suddenly pull him. Upon seeing Lin Beibei's anxious expression, Qin Feng deduced that she did indeed know these people. She had probably been bothered by these hooligans in the past. Thinking to the other two quests related to Lin Beibei, solving the issue about the compensation for the demolition of her home, and making her his girlfriend, Qin Feng calmed down. He could feel that Lin Beibei wasn't as resistant to him as before, and if he put in some effort, she would definitely be his. Lunch? All right, count me in as well. Qin Feng smiled, looking expectantly towards the bald-headed man. Inwardly he laughed. If you want to treat this young master to lunch, you'd best prepare a few cards. The bald-headed man glared at Qin Feng but didn't say anything. Just as his lackeys were about to push Qin Feng away, he nimbly avoided them, causing the afro-headed one to curse loudly. Fudge, you dare to dodge your elder? And who the hell are you? Big Brother Meng's inviting this beauty for lunch. Why are you still here? Abao, shut up. Just as the afro-head called Abao was about to attack, the bald-headed man yelled out and stopped him. Noticing the frightened expression on Lin Beibei's face, the hostility on the bald-headed man's face quickly disappeared. A wide smile leapt across his face as he said, "This is the entrance of our Acropolis city's best university, and yet the first you do is curse and swear. What has your big brother told you? Read books in your free time and culture yourselves. What have you all been doing all day? All of you piss off. Your elder gets annoyed just from looking at you." The lackeys looked at the bald-headed man in surprise, wondering why he had suddenly become a different person who valued education so much. Normally, he was the complete opposite. He'd scrub his feet and curse with swear words. This was the image that the lackeys had of him in their hearts. However, since their big brother had said this, they didn't dare to disobey and quickly left. After they left, Tai Meng's expression changed as he gave Lin Beibei a gentlemanly smile and said, "If you please, Beauty Lin. My car's this way." Zhay. Qin Feng almost threw up at the sight of a bald-headed, tattooed man whose body was covered with muscles giving such a smile. He said to Lin Beibei, "Let's go. Since there's someone paying, why not?" Seeing that Qin Feng was shamelessly determined to come, a hostile look flashed in Tai Meng's eyes and he coldly smiled. Since this brat wanted to die, he would use him as a stepping stone for his boasting. He'd use this brat to show Lin Beibei his status and wealth, snaying her over in an instant. As for that brat, he would find a few brothers to give him a vicious beating after the meal. How much you eat will determine how much your elder will beat out of you. At this point, Tai Meng was in awe of his own intelligence and wisdom, and he began to show off. The trio happened to be passing by an incredibly cool-looking Lamborghini Batmobile. Tai Meng suddenly stopped and patted his chest, proudly saying, "Beauty Lin, look at this. Big Brother bought this Lamborghini Batmobile just this year. It wasn't that expensive either. Someone I knew gave me a discount of over $6 million. We'll pick a night for Big Brother to take you out for a ride." Tai Meng didn't even bat an eyelash when he boasted. He had thought that Lin Beibei's eyes would shine with a golden light, and that she would run over to hug his arm and cutely flirt. However, all he could see was her desperately suppressing her laughter. How could Lin Beibei not want to laugh? Although she didn't know much about cars, she still recognized this unique and cool-looking Lamborghini Batmobile, because it belonged to Qin Feng. The first time he had driven it to the university, it had caused a massive ruckus and Lin Beibei still remembered it. Haha. Who would have thought that you're quite rich? You know what, why wait? How about you take Beauty Lin for a ride right now? Qin Feng suggested and laughed. Tai Meng's face darkened. He awkwardly coughed a few times and said contemptuously, "Brat, you don't understand anything. This sort of luxury car is best driven at night. Why would you want to ride around it during the day? Plus, the keys were carried off by my subordinates, so we can only wait until another day. All right, let's get in my other car. I'm already hungry, so let's go and eat now." In order to prevent further questioning from Qin Feng, Tai Meng hurriedly brought the two of them over to his car, which was a second-hand Buick. Tai Ming drove as Qin Feng and Lin Bei sat together in the back. During the trip, Tai Ming continuously tried to chat with her, but was ignored by her every time. However, Qin Feng was able to make her laugh repeatedly. During the drive, Qin Feng was able to find out the relationship between the bald-headed man and Lin Bei. It turned out that Tai Ming was a big-time gangster who was part of the #1 gang in the northwest of Acropolis City's underworld, the Wild Wolf Gang. Recently, the Wild Wolf Gang had been involved with a development project. They were responsible for helping Eternal Abundance Real Estate forcibly demolish homes and relocate the residents of the place Lin Bei was living at. The first time Tai Ming had seen Lin Bei, he had vowed to make this beautiful girl his. Lin Bei had not been fazed by his earlier tricks, so he decided to use more forceful tactics. Lin Bei happened to be staying at the Royal Clubhouse for the past few days, so he hadn't been able to see her. As such, he had specially come to the Acropolis University's entrance to wait for her. After understanding what was going on, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth tilted upwards. He had been planning to spend some time to take care of the compensation for the demolition of Lin Bei's home, but who would have thought that the opportunity would have presented itself to him? Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Order more if it's not enough. The Buick stopped outside the Royal Hotel. Qin Feng fought the urge to laugh as he looked at the massive hotel that seemed to extend up to the clouds. The Royal Hotel is the Acropolis City's best 5-star hotel. Beauty Lin, is this good enough? As soon as they got out of the car, Tai Ming looked at Qin Feng as he tilted his head back and spoke proudly. Even Qin Feng inwardly shook his head seeing Tai Ming act so pretentiously. The black-haired, long-legged, beautiful attendant gave a sweet smile as she greeted the three of them. "Welcome to the Royal Hotel, please come in she said but stopped halfway through her sentence. She immediately adopted an extremely respectful tone when she saw Qin Feng. She started another sentence and said young mas but was once again cut off by Qin Feng. He still wanted to watch Tai Ming show off as he found it quite amusing, so he suddenly yelled out, "Wow! No less than expected from a 5-star hotel. Look at these decorations, it looks like a palace. I'm sure it's expensive to eat here, right? Baldy, you're quite right." Baldy? Tai Ming's mouth tweed and his face almost turned green after hearing the name Qin Feng called him. However, seeing the look of wonder and awe on his face, he suppressed the anger and said, "Che, how expensive can a meal be? Seeing that you're Beauty Lin's classmate, you can order what you want. Your elder will show you what the upper-class lifestyle is like." Seeing Tai Ming's insufferably arrogant manner, the beautiful attendant wondered if she hadn't completely woken up. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes and looked at Qin Feng carefully. However, she was certain that this was the Royal Hotel's director's son, Qin Feng, young Master Qin. This was the first time the beautiful attendant had heard someone speak of the upper-class lifestyle to Qin Feng. "This way, please." The beautiful attendant noticed the look Qin Feng was giving her. It seemed that he didn't want to reveal his identity, so she didn't say anything else and guided the three of them to a private room. The whole way, many of the workers bowed to Qin Feng. Tai Ming was walking at the front, so he thought that these people were showing him respect. He marched on with a straight back, feeling as if he was flying. "Haha, see, this is what the service in 5-star hotels is like. It's worth it to spend some extra money." Following the beautiful attendant, the three of them came to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The beautiful attendant thought the host was probably the Baldy after her observations, so she presented the iPad to him. "Beauty Lin, you can order. Don't look at the prices, just order what you want. The thing Big Brother here lacks the least is money. In future, if you become Big Brother's girlfriend, you'll be able to live in bliss." Tai Ming pushed the iPad over to Lin Bei. He tried to bait her in, but found that she did not look at the iPad as she pushed it over to Qin Feng, shyly saying, "You order. I'm not good with these things." Qin Feng smiled and pushed the iPad to the side as he looked towards Tai Ming, saying, "Baldy, I'll order for us then. This is the first time I've eaten in such a high-class restaurant before. Surely you won't mind if I order a lot, right?" "That's right, order as much as you want. Your elder's got plenty of money." Tai Meng rolled his eyes. He would allow this brat to have some fun for now. Tai Meng resolved not only to beat him up until he vomited because he dared call him Baldy, but also to get people to shave him bald as well for running off his mouth. I'll go ahead then. Zay. Qin Feng gave an evil smile and leaned back on the sofa chair, casually saying, we'll have one of each of the most expensive dishes, as well as the special dishes, recommended dishes, seafood dishes, dessert dishes, but no soup. Oh, and a 1982 Lafite, please. All right, that's enough. We'll order more if it's not enough. After Qin Feng finished ordering in a confident and an easygoing manner, Tai Meng looked as if he had become petrified. He inwardly howled, what the hell have you ordered? How can 3 people eat so much? You ordered enough for goddamn 30 people, and yet you'll order more if it's not enough. Your elder will send you to the Western Paradise in just a bit. Tai Meng's breathing became much heavier. They had come to the Royal Hotel last year to celebrate the Wild Wolf Gang's leader's birthday, and it had been incredibly expensive. After that, he hadn't dared to come here. Today, if he wasn't acting so big in order to trick Lin Bei Bei into sleeping with him, Tai Meng wouldn't have paid such a bloody price. However, since he had put on such an act, he couldn't give up halfway. As such, he could only grit his teeth and hang on. Sir, is that all right? Since it was Tai Meng paying, the beautiful attendant still needed his consent. Tai Meng's face darkened as he nodded his head. When the attendant left the room, Tai Meng's heart was still bleeding. He silently calculated how much all of this would cost, and found that according to his rough estimates, it would be over $100,000. He was so angry that he almost flipped the table and walked out. After spending so much money, if Lin Bei Bei wasn't obedient at night, he would just have to take her by force. This was what Tai Meng silently decided as he gnashed his teeth. Baldy, why's there a tattoo of a dog on your arm? Seeing that Tai Meng had fallen silent, Qin Feng took the initiative to tease him. Fudge, look goddamn carefully, it's a wolf. Tai Meng was already furious, and the flames in his heart were fanned even greater by Qin Feng. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He savagely glared at Qin Feng, saying, don't think that you can run your mouth off just because you're Beauty Lin's classmate. Brat, I'll have you know that your elder's in the underworld. Have you heard of the Northwest's Wild Wolf Gang? The leader Wang Chong is my brother. I'll have you know that your elder has killed people before, so show some respect. The Acropolis City's underworld was split into 2 Wild Wolf Gang in the northwest and Flying Dragon Gang in the southeast. However, these things were nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. You've killed people before? No way. Qin Feng said in mock horror. Seeing Qin Feng's scared expression, Tai Meng felt quite pleased. He continued to boast, saying, in the underworld, killing people is as normal as eating. You should know Qin Feng, right? He's that good-for-nothing son of the royal group's president, Qin Huang. Even a hedonistic young master like him with such a background is being hunted for all over the city with a bounty of $200,000 on his head. Qin Feng spat out the tea in his mouth onto Tai Meng's face. This news had come too suddenly, and even Qin Feng didn't know about it. Before the Baldy could become angry, Qin Feng asked, Baldy, you can't say such things so casually. Surely the Flying Dragon Gang wouldn't dare to kill Qin Feng. Humph, brat, you haven't even grown out all of your hair. What do you know? Qin Feng killed Ma Dahu, so do you think his dad wouldn't dare to kill Qin Feng? Tai Meng resisted the urge to kick Qin Feng as he wiped his face with a serviette. Qin Feng knew that the leader of the Flying Dragon Gang was Ma Dalong. However, saying that he killed Ma Dahu was rubbish. He had been killed by that masked person. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Actually, I have the heart of a Buddha. Lin Bei Bei now felt nervous to death. There were people hunting down Qin Feng, and they seemed to be powerful bad guys as well. Her delicate hands grabbed onto Qin Feng's arm. Feeling the cold sweat on Lin Bei Bei's hands, Qin Feng smiled and patted her head, indicating for her to relax. He then looked back to Tai Meng, and tried to get more information out of him. Baldy, I can't believe such a thing. I'm sure you people in the underworld are just boasting to seem scary. Tai Meng was quite pleased with his boasting. These university girls all liked violent and manly boyfriends, And yet Qin Feng had spat water on him and doubted him repeatedly. He was now eyeing to kill Qin Feng. He unhappily replied, "You think I'm boasting? I might as well tell you. We have a high-ranking member of the Flying Dragon Gang as our spy who gave us this information. If this information is false, your elder will behead himself." Tai Meng seemed adamant that he wasn't lying, and it seemed that he was telling the truth. Qin Feng realized that it was possible that after the masked person had killed Mada, the blame had been put on him. This act of getting someone else to do one's dirty work seemed to be quite effective. If Qin Feng hadn't met this idiot, Tai Meng, and didn't find out that he was being hunted down by the Flying Dragon Gang, it could have been quite dangerous. Although the Flying Dragon Gang was nothing to him, a sudden ambush could cost him his life. Because the young Master Qin was present, after chatting for a short while, the dishes Qin Feng had ordered were quickly brought up. The attendant had especially told the chefs to prepare his meal first. The large table was quickly filled with many delicious dishes, and there were still many dishes that couldn't fit. They were all put on a separate table. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Tai Meng didn't have any appetite. Instead, he felt so angry he felt like exploding. All of this had been bought with his money. "Open that bottle of red wine." Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling the attendant to open the 82 Lafite. While Tai Meng was in no mood for food, Qin Feng was in a fabulous mood. "Wait!" Seeing that the attendant was about to open the 82 Lafite, Tai Meng was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. He had never tasted this wine before, but he knew that a single bottle costed more than $50,000. Adding on all this food, this meal would definitely cost more than $100,000. Tai Meng's intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have brought this idiotic boy along with them. "Don't open this bottle of red wine. Your elder's already sick of it. It tastes the same as red wine you can buy for tens of dollars. Plus, it's not strong enough. Go and bring a bottle of white wine. White wine tastes way better." Since they had come and spent so much money, Tai Meng was determined to make his plan succeed. He was planning to use a bottle of white wine to make Qin Feng and Lin Bei completely drunk. The one who should be beaten up would be beaten up, and the one who should be screwed would be screwed. Tong. Just as Tai Meng spoke, Qin Feng had already opened the red wine with practiced ease. He poured a glass for Lin Bei and himself. He had already started treating Tai Meng as heir. "Bei, have a taste. This wine is $50,000 per bottle, so a single mouthful is thousands of dollars," Qin Feng said as he smiled at Tai Meng. Lin Bei was frightened. She knew that the Royal Hotel was extremely expensive, but she never expected a bottle of red wine would cost $50,000. Her hands trembled as she held the wine glass, looking at the bright wine, but she didn't dare to drink it. Her mother's operation had costed $100,000, and this bottle of wine was worth half of that. Lin Bei simply couldn't understand the upper-class lifestyle. "Baldy, since you said you're already sick of this wine, I won't pour any for you. Bei, cheers." Zay. Since the wine had already been opened, Tai Meng had nothing to say. He had never tried this sort of wine before, and he was hoping to have a good taste this time. However, Qin Feng's words almost made him furious to the point of passing out. Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Tai Meng, then touched his glass with Lin Bei's. He knew Lin Bei was reluctant to drink such an expensive wine, so he took the lead. Seeing Qin Feng drink the wine, Lin Bei stopped hesitating. She was quite curious as to how such an expensive wine tasted, and she also took a small sip. Just as the wine entered his mouth, Qin Feng frowned and spat out the red wine. He used his hand to wipe his mouth and threw away the 82 Lafite, cursing, "Fudge, it tastes disgusting. It must be fake." Lin Bei also frowned. This was the first time she had drank wine before, and she couldn't appreciate this rich wine. She felt it was acerbic and sour, and didn't taste as good as a $3 soft drink. "I think so too. It doesn't taste very nice," Lin Bei mumbled. She was surprised such a bad-tasting wine would be sold for so much. Lin Bei simply couldn't understand what those rich people were thinking. Tai Meng was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the 82 Lafite that had spilled all over the ground, he felt as if it was his blood that had been spilled on the ground. He had never had the chance to drink such expensive wine before, and now, he had been tricked into buying one then weighing it go to waste. He simply couldn't hold back his anger anymore and his face completely twisted. He pointed at Qin Feng as he roared, "Fake wine? You're a goddamn country bumpkin. This is the Acropolis City's best 5-star hotel, and all of its patrons are extremely rich and powerful. You think the boss here would be stupid enough to sell fake wine? You're goddamn dead." Tai Ming pulled out his phone, seeming like he was going to call people over to fight. The beautiful attendant saw all of this and maintained a calm expression as she reminded, "Sir, this is the Royal Hotel. Please dine in a civilized manner. Otherwise, I'll have to call the security." Normally, it didn't matter how much of a ruckus the guests made in the private rooms. However, the young Master Qin was here, so she couldn't allow this person to behave too atrociously. Tai Ming savagely glared at the attendant, but couldn't say anything. The Royal Hotel was simply too powerful, and wasn't an entity that a little thug like Tai Ming could take on. He furiously sat down and secretly started to send a text to order people to come over. Since he couldn't make a ruckus in the Royal Hotel, he would arrange for people to wait outside. He didn't believe that this brat could hide in here forever. "That's right, Baldy, what are you getting so angry about? It's just a bottle of wine, right? If I had the opportunity to treat Bei to a meal, I wouldn't mind how much money I spend," Qin Feng said without changing his expression. Tai Ming was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. "It's not like we're spending your money. Of course it doesn't hurt for you." However, since they had already come so far, he still needed to maintain his act. He withdrew the hostility he was emitting as he smiled, saying, "It's just a bit of money. What is there to be angry about? I'm just angry that you, brat, are so unknowledgeable and spouted such nonsense. Could it be that you're saying I treat Beauty Lin to fake wine?" Qin Feng laughed, but didn't say anything. Naturally, he had been acting as well. He had begun tasting wine since he was 6, and had tried nearly all of the best wines under the heavens. This was a Lafite that the Royal Hotel had imported from a French vineyard, and he had personally identified it, so he was sure it was real. "Baldy, this is the first time I've met such a generous person before. In that case, I won't hold back anymore." Qin Feng smiled as he made a loud click with his fingers, and the beautiful attendant quickly came to his side. "I heard that the Royal Hotel invited the Caesar Band from France. Call them over to play something for us. Just eating isn't very fun, so we should find something interesting while we dine. Baldy, I'm sure you wouldn't mind spending a bit more money, right?" Qin Feng said as he smiled at Tai Meng. When Tai Meng had organized the leader's birthday dinner, they had eaten here, so he knew just how expensive the band was. A single piece required thousands of dollars as a tip. Just as he was about to refuse, Qin Feng looked towards Lin Bei and said, Bei, you must also like the romantic atmosphere of eating while listening to live music, right?" Lin Bei was a smart girl, and could easily tell that Qin Feng was trying to defraud Tai Meng. As such, she cooperated with Qin Feng and nodded, shyly saying, "Of course, having a band play is good. However, since it's someone else paying, I don't want to force it on them." This was the only thing Lin Bei had asked for this entire meal, so Tai Meng wiped the cold sweat on his head, gritting his teeth as he said, "Go and bring the cheater band to play something for us." "It's the Caesar Band." The beautiful attendant rolled her eyes at Tai Meng as she left to invite them over. Not long after, the band came over. They were a row of blue-eyed, big-breasted, foreign beauties. The gentle and moving melody filled the room. Caught in the atmosphere, Qin Feng began to gently sing in French. The melody was beautiful, and Qin Feng's voice was magnetic and irresistible. Very soon, Lin Bei became enchanted by the music. She gently looked at Qin Feng. Not only his appearance, but his background and personality were all so charming. With such a flawless exterior, no wonder he was so loose and hedonistic and called the seducer sage. Even the pure Lin Bei wanted to throw herself into Qin Feng's embrace and follow him for the rest of her life. The song ended and even the beautiful band members couldn't help but clap for Qin Feng. Even some of the French beauties began to look at him flirtatiously. Tai Ming felt like vomiting blood. He was spending money while Qin Feng was flirting with women and stealing hearts. Did he think Tai Ming had more money than sense? If they weren't in the royal hotel, Tai Meng felt like jumping up and killing Qin Feng in that instant. The band continued to perform, but Tai Meng didn't have any appetite at all. Conversely, he felt quite uncomfortable. After Qin Feng had sung, Lin Beibei's heart had been melted and became much more active. She laughed as she ate with him and would sometimes make some romantic gestures. Tai Meng had become a complete third wheel. After their 2-hour meal, Lin Beibei's entire person had been melted by Qin Feng. This was the most romantic and luxurious meal she had ever had, and her impression towards Qin Feng greatly improved. Haha, I think we've eaten enough, we should go now. Tai Meng was desperate to leave. He stood up, looking like he was immediately going to go. When they left the royal hotel, he would break Qin Feng's legs. Baldy, are you really going to go? Qin Feng was also full, and slowly stood up as he clapped his hands together. Suddenly, a group of men in security uniforms rushed into the VIP room. As soon as they entered, they surrounded Tai Meng and pressed him to the ground. Before Tai Meng could even react, the security officer who took the lead came before Qin Feng and respectfully spoke. Young Master Qin, the offender has been subdued. Very good. This person forcefully demolished homes and had ill intentions towards my friend. He caused a ruckus in the royal hotel and personally admitted to committing murder. Take him to the police office and have them deal with him. Holy fudge. Tai Meng was shock stiff. Young Master Qin? This guy was indeed acting in a commanding manner. After a long time he finally realized what was happening. His eyes shone and a terrified expression appeared on his face as he stared dumbly at Qin Feng, saying, Why, you're Qin Feng, Qin Huang's son. I didn't kill anyone. I was just joking around with you, please don't take it seriously. Actually, I have the heart of a Buddha. I've never even killed an ant before. Zay. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The difference between free-to-play players and pay-to-win players. After being taken down by the security officers, Tai Meng was escorted out of the private room. Before he left, Qin Feng made him pay for the bill. After all, this was his dad's property, and he couldn't allow it to make a loss. As for the delicious dishes that hadn't been touched, Qin Feng gave them to the beautiful attendant to share it with other attendants for lunch. Only now did Lin Beibei find out that the Acropolis city's most luxurious hotel, the Royal Hotel, belonged to Qin Feng's family. Lin Beibei couldn't help but want to laugh after thinking about all the boasting Tai Meng had done. After eating their fill, Qin Feng arranged for someone to drive Lin Beibei back to the university. He returned to room 665 and soon Zhang Biao hurried over. During the course of this lunch, Qin Feng had obtained an important piece of information. Ma Delong had mobilized the entire Flying Dragon gang to hunt him down, so he naturally had to retaliate. Young Master Qin, what orders do you have? Zhang Biao respectfully asked. Qin Feng pointed at the sofa opposite him, indicating for Zhang Biao to sit down. A look of delight flashed in Zhang Biao's eyes and he carefully sat down opposite Qin Feng. Biao, I feel that Acropolis City's underground is full of fish and dragons mixed together. Do you think we should unite them? Qin Feng casually said as he played with an ancient jade in his hand. After hearing from Tai Meng that Ma Delong was trying to hunt him down all over the entire city, he realized how powerful the mastermind was. He didn't mind killing Ma Da, who in order to frame Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been passive this whole time, being attacked by others. This feeling was quite uncomfortable, so he decided to take the initiative and shake the city up. Zhang Biao sat up straight and was so excited that he almost jumped up. He fully understood Qin Feng's meaning. He wanted to conquer the Acropolis City's underground powers, and had called him over to put him in charge of this. Thinking to the possibility that he could one day be the biggest gang leader in the Acropolis City, and unify the Acropolis City's underworld, Zhang Biao was incredibly excited. Zhang Biao immediately voiced his assent. Young Master Qin, if there's anything Zhang Biao can do, I'm willing to walk up mountains of knives and go down into pans of oil for you. Very good. I hope you won't disappoint me. This time I don't want to directly clash with them. Let's win by using our heads. Qin Feng then told Zhang Biao about how the Flying Dragon Gang was hunting for him all over the Acropolis City, causing Zhang Biao to become incredibly furious. He demanded to immediately take people to take down Ma Delong. Qin Feng stopped Zhang Biao, and after waiting for him to settle down, he continued to speak, "We need to use our brains and can't be rash. In 2 days, I'll get people to spread information that I've been scared by Ma Delong. When that time comes, I want you to contact the Wild Wolf Gang's leader, Wang Chong, and tell him that I want to help him get rid of the Flying Dragon Gang and help him become the Acropolis City's biggest gang leader. When both sides have suffered heavy losses, you bring your people and unify the underworld. Any questions?" Zhang Biao's eyes lit up, and he felt respect for Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. This plan of preying on the predator was simply flawless. Who said he was a hedonistic young master who only knew how to seduce women? Zhang Biao would execute all of them. Excellent, what an excellent plan. If I can't conquer the Acropolis City's underworld, I'll piss off out of the Acropolis City. Zhang Biao stood up and gripped his fists as he made this promise. After finalizing the plan and working out the details, Zhang Biao left to make preparations. Qin Feng comfortably reclined against the large sofa and opened the Hedonist sovereign system. He now had 300 Hedonist points and wanted to see if there was anything worth buying. After having a look, Qin Feng's emotions plummeted. The things he was interested in costed thousands if not tens of thousands of Hedonist points and were simply too expensive for him. On the other hand, the things that he could buy were all completely useless. Suddenly the little pig's waxy voice sounded out, giving him suggestions. "Master, according to this little pig's analysis, there are 2 courses of action you can take. Firstly, you can save up the Hedonist points you have now, and do your best to do quests. When you have 1,000 Hedonist points, you can buy elementary sword skills. Combined with the True Steel Sword, Master's strength will be able to greatly increase. Alternatively, Master can spend 300 Hedonist points to buy a rank 1 speed potion and a rank 2 speed potion, increasing your speed." Elementary sword skills? Sounds quite ordinary. Why is it so expensive? Qin Feng complained as he made a wry face. You think it's ordinary? The elementary sword skills includes all basics to mastering the sword. Similar to the Thunder Tiger Fists, once you learn it, you will have learned the sword arts that normal people would take 10 years of hard training to learn. Gathering chi and refining chi are all included, do you understand? The little pig ferociously glared at Qin Feng, looking at him impatiently. Qin Feng frowned. Indeed, he was too unknowledgeable. This sort of sword skill was indeed powerful. It even related to gathering chi and refining chi. Could this be the inner chi of the legends? However, looking at the number of Hedonist points he had, then looking at the Hedonist points required to buy the elementary sword skills, Qin Feng deeply sighed. Thinking to the masked person in the abandoned factory, Qin Feng felt quite scared. That person was simply too fast, and if they wanted to kill him, it would be incredibly easy. He had to quickly raise his strength. Otherwise, it was likely that he would die before he could even save up 1,000 Hedonist points. Forget it, I'll buy the speed potions first. Before making his decision, he looked to the little pig as he asked, "Why can't I spend 300 Hedonist points to buy a rank 3 strength potion?" According to the determinations by Earth's ancient external experts, there are 9 stages in total. After breaking through the first layer of one's body's limit, they will have stepped into stage 1. After breaking through the second layer of their body's limit, they will have stepped into stage 2, and so on. A stage 1 expert has 2 times a normal person's strength, a stage 2 expert has 3 times a normal person's strength, a stage 3 expert has 4 times a normal person's strength. So if Master continues to break through his limit, you will naturally become stronger. The reason I suggested for Master to buy the strength potions before was because you were still far away from breaking through the first layer of your body's limit, and couldn't fully release the power of the Thunder Tiger Fists. As such, we used the strength potions to raise your strength in advance. So it's like that. Qin Feng seemed to understand, but didn't fully understand what the little pig was saying. He continued to ask, in that case, wouldn't my speed increase as I break through? Qin Feng was wondering that if his speed also increased, wouldn't it be unnecessary to buy the speed potions? It will, but it's not like the increase in strength. For speed, you can increase it without any limits. For example, right now, you're at stage 1, so your body can only withstand 3 times a normal person's strength. If you try to accumulate even more, your body will explode. However, speed is different. There's almost no limit for it. After the little pig's patient explanation, Qin Feng realized that most martial artists could only increase their speed and strength by breaking through their limits. However, he could drink speed potions and could increase his speed without being limited. Similarly, with the Thunder Tiger Fist, he could release even more strength than a person at the same stage. This was the difference between free-to-play players and pay-to-win players. This was the first time Qin Feng had felt that the hedonist sovereign system was quite humanistic. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Coincidentally Meeting an Acquaintance. Qin Feng spent 300 hedonist points and bought a rank 1 speed potion and rank 2 speed potion. After drinking down the 2 potions, they were quickly absorbed by his body. He then opened his stats page. Host Qin Feng. External Technique Stage Stage 1. HP 1. 1 times a normal person's lifespan. Stage 1 is equal to 1. 1 times Stage 2 is equal to 1. 2 times. Strength. 3 times a normal person's strength. Combined with Thunder Tiger Fists, can release 4 times a normal person's strength. Speed 1. 3 times a normal person's speed. Stage 1 is equal to 1. 1 times Stage 2 is equal to 1. 2 times. Agility 1. 1 times a normal person's reaction speed. Inner Technique Stage, none. Qi Refining Stage, none. Qin Feng felt very pleased as he looked through his stats. After obtaining this system for half a month, he had turned from a hedonistic young master who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken into an expert whose stats surpassed a normal human's greatly. He believed that this was only the beginning. Master, you've spent a total of 700 hedonist points now. If you spend another 300 points, you can level up into a rank 4 hedonist mortal, and will receive another 3 lottery chances. Master, work hard and earn more hedonist points. Hearing that he could soon obtain more lottery chances, Qin Feng felt quite excited. He had previously drawn the Thunder Tiger Fists and True Steel Sword. Maybe this time he would be able to obtain something even more heaven-defying. Not too long after he finished absorbing the 2 speed potions, Uncle Fu walked over and handed some freshly printed documents to Qin Feng, saying, "Young master, this is all of the information on the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager, Chao Yang. It's enough for him to eat prison food for the rest of his life." Qin Feng had arranged for Uncle Fu to take care of the demolishing compensation long ago. Not only did it concern a quest, but also holes in the management of the royal group, so Qin Feng wouldn't let it go easily. After casually looking through the documents, he inwardly rejoiced. Completing this quest would bring him yet another 100 hedonist points. He desperately craved for the elementary sword skills, as well as the 300 hedonist points to spend to become a rank 4 hedonist mortal. That way, he would have another 3 lottery chances. As such, he had to think of how to do as many quests as possible. Qin Feng asked Uncle Fu to send those documents to the police station, then came to the main hall of the royal hotel. Since he was free, he decided to find Bai Qing to talk and see if he could gain any information. In the empty hall, Bai Qing was wearing a professional-looking skirt with black stockings. Although only a small portion of her legs were revealed, she still looked quite alluring. She was 25 years old this year, and was 175 centimeters tall. When she stood with the other beautiful attendants, she still looked like a crane among chicken. On her round white face were a pair of pleasant-looking long eyebrows. There was a hint of iciness in her beautiful eyes, and her body was quite curvy. Her entire body emanated an air of pride. Her eyes were staring into the distance, seeming to space out. What a cold and arrogant-looking older sister type. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If she wasn't secretly working against the Qin family, he would have taken her to bed long ago. Manager Bai, what are you doing spacing out here? Qin Feng came over to Bai Qing and gave a handsome smile. Welcome, young Master Qin. As soon as the row of beautiful attendants saw Qin Feng, they all hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Bai Qing also quickly returned to her senses. When she saw Qin Feng, a look of disdain flashed in her eyes before she gave a beautiful smile, softly hitting Qin Feng's chest as she coyly said, "I was thinking of young Master Qin and spaced out. Young Master Qin, you need to take responsibility." Her cold and imposing aura was completely gone. If he didn't know about Bai Qing, he wouldn't have thought anything. However, with this knowledge, seeing her flirt with him, he couldn't help but feel amazed. She was even better at acting than him. Of course I'll take responsibility. This young master will naturally take responsibility for a peerless beauty like Miss Bai. Qin Feng didn't show any weakness, and acted like his hedonistic self as he smiled lewdly while looking at her twin peaks. Bai Qing covered her mouth as she laughed, and a cold look flashed in her eyes for a brief moment. How is young Master Qin going to take responsibility? Hee. Let's go, this young master is going to take you shopping, and we'll have a candlelit dinner at night. Finally we'll go to the royal clubhouse and hire a room, and Qin Feng gave an evil smile as he lifted up her chin with his index finger. Bai Qing hurriedly swatted Qin Feng's hand away and she laughed while she scolded, "Io, there are too many people here. Young Master Qin, let's talk outside." Under the admiring and envious gazes of the other beautiful attendants, the two of them left the royal hotel. They all wished that they were the one Qin Feng took a fancy to. If that happened, they would be able to rise up like a phoenix. The royal clubhouse, royal hotel and royal jewelers were the royal group's three main assets. Currently, Qin Feng was taking Bai Qing to the royal jewelers' main store. He believed that just as women were irresistible to men, jewelry was irresistible to women. In this room filled with gold, silver and other treasures, he didn't believe Bai Qing could keep her rationality and not make any mistakes. "Young Master Qin, you finally have time to come over." As soon as Qin Feng entered, the beautiful manageress Rao Xueqing smiled as she hurried over. "Haha, I'm here to pick out some jewelry for this beauty." Qin Feng laughed as he put his hedonistic side on show. "Manager Rao, pick out some of the best upper market jewelry for us to have a look." Rao Xueqing furtively stole a few glances at Bai Qing. Women were by nature jealous creatures. It could be said that it was a great fortune for many women to be fancied by Qin Feng, and they would obtain immeasurable glory and wealth. Who wouldn't want such a life? However, after comparing herself to Bai Qing, Rao Xueqing could only pout and inwardly complain as she went to pick out some jewelry. Qin Feng and Bai Qing found a place to sit. At this moment, a young devilish woman wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes walked in on the arm of a young man in a western suit. "Darling, you promised that you would buy me a big sparkling beautiful diamond necklace today. You won't break your promise, right?" The woman spoke in a sickly sweet voice, causing many people to look over. Qin Feng's body trembled and almost felt like vomiting. "Darling, this royal jeweler is the biggest jeweler store in the Acropolis city. They have a good reputation and have promised that they will never sell fakes. I heard that they just received some diamond necklaces from the French designer, Victoire de Castellane. I really want one, okay?" As she spoke, the woman pouted and twisted her hips, trying to act cute. Qin Feng screwed his tortured ears. He was just about to stand up and kick this woman out when, unexpectedly, the woman suddenly stopped acting cute and looked in his direction in shock. "Bai Qing." Seeing Bai Qing, the woman's face was filled with surprise. Bai Qing looked at the other person for a while before hesitantly and curiously replying, "Zhu Denyo." Hearing this name, Qin Feng's mouth violently tweed. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. A woman who deserved a spanking. The woman who had been acting cute skipped over to Bai Qing and said in surprise, "Bai Qing, it really is you. I've already changed my name to Angel, as in the beautiful winged beings in heaven. Don't you think it really suits my personality?" After confirming that the other person was Zhu Denyo, Bai Qing also revealed a surprised smile. This was her old classmate from year 12 and they hadn't met in over 4 years. To suddenly see an old classmate from high school within a sea of unfamiliar faces, they were naturally happy to see each other. "Bai Qing, are you shopping while taking a break from your job?" After exchanging a few greetings, Zhu Denyo looked up and down Bai Qing. Seeing her uniform and the name badge on her chest, she didn't try to conceal the scorn in her tone. She covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. "Haha, I should tell you that this jeweler is very expensive. Even if you like anything here, you won't be able to afford it." As she spoke, she turned around and waved to the man in the suit, sweetly saying, "Darling, come over. I'll introduce you to my classmate from high school." Of course, she wasn't introducing Bai Qing, but blatantly showing off in front of her. The man in the suit smiled as he walked over. When he was close enough to see Bai Qing's beautiful appearance, his body slightly trembled and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. However, he was able to calm his expression almost immediately. He stretched out his hand, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Chao Yang, the general manager of Eternal Abundance Real Estate." Chao Yang was quite eager to be able to hold Bai Qing's white and delicate hand. I already said she's my old classmate. You don't need to be so formal." Before Bai Qing could shake his hand, Zhu Denyo stepped in between them. She condescendingly looked at Bai Qing as she said, "Darling, my pretty classmate was the dux of our Acropolis City's graduation exam. Back then, she was extremely popular at school. However, as the saying goes, it's better for a woman to marry well than to score well, right, darling? It's better for a woman to marry well than to score well." This phrase stabbed into Bai Qing's heart like a poisonous thorn. Her face darkened and her eyes dimmed, as painful memories came flooding back. In high school, Bai Qing's results were all excellent, and it seemed as if going to the best university, finding a good job and marrying a good man were all guaranteed. However, the night she received her results for her graduation exams, something had happened which completely changed the course of her life. Because of that, she had given up on going to university and started out as an attendant at the hotel. She had climbed up step by step until she had become a manager at the Royal Hotel. However, this was just the beginning of her revenge. "Miss Zhu Denyo, Mr. Chowing, hello. I'm Bai Qing's friend, Ah Feng." Qin Feng had been weighing from the side and saw that Zhu Denyo had come over to show off and belittle Bai Qing. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile upon hearing Zhu Denyo's boyfriend introduce himself. Who is this? So annoying. I already said my name is Angel. It means princess. Don't call me other names, alright?" Zhu Denyo hatefully glared at Qin Feng, then arrogantly said, "You're Bai Qing's boyfriend? You look pretty ordinary and don't seem very rich. You must be a playboy leeching off Bai Qing, right? Who would have thought, Bai Qing, you're actually a cougar?" Zhu Denyo's looks were alright and she seemed like the petite type. However, she was loudmouthed and showed no restraint when talking, which gave off an aura of arrogance. She had lived in the same dormitory as Bai Qing for her 3 years in high school. Her grades weren't as good as Bai Qing's and she didn't look as good as her either. The bit of light she had was completely dwarfed by Bai Qing's, and she resented her from the bottom of her heart. Now, seeing the difference between them, she felt incredibly pleased and wanted to savagely show off. "Miss Bai Qing, if you're not happy with your company, we would welcome you at the Eternal Abundance Real Estate anytime. With a single word from me, I can guarantee you'll make twice as much as you are making now." Chao Yang acted as if he didn't even see Qin Feng and completely ignored his self-introduction. His gaze lingered on Bai Qing's body and didn't shift at all. He even began to subtly seduce her. These sorts of exquisite beauties were rare, even in the Acropolis City. Chao Yang had almost had his soul stolen. Zhu Denyo's face darkened in anger when she saw the light in her boyfriend's eyes, which were fixed on Bai Qing. How could an arrogant person like Bai Qing accept a handout from someone else? "Darling, don't make a fuss. Otherwise, we might be misunderstood to be looking down on her like giving out handouts to a beggar." Bai Qing's face slightly paled. Before, she had been quite happy to see an old classmate, but she had not expected her to become such an unpleasant person. She was about to ask Qin Feng if they could leave, but saw that he was walking towards Chao Yang with a look of shock on his face. "Oh, isn't this the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager? I heard that the Eternal Abundance Real Estate belongs to the Royal Group. So incredible." Qin Feng's flattery caused Bai Qing to deeply frown. Not many people knew about the Eternal Abundance Real Estate, but there was no one who didn't know the Royal Group. After all, its director was Qin Huang, the richest man in the Acropolis City. And now, his only son, Qin Feng, was standing right next to her. Bai Qing couldn't help but smile at the irony. Zhu Denyo felt quite pleased when she saw Qin Feng's shock, and was so proud that she almost started flying. She looked at Qin Feng disdainfully and said, "Humph, it's not that I'm boasting, But my darling is quite important in the Eternal Abundance real estate. There are nearly 1,000 employees managed by him, and their employment is governed by him. AI for a lower-class person like you, I'm sure you wouldn't understand. Just forget what I was saying. Ahem. Qin Feng coldly smiled and replied. He's just the Eternal Abundance real estate's general manager, but has so much authority? You've got to be boasting, right? Boasting? Fudge, do you think I'd goddamn boaster? Zhu Denyo became enraged. The petite woman suddenly became like a ferocious tiger. It seemed that her cute and adorable personality was just for show. Even Qin Feng felt tired by imagining all of the pretending she did. Humph, even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe it. Lower-class people like you are destined to be poor forever, and will never rise up from the bottom of society. Darling, let's go and pick some jewelry. Let's not waste time on these people. Lower-class people? This was the first time that Bai Qing had heard someone call Qin Feng a lower-class person. She suddenly felt that this situation was becoming more and more interesting. What Angel said is true, but being at the top of the company is just a very slight effort. Chao Yang didn't react as extremely as Zhu Denyo. He handed Bai Qing a card as he smiled and said, "This is my business card. If Miss Bai Qing needs anything, just let me know. I'll be free anytime." The two of them then turned and walked towards the counter. Before they could walk too far, Rao Xueqing came back with a fancy-looking box and a big smile, trying to curry favor. "Young Master Qin, sorry for the wait. This is the newest necklace that has just come in yesterday. Please have a look if it's good enough for your taste," she offered. Before Qin Feng had even spoken, Zhu Denyo, who hadn't walked too far away, cried out as she covered her mouth and ran over. Her eyes were fixed upon the sparkling necklace in the box and she looked uncontainably excited. "Darling, look, this is the one I was telling you about. It's the newest 5-carat diamond necklace designed by Victor de Castellane. It's made so delicately and looks so beautiful. You said you would buy me one, so you have to buy it for me." Rao Xueqing looked at Zhu Denyo in condescension, wondering where this weirdo, who seemed to have never seen jewelry before, had come from. She was screaming like she had orgasmed, but since Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Rao Xueqing didn't say anything either. Chao Yang elegantly walked over. When he saw the price tag on the box, his heart thumped. This diamond necklace costed $890,000. He looked at the light shone in by Qing's eyes and made a decision. It seemed that this woman was the same and could be won over by money. Spending a few $100,000 to get a woman like this in bed would be worth it. "This necklace is quite good, and if darling wants it, I'll buy it for you. I never look at the price when buying things for my woman." Chao Yang looked at Bai Qing when he said this. He was sure that Bai Qing would be able to understand the hidden meaning in his words. Qin Feng ignored Chao Yang's words and his gaze fell on Bai Qing's jade-white neck. If she wore this necklace, it would be incredibly compatible. "Qing, do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy it for you," Qin Feng softly said. Bai Qing felt quite surprised, but quickly calmed herself down. She looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression before finally shaking her head, saying, "I'm a bit tired, let's go back." If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich young master. Leaving? You're just finding excuses. Zhu Denyo was certain that Qin Feng couldn't afford such an expensive necklace and her tone became incredibly mocking. "Miss, reserve this necklace for me. And also, you shouldn't allow anyone to just waltz into this store. If an expensive piece of jewelry goes missing, your salaries won't be enough to cover it." When she saw Zhu Denyo's incredibly arrogant manner, Rao Xueqing felt like whipping her. She glared at Zhu Denyo as she replied, "I'm sorry, miss, but we won't sell this necklace to you. I'm planning on gifting it to this miss over here, because it would look 10 times better on her than on you." "What did you say?" Zhu Denyo was completely dumbfounded. She thought that there was something wrong with her ears and she stared at Rao Xueqing with wide eyes full of shock. After a few moments she started to shrilly yell, "Fudge, what did you say, you loose woman? I'm a goddamn VIP here and I want you to kneel and apologize right now. Otherwise, I'll call your general manager and have you pay the price for your actions." Zhu Denyo seemed like a fishwife cursing in the streets and soon, she attracted every customer's attention. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.